Good morning, everybody. We'll call the meeting to order. Thank you all for joining us on our regular meeting of June 2nd, 2015. Could we have the roll?
Present. Here. Here.
Present.
Here.
Diane Sequin from the Calvary Church is here. Good morning, Diane. To lead us in a prayer, thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for this beautiful day. Thank you for the rain that you've given our community and how green and fresh everything looks after winter. I thank you for commissioners that want to start a meeting with prayer, that respect you. I ask, Father, that at this meeting you would give them wisdom and discernment. I ask you to bless them for their service to this community. And they've got a full agenda, Lord, so help them get through with the important stuff. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. If we could remain standing, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Steve, could you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I think there's about 4 Steves.
I know, I thought you meant
Steven's Hallmark.
Steve. Sorry.
Oh, that's what it was. You didn't know which Steve it was. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I so move we approve the agenda with the following amendments: that we delete the work-study session on the Taos County Animal Control Ordinance, which is item 9A, and that we also delete the executive session discussion on legal matters 16A.
Is there a second? None being, the motion dies. Do we have another motion for the approval of the agenda? Okay, then the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Move to approve the agenda as prepared by staff and commissioners, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Call for the vote.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Next on the agenda is awards and recognition, and this is a presentation of a plaque to Rey Gallegos from Commissioner Candace O'Donnell. And we'll step down.
Commissioners, staff, and viewing audience, this morning we honor Mr. Rey Gallegos for his volunteer work at the Penasco Community Center. During the last 4 years, Mr. Gallegos has been the volunteer scheduler on behalf of PACA, the Penasco Area Communities Association. PACA manages the center. Until his recent retirement as a scheduler, he has shown dedication for opening and closing the center during events. Whether it's a funeral, a graduation, a baby shower, he's always been there, and he is someone who can be counted on. Mary Mascareñas has praised him for his dedication and reliability to the community, especially during Taos Feeds Taos annual distribution of food. A little bit about Ray. He had been gone from his hometown, Penasco, for 40 years. Upon returning, he lives in the house he was born in off Santa Barbara Road. While gone, he was a racing jockey, racing horses in Seattle and Florida for 18 and a half years until he broke his foot in a racing accident.
9 years in Cleveland.
Okay, very good. Continuing his love of horse racing to this day, he enjoys off-track betting at Buffalo Thunder. In fact, during a recent good luck streak, the money he won, he donated to refurbish a pool table at the community center. I don't know how much he won that day, but he paid $350 to fix the pool table. So now, as he enters a new life of relaxing and working on his generational property, playing pool, and eating lunch at the Chamisal Senior Center, it is with appreciation the Taos County Commission presents this plaque to him. And it reads, "This Community Service Award is hereby presented to Rey Gallegos for his dedicated service to the people of Penasco at the Centro de Comunidades, presented this second day of June 2015 by the Taos County Board of Commissioners."
I want to say thanks to Steve, Bob Malone, the commissioners, the new commissioners, Candace, and Ana Martinez. I've worked with her a lot, and you guys are the best people working here in this county building. And thank you all.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Gallegos, for all of that service to your community. It's a great thing. We really appreciate it. Next item is citizens' concerns. Is there anybody who would like to address the board? Good morning. Good morning, Paul. Could you please state your name?
Yes, thank you. My name is Paul Figueroa. I'm here today as the program chair for Taos County Historical Society. At the last meeting, there was a presentation by Tomas Romero of Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area, and there were some questions directed to him by the commissioners concerning one of the grant awards to the Molino de los Durans grist mill. And I'm back today to share some more information for you about that grant and about that program. May I approach?
Please.
I can pass those out if you like.
So, the Taos County Historical Society has as its mission to record and preserve the irreplaceable. And historic preservation falls directly into that mission. This year also, we embraced the concept that 2015 is a year of milestones for Taos. And so before you is the remaining programs, free and open to the public, put together by the Historical Society. You'll notice on July 11th, if you'd like to attend, you can learn more about the preservation of that historic grist mill by Charles Hawk. It's short notice, but this Saturday, Bob Romero is beginning to cover the milestones with his talk on the Taos Cuatro Centenario. Other programs before you and for the public involve acequia culture in Taos Valley, the Taos Society of Artists, and of course, the 200th anniversary of Ranchos with the sacred places and religious traditions in northern New Mexico by Bob Miller. So I wanted to come today and quickly share that with you, share that opportunities for you. And now, changing hats, I'd like to hand deliver invitations to you for the centennial celebration of Taos Society of Artists, which will be held in the historic county courthouse on July 15th. We have a full day of programs planned that day, including a benefit lunch at the Taos Inn, which is where that group of 6 artists met and formed the Taos Society of Artists. I'll be back with more public service announcements throughout the summer, and thank you for this opportunity to share the information with you.
Thank you, Paul. We really appreciate the notice and all your work in keeping history alive in Taos, so we look forward to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you so much, Mr. Figueroa, for working on the flyer that will be put in the mural room for tourists. I did happen to see a copy of it. When will that be available?
It should be available later this week. I was at the printer yesterday, and they promised me that they would get to it today or tomorrow. So we'll have that by the end of the week, Commissioner.
And perhaps if the commissioners would like to see it, you could maybe email a copy to them if they're interested.
Brochure as an attachment to all of you. Delighted to do that on behalf of the county, and it's very important national treasure that's up in the main courtroom, the frescoes from WPA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to address the board at this time? Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. We got some real interesting issues on the agenda today, and I'm hoping that the fundamentalists in the audience, I don't know if I see any of them yet, but I hope everybody keeps their emotions together in deciding public policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Is there anybody else at this time? If not, then we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of the May 19th regular meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fambro.
First, I want to make a motion that we accept the minutes. Comment after? Second.
Second.
Discussion?
Ms. Martinez, the way that you sent these out this week was thank you. I mean, that was a big help to get them ahead of time like that, and I just really appreciate your professionalism. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good policy change. Appreciate it very much. We have a motion. We have a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Next is presentations. The first one is a presentation regarding the Taos Library by Councilman Andrew Gonzalez,
Mr. Chairman.
who is not present. But Commissioner Hahn is, and so is Rick Bellis from the town. Welcome.
They're not. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion at this time we remove this item from the agenda.
Chairman, remove or table?
Remove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove. Discussion does anybody know if Andrew is on his way or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm texting him right now as we stand, and he's still at the office, so I don't think he's going to be here today.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote.
Yes.
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 But geez, this agenda is really going fast.
I know, we thought we were going to be here late.
Slow down, guys.
All right, well, let's see what happens.
Slow down.
The sound you hear is the screech of the brakes on the.
We do have a presentation by the hospital, so. Mr. Patton, new CEO of Holy Cross Hospital, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, County Manager. Thanks so much for the opportunity to come and present information about your community hospital. I'd just like to make a few opening remarks, and then I've asked Steve Rosenbaum, my fine CFO, to actually walk you through the detail of the documents. What we've provided for you today is a copy of the operating budget that the board approved last week, and I want to highlight that that does show a significant red bottom line. We've presented for you a capital budget for the next 3 years. The total of that budget exceeds $9 million. And the thing that I want to highlight there is I view that as a preliminary budget in that there are a variety of projects that have yet to be fully studied and costed. So an example would be on the outside of the building. There are a number of repairs to the stucco of the building. There's a lot of work on the campus that needs to be done that currently is not included in these numbers. In addition, we're anticipating the need to replace our computer system, the Meditech system, within the foreseeable future, and that has been estimated anywhere from $3 million to $6 million. So I just want to highlight that the capital budget that you have before you that the THS board approved last Wednesday, I think is still in a preliminary state. It's not going to go down, it's going to go up. We've also, at your request, provided for you a summary of the purchases that we've made over the last several years, our capital expenses. The thing I want to highlight there is if you look specifically at last year's purchases, more than half of them were done through leases. As our cash position has declined, our need to actually take on debt has gone up. So if you look at actually what was spent last year, about $455,000 of it was spent in cash, the rest was debt. And so that just adds to then our operational expenses moving forward. And the last document that we've presented for you is a copy of the engineering report that was commissioned to actually look at some of the physical plant upgrades that are needed. And we do plan to post a copy of that report on our website so that the community has an opportunity to review those issues. I've submitted it to the marketing department. I don't know if it's there yet, but that is our intent so that the community can see the report. Those are the opening comments I would have, and then I would ask Steve to walk us through the detail, with your permission.
Yeah, I just had a couple of quick questions. On the capital equipment budgets, how do you prioritize those clinical purchases? I mean, I understand the engineering report is separate, and that's basically the plant itself, but.
So that's an excellent question that I have a partial answer to. So one project, the oncology project, is one that I would say is a placeholder. It's a priority for the community, but I think the numbers total about $1 million. So that one is there as much from planning as it is a priority. Steve is in the process right now of going through looking at plant and then what are the top 3 or 5 items, clinical, what are the top 3 or 5 items. We've also included in this budget an element of contingency. That's not something that we've done in the past. So there are pieces of equipment that we know if they die, we have to replace them. And so even if we haven't identified them on the budget, we're planning for that out of the contingency. So we plan at the work study group tomorrow evening to have a first blush on the prioritization of the capital list.
Okay, great, that'll be helpful. I imagine a list like this could just about go on forever, really.
It gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Yes.
The other thing is, I wondered if you could put some thought into the possibility of the hospital contracting with the county for the jail. We do have several $100,000 in the budget for that. There are a variety of subsidies that are out there, and I think that like 50% of the counties end up partnering with their hospitals for this really difficult responsibility.
And Steve and I actually talked with Jim Peterson about whether or not we would have the time to put together a response to the RFP this year. And with my arrival on the scene, we just didn't have the time this year. But we do understand the need of the county, and we want to be part of that solution. So we would want to continue the conversation to see what role we might be able to play to work together.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry that you weren't able to meet those deadlines, but we are having, even today, have a consideration of an alternate contract on the agenda. And so it's something that we have to address rather soon. And if there's any way that you could just kind of look at the outlines of it and see if there's any possibility of us forging a partnership in the not too distant future.
I'll be glad to do that.
Thank you. And then one more question from me. How do you foresee being able to raise revenues at THS?
So it's going to be a combination of what we can do internally through operations and then what we can do through community support. I think it's going to have to be a balanced package. So internally, it's going to be a combination of we need to control our expenses at the same time that we grow our volumes. And so, as I've told some groups, I'm starting with our employees. I need to win our employees back, have them be comfortable both being part of the THS family, but also receiving their care at THS. That's my first stop. Once we win them back or begin that progress, show some momentum, then we can reach out to the community, because if my employees are not complimenting the things that I say to the community, trust us, come back to us for your care, then it's going to ring hollow to the community. So it's a two-part strategy: work with our employees and then work with the community. We're already in conversations with the medical staff for how we can get that message to the community, how we tell the community what we do and what we do well, and also what we do that's very unique for an organization of our size. In the short time that I've been here, I have been surprised over and over again at the degree of medical expertise that our small hospital actually has. So we are going to work to make sure that the community knows about that, and we're going to have the message: keep your care local. Just as you should keep all of your other, as much as possible, your other economic activity local, we want you to keep your care local as well. So it's a multi-part strategy.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, do you have any way to take a loan out, borrow against your assets, or take a loan out?
So we can incur a certain amount of debt. What we have done with leases is, on a specific piece of equipment, we will put that equipment as collateral against the debt. In that we don't own the building, that typically is an asset that an organization would leverage for debt as collateral. The other thing that I have seen done in the past is accounts receivable, that you can offer that as some sort of a guarantee. Our accounts receivable, while it's a little bit higher than what we want it to be in relation to other organizations I've been part of, is actually quite reasonable. So on our own, other than limited debt financing, I don't see a huge opportunity for us to do a bond issue, for example. We just don't have the cash flow for it right now.
And also, I noticed in your budget, your donations have significantly dropped from 2012. They were $14,000 roughly to your 2015 of $1,700. How are you going to, do you have a foundation you're going to work with to raise money, or do you have a plan, or you're working on a plan, I would assume?
That's a topic that I'm actually trying to understand. It's my understanding that 5 or 6 years ago, the foundation that we had was allowed to go away, and I'm not sure I understand all of the specifics behind that. We've also had turnover within our development department. And so what I'm trying to think of is, what is the appropriate strategy for us from both a development and a philanthropy perspective. And I'm trying to balance that in the context of, if we are to reach out to the community, how much should we expect people to give us through charitable donations if they are being taxed as well? So that's something that's on the plan. I'm sure that it will have a lot of conversation in our strategic planning sessions that will be coming up in the next few months. But for right now, I'd be candid with you and say, I have more questions in that area than I have answers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners? If not, then pass it on to CFO, Mr. Rosenblum.
Thank you.
And thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Good morning. I don't know how much detail you'd like me to go through. I hadn't planned on going through the extensive detail I went through with the board, our governing board, last week, but I will point out a few highlights. We are expecting, projecting, I should say, a slight increase in our total revenues. And most of that increase in our revenues is going to come from new services that we started earlier this year with dermatology, and some increases from primary care as well. We have continued down pressure from our payers. Medicare continues to have a downward pressure on their reimbursements, so what we get paid for a colonoscopy, for example, today is probably 15% less than it was 2 years ago. Doing the same service, costs have probably increased a little bit, but we're getting reimbursed less. So there's always that downward pressure offsetting some of the increases that we might get from volume or new services. We also have a slight increase in the safety net care pool funding that we expect. Our application for calendar year 2015 was the same as our application for 2014 on a calendar year again. But in 2015, we didn't have the full amount budgeted. So next year we have the full amount budgeted because we expect to get the same level of reimbursement from the state on that. We do have some overall decreases in expenses. We've been doing a lot of trimming, some significant contractual changes that have taken place. We have 3 contracts together. Combined, we saved about $800,000 on those 3 contracts, and they're for various services that have been provided. And some of those services we've absorbed in-house, and we hope to do as good a job or maybe better than what we were getting. Some of it was kind of a ramp-up thing, and we learned from the services that we were getting. So hopefully we can count on those savings and expenses. As Mr. Patton already identified, the budget does show an overall loss of just under $600,000 for operating. It's much improved over the last couple of years, but it still is a loss. From a cash flow perspective, we expect to have a positive overall cash contribution from operations, but we'll be using that cash to reduce our accounts payable primarily, and then whatever's left towards the capital budget that you've seen as well. So I think for fiscal year 2016, our capital budget's just over $3 million, and we'll probably have between $1 million and $1.5 million of cash from operations that will be used to fund some of that.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Stephen, could you tell us who you let go? I know you let go Michael Bone, I don't know his position, Russell. Could you just name the people that you let go or voluntarily resigned?
Right. Michael and Russell both left to go to a different organization. We eliminated the chief medical officer position. It's somewhat unusual for an organization this size to have that position in the first place, but it had been in place for 4 or 5 years, and that's one of the positions we reduced. We had a couple of other physicians leave the organization. Dr. Citrullo retired, and Dr. Cardesis left the organization. So those are some of the bigger salaries associated with people that left the organization.
What was Mr. Russell's position?
He was marketing / development, primarily development, and he was involved in some of the fundraising and things of that nature.
I'm just curious why you would let him go if you originally said you had turnover in the development department, and you let him go. I know
he left voluntarily. He moved to Oregon.
To be with Mr. Hofstetter. All right, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Rosenblum? I have one. The projected income for 2015? What's the bottom line?
Right now, we're expecting to have a loss of about $1.8 to $1.9 million. Included in that loss is a write-off of some assets that was a construction in progress from 2011, about $500,000. So if you take that out, it's about a $1.4 million loss.
And cash flow projection?
For the year?
Yeah.
About $800,000 positive.
And that includes any purchase of capital expenditures?
No, that's excluding the capital expenditures, and we spent
Not
about
a free
$900,000.
cash flow, then, just a cash flow?
Pardon me?
It's not after capital expenses, it's before?
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for the presentation. At some point, this board, I guess, will have to put an item on the agenda to consider the possibilities of hospital funding. Before you go, real quick, do you know how that Hospital Funding Act works? Do you know much about that, or that's something that you haven't done?
No, I'm not familiar with it, but we'll become familiar with along with you folks.
Right. Okay, we can share our information. Commissioner Fambro.
Just real quick, after meeting with Mr. Patton recently, I really like your initiative with the employees first and getting, the way you described that to me, I think is spot on. And I'd like to meet with you again in the future and see how that's going. And I think that's a perfect initiative to get things going in the right direction. As Steve has been reporting, things are hopefully turning the corner here.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm still going back to your budget and how your locum tenens, you've really seen a jump in the cost, and it seems like if there would be another way you could hire permanent doctors instead of these locum tenens who are really eating into your budget. And I guess I'm just confused because at those hospital task force meetings, Bruce Weatherby made a comment to me that other hospitals are actually doing quite well and they're seeing a profit. And so, I just, these numbers, I just have questions about them. But I guess my question to Mr. Archuleta is, could we take a loan on the value of the building and have Holy Cross Hospital pay the loan? Could we have an arrangement to that nature?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's something that I haven't looked at. It's something that I could look at and get back to the Commission on that.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Patton.
If I could speak to the question of locums, that is something that we're very focused on. So what we are trying to do is to convert what had been locums positions into permanent employees, thereby reducing the cost. And so specific areas include the emergency department. We've been heavily dependent on locums physicians in the emergency department. We've converted most of those now into employed or long-term contracted positions. In a similar fashion, for general surgery and for OBGYN, for call coverage, we've relied on locums. We're now recruiting for a part-time general surgeon, and I have meetings scheduled in the coming weeks with the OBGYNs to discuss a similar model for them. So while we haven't shown as drastic a decrease in that expense as we would like to, we're trying to have a balance between where we have been, what we think we will need in this transitionary period, and where we want to be permanently employing part-time physicians for call coverage.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Patton, what I hear you saying is this line item for locums, which is very high, could significantly drop, and you would be continually adjusting this budget, that you went from 400,000 for locum, 500,000 for locum tenens in 2012, and now you're projecting 1.4 million.
In the discussion with the board, we identified this as both an area of potential opportunity that we might experience less, but if other physicians were to depart, it also is a line item that could have risk. But based on the strategy we have in place right now, our inclination is that it's more of an opportunity for savings than it is for increased expense.
Thank you.
Ms. Patton, you've been around some. Have you familiar with smaller hospitals mortgaging their building and raising funds that way, generating debt that way?
I have seen that done on occasion, but typically not often, because the revenue stream that is necessary to pay the debt, the building in and of itself doesn't provide. So
banks aren't really often anxious to
banks
make
aren't
that
in the
loan.
business of running hospitals, so if they had to foreclose, then what did they do with it? And the shell of the building in and of itself isn't where the value is, it's the operations. So occasionally you'll see that, but I haven't seen it as a common model.
And just to, oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to add to that, that's correct. I was just thinking about that, and in order for Taos County to take on a loan, we would need a specific funding stream that would need to be dedicated to that.
Right. Which is where the Hospital Funding Act potentially comes into play. And as to the comments that hospitals are generally doing well, it's been my, from what I've learned, those tend to be bigger hospitals, or sometimes if they're part of a corporate family like Community Health Systems, they're showing some profit, but there is a lot of pressure on small, independent rural hospitals.
And I would agree with that. I don't know the statistics for New Mexico yet, but where I was in Wyoming, 16 of the mid-20s hospitals were critical access. So about our size, 15 of the 16 were showing losses last year. So where you're seeing profits in healthcare are in the for-profit sector or in the large facilities. There are a few small rural facilities that are making money, but in general, that's not the trend nationwide.
And I believe that a fairly large portion of small rural hospitals in New Mexico are supported by the Hospital Funding Act. I don't have those numbers. At one point, Steve gave us some statistics on that. But anyway, thank you for your presentation. And if there's nothing more, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you so much.
8C is a presentation regarding the review and questions on Taos Health Systems Inc. 990 federal tax returns for the past several years. And this is brought to us by Stevens Hall. Morning, Mr. Hall.
Buenos dias, Stevens Hall. The proper place to begin a review of the financial state of affairs of Taos Health Systems Incorporated is with their financial statements, year-on-year statements of financial position, that is, audited balance sheets and statements of earnings, as well as their budgets. But those documents are not available, though the lease with THS requires them, because they've not been furnished to this community by THS for many years, if at all. Additionally, interim quarterly review statements of earnings, monthly if requested by the county, have not been furnished as required.
Mr. Hall, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could you slow down and speak up? I'm having a hard time following you.
The IRS Form 990, Return of Organization Exempt from Income Tax, represents a publicly available source of historical information regarding the financial and management state of affairs of THS from 2000 to 2013. Those are the ones that I've gathered. The Form 990 is required to ensure applicable federal laws are observed with regard to the operation of nonprofit organizations in order to ascertain and verify continuing nonprofit eligibility. The information provided on each 990 is derived from THS's balance sheet and the Statement of Revenues and Expenses. Inasmuch as I've never seen a THS balance sheet or operating statement, I don't know to what extent, if any, they correspond to the format of the Form 990. I'm guessing the formats are not exactly the same, and if such be the case, then the categories, the manner of classifying and aggregating the figures may in some cases be different. Despite any differences, the 990s offer the opportunity to begin asking important financial and management questions concerning whether Holy Cross Hospital, a community asset, has or has not been well managed, well maintained, and cared for in a thoughtful manner. The questions are many, and though I feel rather overwhelmed by them, there is, I believe, an undeniably first, most important, and overarching question. Why is the management firm contracted by THS to manage Holy Cross Hospital, Quorum Health Resources Incorporated, a very large for-profit corporate subsidiary of a very much larger for-profit parent corporation, Community Health Systems Incorporated? Why are they interested in a small local nonprofit community hospital? The answer is not immediately or readily apparent given the format of the 990, but the question of very large for-profit interest in a small nonprofit is certainly there and needs asking. I believe the answer lies in the details of management contracts and purchased services. Those details aren't to be found in the 990, but you can go to the 990 and from there you can begin to ask the proper questions. I'm sorry that you didn't have these 990s last week. I brought them to the commission or to the administration on Thursday afternoon. I thought that there would be time to have them uploaded the following day, if not that afternoon, and that wasn't the case. But I think you have them now. What I'm going to do, there's no way in the world, I'm not an accountant by training, so my approach is common sense accounting. I have accounting background. I've taken accounting courses. It's the one course in what I thought was going to be pursuit of an MBA, which didn't turn out because it was mostly BS except for the accounting. And if I could do it again, maybe I would be a forensic accountant. I enjoy the challenge of digging into numbers. So I'm going to start with, I'm only going to try to do one look, and that's to look at these purchase services and management contracts, how they show up, and what may or may not be there, I don't know. And along the way, I'll try to point out some other things I've come across. There's so much out there. I could spend and bore every one of you all day with the questions that I have, but these are questions that I feel should have been asked all along. So I'll start with 2000. I'm going to do 2000, 2003, 6, 9, and 12, and look at the same kinds of information, and just to demonstrate how you can look at these documents over time, how the forms have changed somewhat over time, and the kinds of discrepancies or change in classifications that you need to be thinking about if you want to look at them. And I'm hoping that you'll take these with you and look at them and use them in whatever manner you want to. My purpose is simply, like I said, to ask the questions that I feel should have been asked all along. And before you make any decisions with respect to the lease, I feel that you should get answers to whatever questions you may have, answers maybe to the questions that I have, before you make any kind of decision about what's to be done with that contract. That's the only proper way to do it. The notion of just tearing it up and throwing it away and start all over again, it's not right. After you have the information, then you can say, well, this is what we see, this is what I understand, this is maybe what we should be doing, this is what we should have asked. I hope that's where this leads.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, are we going to get a hard copy of these? You say you have how many years, Stephen, of the 990s?
0 to 13, so that's what, 14 years, 13 years, 14 years?
I would like a copy. Maybe the other commissioners would not, but I can't follow this screen.
Commissioner, there's about 17 pages to each one of those documents, so for us to provide that today would not be possible, but we could get it to the commission if the commission...
I would like it.
And as The first one is 17 pages. The most recent ones, I think, are 50, and I think last year 70 or 80, something like that. 80, yeah. So they just get bulkier and bulkier over time. And if I say something that's not correct, Steve, or that you disagree with, then jump in and say, you know, this is, you don't know what you're talking about. So 2000. If you go to page 2, and I'm using the page numbers, the Adobe page numbers. Part 2, which is a statement of functional expenses. Line 43 is other expenses, and you'll see the total is $8,382,000, and it's broken down by program services and management in general. I don't know if you know what they mean, but I now understand that program services, that's the portion of the total expense that is directed at providing healthcare services. The $3,777,000 is management services. That's overhead, that kind of thing. So that's just that's right there. You've got other expenses of close to $8.5 million that you just don't know what they are. So if you go to page 7 now. And you see, and what I'm going to hopefully accomplish here is you'll see how in some years a particular item shows up in one spot, and in another year it may not be there. So this is the Schedule A, Part 2. You're looking at the compensation, and I'm interested in the independent contractors for professional services. In this case, the second one is Quorum Health Resources. Their fee for the year as a management fee is $282,000. Go down now to page 14. And you see other expenses. This is a further delineation of that first figure I showed you, the $8,300,000 and some thousand. You see it there under other expenses, column A, the total there. The totals in those the totals at the bottom are the same figures that you saw originally. So now you have it broken down somewhat into other purchase. You see the large one is other purchased services, $5,613,000. $4,507,000 is program services. $1,105,000 is management in general. I believe that in those management in general category are other contracts with Quorum. I don't know what those contracts are. I remember the last community advisory meeting that Cindy Bradley attended, and Steve was speaking about purchased services, and I asked him after the meeting what were purchased services. And while we were talking, Cindy came through, and Steve actually asked her, what are the I mean, not that he doesn't know, but he was saying what's included in that category. And essentially it's contracts of all kinds. Although not all contracts are in there, that's what it is primarily, is contracts. And she said at that point, and I'm quoting now, there are hundreds of them. And that's one of the things that she was doing, was going through all of these contracts, looking at them, reviewing them, seeing what could or could not be done with them. So I believe in there is more money that is going to Quorum Health Resources. And this gets back to my original question about...
Steve is going to help clarify this.
Yeah, on the first page that you showed the 200.
Sorry, just for the record.
Yep, that's fine. On the first page that showed the Quorum Health Resources of $282,000, that is the total for all the Quorum. And that's how it has to be reported on the 990. In that section of the 990, you report the top 5 organizations that you had contracted services with, and you report all under the same identifier.
So there is absolutely nothing in here associated with Quorum in that 1105.
No, the 282,000 is in there.
Oh, okay. But no more than that. So there's nothing else other than the 282?
Not for quorum.
Not for quorum?
Correct.
Okay. I would still, so that answers the question, but I'd still like to know what those contracts are all about. I think it's important.
Mostly group services contracts, group purchasing services. There's so many different items that a hospital needs to run, and so they have a variety of contracts that...
I understand that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I do appreciate you getting this data, because when I have asked the previous interim CEO what the new CEO, Mr. Patton, will be making, she said that she could not disclose that. So now we can guess that he's probably getting about $350,000, maybe $400,000, based on a 2,000 990. I mean,
And since we're talking about it, I've seen the 990s from your Wyoming experience. The most recent one I've seen was around, I think it was 2012. I think it was $236,000. So I'm guessing 250, if you want to know. But that's, you'll just have to wait until these documents come out next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And in that year, 2000, Holy Cross had an excess of revenue over expenses of $3,446,000. I'm just going to sort of keep a running total here. So if you go to 2003, Anissa. And again, page 2. You see these, again, the line 43, there's $12 million of other expenses. And if you look at travel and conferences, 200, I mean, these are just the kinds of things that you can look at over time. The total of travel and conferences is $200,000. Some years it's more than that. But these are the kinds of things that you can look at over time to see how the money is being spent. Legal fees, $218,000. I didn't show it to you, but in 2000, the insurance expense was $30,000. Keep that in mind. 2003, the insurance, well, I'll get to it here. And if you go to page 7, and you'll see that here, the same format that it was in 2000, the statement of functional expenses, I'm sorry, the compensation for the independent contractors, quorum doesn't show up here. There are 5 individuals, but quorum's not here. And I'm certain quorum would have been one of the 5 highest. And if you go to page 14, and we'll just, this is a slight, just one stop along the way. Page 14 shows the tax-exempt bonds that were issued. You can see that the issue date right in the middle there is December 28, 2001, and the date retired, the date that they would be retired is December 28, 2008. I still don't have confirmation of that from the trust officer, but I'm waiting, and I will continue to wait.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, what page are you on? Are we on the right page? Could you
Page 14?
And you're saying this
It says
83-month payments of $86,000? Is that what you're talking?
if I'm just saying that this is a statement indicating that the bank has an outstanding debt. The original amount was $8 million, issued on 12/28/01, and to be retired on 12/28/08. That's the bonds that were in question as to when did they mature and when did the rent payment stipulation kick in. This is fairly reasonable proof as far as I'm concerned. If you go to page 17, and this is the, again, a breakdown of the $12 million of functional expenses that was on the second page. And you've got purchase services about halfway down, collection, $282,000, admin, $356,000, fiscal, $104, marketing, $58, other, $216. Again, I don't know where the quorum contract is. I don't know if these are other quorum contracts or not. But I think those are questions worth asking. What is being contracted for? What are they paying for? I told you that the insurance expense in 2000 was $30,000. You can see insurance 3 years later is $845,000. Now, I realize that premiums go up, but this seems a little odd. I mean, that to me raises questions. Is this simply rising premiums, or did something happen to cause the premiums to go up? Was there some sort of claim? I don't know. These are the kinds of questions I would ask and I would want answered.
Mr. Chairman, is there an answer to that question?
I doubt they know.
I wasn't here at that time. There could be a variety of reasons why there's a change. My suspicion would be that the $30,000 represented the previous year was simply for property and general liability insurance and did not include malpractice. In this iteration, I would guess that it probably includes malpractice insurance, which is our largest insurance expense. Why it wouldn't be the same from year to year, I can't answer that. I wasn't here. I didn't prepare the 990s at that time. But if I had to hazard a guess, that would be it.
Do you think your insurance premiums are more or less in line with other hospitals relative to revenues?
Yeah, our general liability insurance is certainly within reason, and I think typically it depends on how many physicians that we employ and that kind of thing, and how much malpractice we're covering, even when we don't employ them. For instance, ED physicians that we've contracted with in the past, we've paid malpractice premiums on their behalf. So it varies from year to year, who's being covered, how much is being covered, and that kind of thing. And obviously, if you have significant claims against your malpractice insurance, your premiums will go up. I don't know if there were significant claims in the early 2000s. I can't answer that question here, but that could drive premiums up. But I don't think that's the issue here. I think it's probably a categorization issue.
Yeah, that's from a decade or so ago. But your current premiums, you feel like your current premiums are more or less in line with? Thank you.
We bid those out every year.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, could you please restate what you just said about the $30,000? And where is that in the line item? Where are those figures in the line item?
In the year 2000, the first year that we went through, that figure, an insurance expense figure of $30,000 was reported. Here, the insurance expense figure is reported to be $845,000. And that's what Steve was addressing.
That's in 2003? Are we at what year?
You're looking at 2003 right now.
Okay.
The first, 2000 was $30,000.
And Mr. Chairman, and what are your thoughts on that, Stephen? Why do you think it went up so high? What is your thoughts?
I would have given the answer that Steve gave. But I don't know, and the fact that these questions are there and they've never been asked, They've never been asked by a commission, and I don't believe that they've ever been asked by the board of directors. When you go to a board of directors meeting, there's almost no discussion, none whatsoever. The financials are on a consent agenda. They go before a finance committee. The finance committee recommends approval. It's put on a consent agenda, and they vote yes. Not so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, so. It's, everybody in favor, yes, everybody against, no. So they don't even, the other members of the commission, of the board, don't ask. Why, I don't know. I don't understand it myself. And I believe they should. I don't believe it's just your responsibility. The responsibility starts there. And these questions aren't being asked. The most recent 990 was brought to the board, and there was no discussion. I was there when it was brought. It was just said, do you approve it? And it was approved, and that was it. I don't know if they see it beforehand. I doubt seriously that any of them even see it. I doubt seriously if any of the members of the board even see the financials prior to coming and sitting down. I don't believe they do.
Okay, Mr. Rosenblum.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear on the insurance, your current budget calls for $936,000 for insurance. In 2012, it was $1.3 million. So if I'm reading the numbers correctly, this 845 is in line with these other numbers, but the 30,000 in 2000 is kind of what happened. I mean, they are showing an increase in insurance here of $936,000. So there is an increase from 845. Anyway, it just seems like these numbers match your 2003 numbers.
Yeah, the 2000 numbers probably didn't have the malpractice in it, and it was probably categorized under other purchase services or something like that. But to address Stephen's question about whether or not the board saw the 990, it's a requirement that the board see the 990 before the meeting, and we send that out a week in advance.
When I say see it, I mean actually, I'm right, and I was wrong in saying that, but I don't think that they spend a lot of time.
It is reviewed in the finance committee as well, right, before the board meeting.
I'm sure the finance committee does, but there's no sort of open discussion among the entire board. That's the larger point.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I mean, the fact that the minutes can't leave the building and the minutes that I have looked at on the website are so incomplete, you cannot extrapolate what's really going on because the minutes are not extensive, and we tried to get them to be put in the county clerk's office so the public could look at them. And I love that quote, the minutes can't leave the building. I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's part of their bylaws. It's in.
I know, but public's supposed to be a public hospital. It's a nonprofit board run by a not-for-profit or for-profit corporation. I don't get it.
Well, just one thing. It's exclusive practice of nonprofit hospitals. I don't think there's another nonprofit hospital in the state that publishes their minutes. And so it's just the way nonprofit hospitals generally run, but people are invited to go to the meetings, those committee meetings that we've done every first Wednesday for 14 months have been attended by financial officers, chief officers. Every question's been answered. And we've been provided with detailed profit and loss statements. Stevens, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up. We're coming up on a half hour here.
That's where I was headed, Steve. I got his, my 5 minutes is up more than 5 minutes ago. So let me try and conclude. I could take you through 2006, 2009, 2012, and show you the same kinds of information, questions that I have, and many other questions. From 2000 to 2008, the total of revenues over expenses was $27,054,000. In 2009, the loss or the excess of expenses was $448,000. In 2010, it was $3,897,000. 2011, it was $169,000. 2012, it was $4,960,000. So in those 4 years, expenses exceeded revenues to the tune of $9,474,000. So if you take the $27 million less the $9 million, between 2000 and 2012, Taos Health Systems, Holy Cross Hospital, revenues exceeded expenses to the tune of $17,580,000. And Steve told me this morning, I haven't had a chance to look at it, but last year's excess of expenses was in the neighborhood of $7 million. So that still leaves $10 million over 14 years of revenues exceeding expenses. And the hospital finds itself in a condition now where it is so far behind in capital expenses and maintenance. I don't understand that. And I believe that a lot of the monies that could have gone there to do the very kind of thing I'm pointing at are lurking in these contracts. Who knows how much is out? Who knows how much was spent on what contract for what corporation? I don't know. But where I want to see this community go is to do it on its own. At a recent, the last, I think it was the last meeting that Cindy attended, she talked, I know it was the last one, she talked about going through these contracts, trying to renegotiate them, and there was one in particular, she said, where we're not going to eliminate it right away, but we're going to learn how to do it ourselves, and then we'll eliminate the contract. That's what I want. If I think this community can do better than Quorum Health Resources. Spare me a few minutes, Mr. Blankenhorn, to try to wind this up in a thoughtful way. In reading some Taos News articles about Holy Cross, I came across one several years ago about Peter and his baggage, new hospital CEO to arrive with baggage, and talked about a lawsuit. And I almost never read comments at the end of articles. I'm just not interested for the most part. But I did this occasion, and I'm glad I did. This is what somebody wrote, and I'm quoting now. I have a question for anyone who might know. This is somebody talking to the community. I have a question for anyone who might know. Are there reasons why Holy Cross has to hire an outside management firm to manage the hospital? For 25 years, my sister-in-law, Marcela Romero, managed the Espanola Hospital. She worked her way up the ladder into managing and did a fantastic job. She left that hospital in great shape when she retired 4 years ago. Her salary was really good, but I doubt it was anywhere near what Holy Cross pays the managing company that provides the managers, end quote. That's what I want to see happen here. I want this community I want people in this community to have the opportunity to take those kinds of positions, to work their way up. I want them to take the classes at UNM that teach sort of hands-on experience. I want them to work there. I want them to work in a mentor relationship. That's what I want to see happen. I think this community can do that. I ran into Dr. Howard while I was waiting the other day to talk to Steve, and Dr. Howard was at the, he used to be the former chief medical officer, chief of staff, and he was sitting in for the present chief of staff, Dr. Moore. And he saw me sitting there the other day after the board meeting at which I attended, and he said to me right away, did you get the, I asked at that meeting for the report that you see that Steve was talking about, and I don't think it was necessarily because I asked for it that you see it now, but Dr. Howard, said to me, did I get the reports that I was asking for? And I said, well, no, but I'm not terribly concerned. I think there's action afoot to see that the documents are delivered. And we talked for a bit, And he said that he had gone to a recent Finance Committee meeting. There were, I think he said, 4 or 5 members there. He was just sitting there listening because he wanted to know what was going on. He said he felt like he was a little bit over his head. But he said to me that he was glad that I asked for them. He felt that, you know, that they should be looked at, that they should be reviewed, that kind of thing. And then he said to me quickly, "Well, I'm not really answering your question as to did I get the documents I was asking for?" And I said, "No, Dr. Howard, your questions and your concern are exactly what I'm looking for. The fact that you're interested and you want to know what's going on and you're willing to go to the Finance Committee and willing to learn what's going on and to ask questions. That's what I want. I want accountability from the Board of Directors." And I said, even if everybody in there doesn't know these terms, the only way you're going to learn is to listen to the terms and how they're used. And in time, you will begin to follow. You, a board of director, will be able to follow and will be able to understand what's going on. But it's not happening now. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to know, is there anyone in the audience that'd like to make a comment? Okay, apparently not.
Could we get a motion for a 5-minute break?
So move. I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, hey, I can start.
Call the meeting back to order.
Let's do that.
Do we get a motion to call the meeting back into session?
So moved.
Second.
Vote?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, Harvey's already up there, so I guess we're on D. Thank you for being ready. Presentation by Stray Hearts on capital needs. Mr. Yoakum.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, and Mr. Malone, you know, thanks for allowing us to do this. I hope everybody get a chance to take a deep breath, and we'll move on to another one of the critters, very related. You know, it's either people or animals. Animals don't get choices, people do, so we're their proponents. So here we go. Real quickly, I wanted to make a quick statement about where we are with things and clear up some miscommunication. You know, miscommunication is always out there. I was just asked by the sheriff that if we closed the shelter for 2 weeks, and that wasn't the case. Shelter's been open. We had a case of upper respiratory infection that came in from the outside from a county animal, and it spread to a couple of animals in our intake area. And so as part of our protocol, we shut the place down. So ultimately, we had 9 animals that got sick out of 92, and we kept it contained. And we still allow our volunteers to work with the animals, and the animals are still getting out and getting the required work that they need, but it's handled by our staff. So we're not, it's an infection that's spread by humans and not by the animals. So you have a volunteer that goes in and he treats an animal, and then he walks over to the next animal and does it again. Well, this animal's sick, now this animal's sick. And so we just, part of our protocol was to shut it down and not, you know, close it off so we could bring the animals out to them and not have them spreading it. We were asking people who wanted to own or surrender to hang on to their animals if they could until we got it cleared up. And then we had a hoarding case that we dealt with, and we took those animals in for that lady to ensure that those animals were cared for. So just wanted to clear that up real quick. You know, the question that I ask, and most of you have heard me say it, it's kind of become kind of my mantra, is what we're doing working? That's the question I always ask, and I'm going to preface this meeting with the same question. It's always hard when you reach out for funding, and funding is a big deal for Stray Hearts. It's been over 10 years since we've had additional funding from the county or the town. 10 years. You know, and so while capital improvements are an important thing and they're necessary for the shelter and its survival, it's not our priority right now. Our donors have stepped up and provided us with designated money to take care of many of the deficiencies we had at the shelter. So we've been able to bring the shelter to somewhat compliant with the applicable codes and necessities from the veterinary board. The things that we have listed here are things that take us forward and help the shelter to get in a little better place. I have a couple of other items that I want to talk about. I don't like shooting from the hip on requests for capital improvements, and this was kind of short notice, so I'd like to have been more prepared for you. When we started this endeavor back in November, our length of stay for the average animal was 70.4 days. The maximum length of stay was 612 days. We had 54 animals that have been in the shelter over 2 years, some up to 3 years. Now our average length of stay for dogs is 14.2 days. Our maximum length of stay for dogs is 31.7 days. We've made substantial improvements. So again, is what we're doing working? We started with 126 dogs, 96 cats. We had 54 of the animals, like I say, were in over 2 years and up to 3 years. We have 48 of those now are in homes and sanctuaries. We haven't had to euthanize any of them. That's a huge success for us. It really talks about the devotion of what we're dealing with. But I also want to talk about the numbers and how they move. We have 92 dogs in the shelter right now. We got it down to 66. And because of one little piece of illness that comes into the shelter from the outside, and we quarantine everything, the dogs continue to come in. We can't transfer them. We have to be very careful about adoptions right now. We can't put them in homes where there are other dogs because you spread the disease. So where we're at 66 one day, we're at 92 a week later. Next week, we'll be back down to 66. That's how it plays. We transfer, we adopt, we do what we do. So we have a very good track record. I feel like I've done everything that the county's asked of us. You know, we have a shelter now that is clean and healthy with protocols in place to keep disease from spreading. You know, we've got a shelter that's saving the lives of the unwanted and abused animals in Taos County. We're relatively free of drama and negativity. And we have a professionally run organization with fiscal responsibility at our forefront. It's really important for us, and it's what takes us forward. The shelter's history speaks for itself, and many of you have dealt with the shelter's history. The one thing that is definite and where we are today is we're never going back there. Never. You know, ultimately, the board of directors, myself, you know, we're at a point in time that if the shelter doesn't succeed now, the shelter is going to close. We're going to shut it down, sell the assets, and move on. Because we can't continue to have the cycle that we've had to deal with for so many years. And we've decided that it's time to get this shelter where it needs to be. And that's where we are today. That's where we're trying to go. We've been very successful. I want to thank you all for your help with the radiothon. It was a huge success. The community stepped up, the county stepped up. I mean, we had support from everywhere. Outside of the community, statewide, nationwide. It was huge, and we appreciate it. We raised more money than we ever could in the midst of everybody saying we couldn't do it. So thanks to all of you for your support. It meant a lot. When you guys speak, people pay attention. That's why it's so important when I spend my time in front of you that I get the message across of what needs to happen so that you can get behind it and support it. We want to talk about our capital improvement requests. When the pods were added to the shelter, the pods are the 5 buildings that are in the back. They look like greenhouses. That's basically what they are. We pay $849 a month for gas bills year-round. It's an annualized number. We pay it every month, $849. When they installed the pods, they actually installed radiant heating systems into the pads, but they never put in a heating system to go along with it. So that's what the hot water boiler system's all about. It will allow us to add that to hook up to that radiant heat that's already installed, and then heat from the bottom and hopefully reduce those gas costs, because now those pods are heated by forced air heating. So that's what that part of it's about. The infrastructure part of it is there's got to be an enclosure for that system. It's not a system that can sit outside. So we need to build an enclosure right there with the building to add that system to it. The evaporative coolers is really the only way to cool those pods. They currently do not have evaporative coolers in them. They have no kind of cooling system. So during the summer months, those pods get extremely hot. The easiest way to deal with that is to deal with it with evaporative coolers. That's why we're asking for those. We have one existing evaporative cooler that cools the add-on buildings off of the main building. That is room 4 in the puppy room. And that piece of equipment's been welded back together 5 or 6 times, and it's pretty much had it. So it needs to be replaced. Those run about $680 a piece for the CFM requirements that we're looking for to do that cooling. Also, the 3 cooling units on our main facility are all worn out, rusted out, so they need replacement as well. The storage building is a need that it's more of a wish than a true need. The problem is that we have a lot of our equipment that's stored outside, and you know, storing things outside through the winters and summers in Taos is not good for the equipment. So we need to have a place to put that stuff. It also opens up some areas for our cats that is currently used for storing some spare kennels and things like that. So that's why we're asking for it. The gutter system, one of the problems we have is that our cat isolation unit, the current cat isolation unit floods when it rains because the water runs off the building and there's no gutter system to move it away from the building. The gutters were on there at one point and they were, you know, all there is remnants now. But the trim on the building and the needs to be taken care of, and then the gutters a gutter system needs to be put up, a good quality gutter system, and that's what we've put in here. We got a quote a couple of years ago for a pretty simple gutter system, but for us to really take care of the building and keep the water away from that facility, we needed a high quality gutter system. So we're looking at seamless gutters, so there'll be one run across the building faces, and then we'll be able to move the water away from the building. The concrete walkways, again, you know, we have these areas in the back of the building where the outside kennels are. At one point there was concrete there against the buildings, and there were some kennels there. They were torn out for some reason. You know, you go back to the history, nobody knows why. But there are no concrete walkways back there, so it's really a mud pit. And mud pits, you know, they create cleaning issues, they create sanitation issues, they create, you know, hard times for our employees. So we're looking to put walkways in to the outside kennels, from the building to the outside kennels, to create a barrier for the mud and the other stuff that's coming in and out of the building. The general building maintenance and repair is ongoing. You know, our emergency lights need to be replaced. We had them repaired, but the batteries are dead, so they say replace them, it's less money. You know, we have door locks that need to be replaced. We have painting that needs to be done. All of the inside in rooms 1, 2, and 3 need to be repainted, although they've been cleaned and sanitized. They still need to be painted. The grates that are in the back of the kennels need to be replaced. We have 3 doors that are rotted out that need to be replaced. There's ceiling that needs to be redone on all the doors and entries. We have broken windows. We have, you know, all the things that are part of operating any facility, but there's been no maintenance done on that facility in far back as we can tell. So when we started the work of getting the facility compliant, we took the highest priorities, and that's what we've worked on to bring that building up to code. These things are things that need to be added. There are things that are going to reduce cost long term. When you don't have air blowing in from the outside, when you don't have disease moving in there, when the ventilation systems are working correctly, when your heating systems are efficient, your cooling systems are efficient, your costs go down. And that's one of those areas that, you know, it's a long-term fix. And that's why we need to do those. So we pay some money up front now to get it paid back in the relatively short term by efficiency. We need to create some security around the facility, because one of the things we've established at Stray Hearts is that people come in the front doors and everybody on site signs in and receives a badge, whether they're a visitor, volunteer, employee, anybody. That's for the safety concerns. If something were to happen at the facility, we need to know who's on site, when they're on site, and make sure that they've been trained in our safety procedures, evacuation procedures, and those kind of things, basic building safety. So we're going to create a keyless entry system for the gates into the pod areas and the back door of the building. So that's something else that we want to include in that. We'd like to add a video system, but, you know, it's about $2,500 that could be used elsewhere. So, you know, this is probably a pretty high figure because, again, I don't like shooting from the hip, and so these estimates are based on information I could gather pretty quickly. The other things we need to look at the facility that aren't included in here are, and this has to do with the new ordinance, is a fire suppression system in the building. There's not one currently. It's fire extinguishers. Part of the new ordinance will require fire suppression in the buildings. And so, you know, we're gonna have to look at that down the road. There's a 10-year grace period in that ordinance, and so it gives us some time to work with that. The other thing we've looked at pretty extensively is a separate administrative building, basically a portable building, where we can move all of the administrative offices and turn that existing space into isolation areas, so that we can truly create an isolation area, so that when a dog or an animal comes in from the outside sick, that animal can be truly isolated so that it doesn't spread throughout the shelter. It gives us some other alternatives around our surgical suite and some other things that we could do in there. So that's probably a $60,000 or $70,000 expense with infrastructure included. So that's something we want to look at down the road as well. When you take into consideration all the costs that we're talking about, $71,000 here, probably another $71,000 or $75,000 for the other items I talked about, $150,000 puts our shelter in a place where it can sustain for several years. I sent Commissioner Blankenhorn, or Chairman Blankenhorn, some of our financials so that you can take a look at our budget. What we're working on this year. This is the first time in recent history that capital improvements and building maintenance are included in the budget. They're budgetary line items now. And as you start looking at those numbers, you're going to see that that's something that I feel is extremely important. And because it hasn't been done, it takes the shelter to a pretty bad place. So that takes us back to the operating expenses. So when we start talking about operating expenses and the additional operating expenses that we need to move forward, these things come into play. Capital improvements necessary for the shelter as a nonprofit and also as the community shelter. You cannot build a capital fund without revenue to do that. So if your revenue is all being spent trying to keep up with operations and all of your donor money that's coming in is being used for the same purpose, you're never able to deal with a capital improvement budget, right? So we're standing here in front of you asking for that versus us generating that revenue ourselves as part of the operation. The second part of that, in looking at the revenue streams, you know, we have a balloon payment on our budget that's looming, $205,000 the end of September, right? I haven't even reached out to start dealing with that number yet. So we've taken potential money to pay off that mortgage, and we've used that money to create compliance for the shelter and create a safe and healthy place for our animals. No matter what you look at and how you look at the numbers that we're talking about, right? When you start looking at 8 days rotation time on an animal, where we used to be looking at 60 days. When length of stays were up in the 1,000-day range, and now they're in the 30-day range. The cost curve at the shelter is going to start to drop, and you're going to see that, and you're going to see that reflected in the budget, that the cost curve starts to drop dramatically as the numbers drop off. But with that, what do you do with the budget? You drop the budget accordingly? I don't know, because what are we trying to create here? We're trying to create a shelter, no different than what we have in county government, what they have at the hospital, what they have anywhere else. Quality employees, well-trained, with benefits and a living wage, right? A facility that's healthy and clean, compliant, right? An organization that has a revenue stream that allows it to continue to plan for the future. The alternatives are not good, right? The county doesn't want to come up with $3.5 million to build a new shelter. The town doesn't want to. Where's that going to come from? How do you do that? Right? We'd love to have a new shelter. Somewhere down the road, that would be the plan. But right now, we have to deal with what we have. What's on our plate right now? What have we been dealt with? And that's what we're trying to work with. So we feel like we can take this shelter and take it to a better place and make it serve our needs for the short term until such time as we can do a funded outreach to the state or federal people to get a state-of-the-art shelter here, which is really what we need. One of the things that's happened with our model that we've put in place and the success of this model is it's starting to gain the attention of people statewide. I've been asked to speak at Animal Humane New Mexico's annual conference this year. Taos. We thought that was a pretty big deal in the short period of time that we've been doing this. But we were recommended by the Santa Fe Humane Society that I go down there and speak to them because we are doing some innovative things. We're making a difference. We feel like we've created a shelter that the county can be proud of. We feel like we're doing the right things by the animals. And we are their caretakers. They don't have choices. Humans have choices. Animals do not. They're thrust out there and we're their caretakers and we have to do the right thing. And the acknowledgement of that with everything we do regarding animals is going to be a testament to who we are as a county. Now's the right time for us to get that done. And that's where we need your help. And as I've reached out to everybody and talked to everybody about this, how do we do this as a team? How do we come together and find innovative ways to make this happen? Because I don't want to take away from the hospital. I don't want to take away from the homeless shelter. I don't want to take away from others in need as well. But we have to figure out a way to get this done. It has to happen. The alternatives are not good. I can't every month, every 2 weeks, sit down and try to figure out what vet bill am I going to pay, right? Am I going to buy medicines? Am I going to make payroll? That's not the way to operate this shelter. That needs to be a revenue stream, right? Currently, the county pays 22% of that revenue stream. That's based on a $631,000 budget. That's an expense budget, right? And you take the $144,000 that the county currently provides in their contracts, and you divide that by that $631,000, that's 22%. The town pays $96,000 a year. That's 15% of that operating expense. So between the two of you, if you look at it from a revenue perspective, it's 34%. If you look at it from an expense perspective, it's 38%. The rest of that is paid for by donors and the revenues through the shelter, which isn't a lot, and our fundraisers. And those are ongoing. So no matter whether you have 10 animals in the shelter or you have 100 animals in the shelter still has to be there, still has to operate, still has to have quality trained employees, people that can take it forward. The reality is that when you start bringing in that kind of quality people, and I've had people tell me that they don't feel like I'm qualified to be the executive director at an animal shelter because I don't have an animal background. And that's okay. I make $40,000 a year. The average executive director in New Mexico at an animal shelter makes $100,000 a year. What happens when we got to go there? What happens when I step down and we have to go find the right director? We better have the right people lined up, trained and running that shelter, and it better be nice and fluid for us to be able to move forward. These are things we have to think about. We're a private shelter, but we're also a public shelter. I feel the two can work together, but we have to come together, government and private, to make this work. We can't do it on our own. It's been over 10 years since there's been an increase in revenue from the county.
Harvey, on the topic of payroll, I appreciate you disclosing your salary there, but the payroll expenses over the last 2 years have gone from $290,000 to $420,000 a year. And it's a two-part question. I wonder if you could give us some explanation of why there's been almost a 50% increase in 2 years, first, and then second, whether or not a $420,000 payroll on a $600,000 budget, whether that 65% more or less is standard or... Right.
So a couple of things have happened. So in 2013, we all know where the shelter was in 2013. It was a disaster, short-staffed, unqualified staff. It was pretty much a, how do you put it delicately? You hired what you could get, right? Cleaning wasn't being done. We all know how bad it was. 2014, Jan tried to make some increases in that. It went up in 2014, and in late 2014 is when I took over, and I added a substantial number of people. And that's what was required to get us back on track. The one thing that's happened in all this, in the addition of payroll, is the training programs that we implemented for the animals, that whole process that we put in place. To do that and also to establish the cleaning or maintain the cleaning protocols established by the veterinary board and our veterinarian required additional staff. Couldn't get done. I mean, you can't do those things. So as those older residents leave, right, that training and staff requirement drops. It's already dropping. I think I told you in my last presentation to you, we'd already dropped 5 full-time people from the payroll. So this number, as you see the number drop, it's going to continue to drop accordingly.
Do you know if there's like a generally accepted percentage of payroll to revenues?
You know, I do not. You know, that's one of those things that we need to investigate and see what is an average shelter doing. Right. One of the problems with that is that there aren't shelters doing anything that we do, unless they're private entities. You know, humane societies that are strictly humane societies and not public shelters. The public shelters run pretty much on a shoestring, but we all know that that system's broken, and they're euthanizing 50% of their animals or so. So, you know, that's where the choice comes in. What do? You just run them in and euthanize them, or do we do the humane thing and get these animals a chance to live? We've chosen that path. So, and you know, it's expensive. It's not inexpensive to do it that way. Okay. But we feel like that the numbers are going to drop dramatically as the curve goes down. But then again, the other thing that we've done is that we've increased the pay of some of our key staff. You know, we had some of our managers making $8 an hour. When you give them that kind of responsibility, and when you work for somebody like me, where my expectations are pretty high, you know, you deserve a little more money.
You do expect that number to come down some going forward? Do you have any target in
substantially, right in the budget. Let's see if I can get budget on legal size paper. You're gonna have to have glasses. Our G&A expenses do run actually under what the norm is. So our G&A expenses run at about 28% of budget. So we don't spend a lot on administration. It's more on animal care and medical care. Payroll. So month to month, what we have budgeted through the end of this year, we've dropped that down to about $390,000, which is back to where it was last year. And then as that continues, hopefully that will drop even more. We try to use volunteer help, and as volunteers get more in tune to what's going on and more trained and more active, which they are, we hope that that plays a part in this as well. You know, we've been pretty much on our own with all this. We lost all those people. We lost all those assets. We lost all those resources. And they're now coming back. So planning and utilizing those are, you know, our leadership team is doing a great job in getting our volunteers in a more active role. Our board of directors is more active, and they're, you know, doing a lot of the grant writing, fundraising, outreach programs that we're doing. So we're trying to bring all the resources back on board, and as those resources come back on board, the expenses drop. So.
Commissioners, we have any?
What are, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yoakum, what are other entities like in Santa Fe doing, or Albuquerque, and you know, you go further down south, I think you hear of all the horrible things that they're doing.
Right.
I think Roswell or Ruidoso, one of those places, is killing their dogs every 5 days, week or so.
Yeah, many of you, I think you saw the news article on KOAT about Roswell, and you know, I saw the chief of police, you know, step up and say, well, we're going to follow the letter of the law, and then I saw the mayor kind of wash his hands of it, and which speaks to the problem of a broken shelter system. You know, the acknowledgement that these animals, it's not their choice that they're out there. It's humans that are creating this problem. And so we feel they can take a different path without a lot of additional expense. Where we're looking at the expense that, when you start looking at this budget in depth, you're going to see the expense increases and the changes in the budget have to do with the operation of the shelter. That is, doing the things necessary. You know, whether they implement a training program or not, if they don't implement a training program to deal with some of these animals and give the animals a chance, they're going to continue to euthanize. A lot of these animals, they just come into the shelter and they're there for 3 days. If they're not adopted, boom, they put them down, right? In our place, we bring them into the door, we assess them right away, and if they need some help, we get that help. And then we start marketing them. When we spend a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of resources on marketing these animals, getting them out, transfer partners, all the people out there that can help us move an animal, that's where a lot of this expense goes. It takes people, it takes time to get those things done. And again, when you get the transfer partners lined up, you get the people lined up that can do this thing, you know, we get more animals out. If we do the right things with the ordinance and we start reducing the intake in Taos County, the whole picture changes again. And that can happen all around. You know, and I used our friends to the north in Colorado because they've done a tremendous job in getting their animal laws in place where they work. That's why we transfer animals up there. But when we get people that start to embrace our model around the state, Roswell, for instance, right, it's going to create more need to transfer animals, right? So the pipeline's going to get filled up. That's why we're reaching out as far as Washington, Vancouver, British Columbia, everywhere else, anybody that will take animals, and finding ways to creatively get those animals out of here because we know what's coming. So reducing the intake changes the whole model. So realistically, what we're looking at, Mr. Chairman, is short term. And that's what we need to deal with right now is short term. And whether that's a year, whether that's 18 months, I'm not sure what it is. But I think the reality is that we're going to be very open about what we're doing, and we're going to accept any kind of guidance and suggestions that people have to reduce costs. And we're trying to look at things from a long-range perspective and do the things at the shelter that are going to help us reduce costs.
Yeah, you've done an extraordinary job of bringing that animal population down. You had a big old hole to dig out of. What about that $200,000 payment in September? That's a little worrisome.
It's looming, and you know we're. You look at the alternatives, and I laid out for our board of directors a couple of meetings ago about what are our alternatives. You know, where are we if we can't get to that place we need to get to financially? You know, one is to sell the shelter, sell it to the county or the town or as a combination or whatever. And it becomes a regular county-town shelter, and we move out of the picture. The county and the town operate it. You know, the second thing is to have the county and the town create their own shelter environment, and we become a humane society only. That's not what we want to do. So you start looking at everything. You know, what are the alternatives?
But on the $200,000, are you currently paying that off on a monthly basis?
We're servicing the mortgage, basically. We're servicing, you know, we're paying interest.
And what's the monthly on that?
$14.50.
And what are the prospects of just extending?
He wants his money back. When that loan was written, from my understanding, it was written to, there were some directors at that time that had used personal credit cards to fund the shelter. There were some other things that were outstanding that they needed to do. They needed to expand the pods. And so they did what was relatively a short-term loan, but it was done at 7.5%, you know, and so it's a pretty healthy hit.
There's no cash, obviously. There's no cash to pay that off. Is there an opportunity to get another loan from some other source?
We've looked at some sources. You know, our ideal situation is to do an outreach to a benefactor and have a benefactor either pick that up, donate the money, or, you know, just to clear it out. They're out there. You know, we've been trying really hard to build an organization that somebody could get behind and write that check. You know, we don't have that luxury like Santa Fe and Espanola have. You know, they have some pretty serious benefactors at their shelters. And, you know, we don't have that luxury. We have some very generous donors.
The worst case scenario in September, the owner would take back the property and ask you to remove all the animals.
I don't think he will, no. But but I'm not going to bet on that. You know, we still have some conversations to have with him to see whether he's willing to move forward. Maybe he redoes it. Maybe he, you know, reinvents that loan. That's the thing that's looming right now, and that's really where my time needs to be spent. That's why we've tried to build an organization where I could really do outreach rather than, you know, we're really trying to keep this and keep the facility to not be a burden on the community. You know, if the shelter can operate relatively inexpensively and operate independently and do what it needs to do and provide what it needs to provide, that's what we want. We don't want to be standing here every month saying we need money. But I haven't asked you guys for anything. I really haven't. You know, I knew we were going to have to pay a price for our past discretions. I knew we were going to have to straighten the place out. And that's what we've done. A lot of dedicated people.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Commissioners. Mr. Archuleta, I see that we're voting on their contract here, and it's probably just the same contract. Given that, is it possible that we can find additional money in the budget to increase that contract at this time, however small it may be, but is it possible to find additional money in the budget?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioner O'Donnell, the first portion of that is the availability of funds, and right now Taos County is lean unless the commission passes some type of a tax moving forward. We're there. We're, I think, as of this morning, $8,000 to the good on availability of funds. The second thing is that there's a process for giving that money because it's a nonprofit, which is an issue, and you know, I can let Bob talk a little bit more about the procurement side of that, but is something that we need to discuss with the commission. And maybe I could ask Bob just to chime in a little bit.
But what I hear you saying then, is it possible to make an amendment in this contract for an additional $8,000 if the commission were to decide that?
Again, that's a legal question I think that we need to possibly re-RFP that out, but I'll ask Bob to.
Mr. Archuleta has it correct. This was a result of an RFP. We can renew, and this is a renewal, we can renew at the same terms and conditions. If we're going to increase the money, we need to go back to RFP again, or find an exception to procurement. I mean, there are possible exceptions like sole provider if that were to work. I mean, we don't know that that would work. It has to be posted on the state website. If somebody else shows up, then that would interrupt that process. So the basic point is that without complying with procurement, we can't just, on this particular contract, increase the amount.
And when does this contract expire?
This renewal is only 6 months, and that was partly done with the view that there might be a change coming in the future.
But when does this renewal?
At the end of the year. It's
June 30th.
It starts July 1 and runs through December 31.
So would we have time to do another RFP?
Before December 31st? Oh, absolutely.
Oh, no, well, before July 1st.
No.
So I'm just trying to get some clarity here. What you're saying, this contract has to be approved as is with the current amount, but there may be 8,000, we can make a contract amendment to add that amount, or I'm just seeing if there's a way we could sit down and look at the budget and see we have to cut a couple thousand from different organizations to give them more money. I mean,
again, if you want to increase the amount, we have to go through procurement. I don't know any other way to say it except that. And going through procurement, one method is an RFP. Another method that pops immediately to mind is trying a sole provider. We don't know if that will work or not. The rules for sole source have been extremely tightened in the most recent legislation. They require posting on the state website. That would require, I don't know, I don't keep the time frame in my mind. That's something that Elsa is up on, but that couldn't be done between now and July 1st.
could we extend the contract for 3 months and then put it out for RFP so there could be additional money? I'm just, you know, because they're here today and we don't have any solutions except a tax. And, you know, they're under a, you know, September is going to come up pretty fast. So can we do a 3-month extension and then go out to RFP and give them some more money? And if you say you may be able to find 8,000, then I'm guessing we could maybe find a few more dollars. I mean, they're asking for 96,000 additional money, so.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, again, based on the timeframes and based on what tax the commission chooses to move forward with, if they choose to move forward with that, the funds anyway would not be available till March of next year, because we won't actually start collecting that tax until January, which then tax and rev is usually 2 months behind on that. So we're talking March timeframe. And so what Harvey and I had talked about was the possibility of bringing the current agreement up to date till December until some of those decisions were made and we had a clearer vision moving forward as to how to do that. So for us to go and do a 3-month renewal on the contract now basically wouldn't really do anything, because we wouldn't even be able to collect any of that money and start pushing that money out until March of 2016.
But if we were to find money in our current budget, then what would that process look like?
Again, we would probably need to re-RFP that, and we would try to figure out through how we would do that through the sole community provider.
I think we should think about that if we can't get any, if we were to pass a tax until March. It seems like we need to find a way to help them in a short term, and while we're thinking about that, have you approached Cuesta, Red River, Ski Valley? And what
we have not talked to the other communities as of yet. We feel like that's going to come out as part of the ordinance. We're hoping that as the new ordinance hits place, that we can then get these people to adopt that ordinance as well.
I'm just thinking they are in their budget reviews now, and now would be the time to ask for requests for money. So I'm just wondering if...
Now, we do feel that the sole source provision in the state statutes would allow us to do what we need to do. You know, my investigation of the sole source statutes, you know, especially after the RFP that was put out by Rick Bellis earlier this year without response, really speaks to that we are really a sole source provider. So the specifics of that are in Mr. Malone's hands, and we feel like that's a way that could happen. The reality is where do you find the funds? Where do they fit? And who loses? And I don't like to see losers in this, but there either has to be additional revenues or there has to be money that comes from somebody else so that we can get what we need to provide. If we can get some additional, it doesn't matter how much it is, any little bit's going to help us. We're asking for $8,000 because what we're trying to do is the reality is that we feel like the county and the town should pay 50% of the costs. We think that's a reality. 100% of the intake comes from the town and the county. So 50% of the cost we do not think is unreasonable, right? And that's the basis of that number. We haven't even approached the town yet. They're sitting on the sidelines watching what's going on here. And at some point, they're going to have to come to the table as well because it's the same situation. The town actually came up with money before the county when the shelter reopened. And then the county then came on board with money. That's been a long time. And when you start talking about expense increases and things like that, the hospital talking about insurance increases, every one of our policies are increasing substantially this year. Every one of them. Workman's comp, you know, our general liabilities, everything is going up. And I'm doing everything I can on the backside of that to shut it down and keep those in a reasonable place. So,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so if Mr. Malone could research the sole source provider clause?
Mr. Chairman, it's not a question of research. I know what it says. My point is that we don't have control over that. We have to follow steps that could not be completed between now and July 1. One of those steps is that the proposed contract has to be posted on the state portal. I don't remember exactly how the time frame works, but for roughly 30 days. And if anybody else comes forward, then that sole source is off the table. We don't have control over it. That's my point. I think that there is a legitimate basis for going through the sole source process. I just can't guarantee to this commission that will ultimately work.
And either way, it's either request for proposal or sole source in order to give the money. One of those would work, but we still have to find the money, and the request is for $8,000 a month. It's not just an $8,000 payment. And much as I want to help the shelter, and I believe that we can, I'd have a concern about this September date. I would want to know that there's some resolution on that $200,000 balloon payment before we committed additional funds. That's just for me.
Well, I think, I think that's a reasonable request, but I think it's really immaterial. I mean, the reality is that if the shelter closes, then the contract's null and void anyway. So if we choose to null and void the contract, that happens when, there's a clause in there for that. So I understand, and I will fulfill that request, and I will get you an answer to that. The extension of the contract that Mr. Archuleta and I talked about, you take that out to the end of the year. My question becomes that as you run this proposal out for sole source provision, with the contract that's in place, can that be done? Can that play itself out? And then at some point, you come back and revisit that. And 2 months from now, 3 months from now, you come back and you say, okay, we found funding. It is a sole source. We've done the due diligence. Boom, we can give Stray Hearts some additional money. Does that work?
That can work by terminating the contract as of a specific date. I mean, that can be done. So we can pass the existing contract that's on the agenda, and if then the commission's desire is to terminate the contract as of some particular date because it's found money and it would like to go back through the procurement process, that can be done.
But I would like to find the money now before we approve our budget And so I'm wondering if who would sit down with Leandro and Stephen and we look through different groups that we've funded and cut them a couple thousand here and there to, I mean.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, we've done that. I mean, that's what Taos County has been doing for the last 3 years since I've been here, and that's how we've cut our deficit by $2.8 million. And so we have cut to the bone, and another contract that's going to be in front of you guys today is a contract that we didn't anticipate at $580,000 where we budgeted $280,000. That's $300,000 more that we're trying to figure out, you know, what programs we're going to cut, what staff we're going to cut, what services we're going to cut in Taos County. And I hear you, and I will follow the direction of the commission. I'm just saying that our revenues have stayed flat for over the last 3 years. We have made a $2.8 million cut in this county. We have built a $1.6 million 911 center, and I don't know where else to get it from other than a tax. I just don't. I stay up at night, I look through forms, I look through budgets. My finance director does the same thing. I'm sorry, I mean, that's just where I'm at. If somebody else has a better idea, I'd be more than happy to entertain it.
Mr. Chairman, licensing fees, how have those worked in other places like Santa Fe or Albuquerque? I know that one time the commission here passed those and only a few paid. I think we only collected like 15 animals or something like that many years ago.
Yeah, it has.
Well, I think that's such a huge key, you know, to this whole program, because when the ordinance has been talked about all along, it's how do you create a revenue stream associated with that provides money for animal welfare in Taos County. So whether that is licensing, and we think licensing can happen several different ways, but so much of this is education and outreach. You know, reducing the intake, doing the things we need to do, but not overburdening people to the point that it's going to scare them away. When you start throwing huge permits on people, especially some of our less advantaged people, and that's probably the biggest segment that we deal with. When you start hitting them with permits and licensing fees that are outrageous, that aren't, you know, realistic, they're not going to do anything with their animals. They're going to hide them. They're going to drown them in the river. They're not going to have puppies. Your puppies won't be at the shelter anymore. They'll be throwing them out. They'll be giving them away at Walmart. They'll be doing everything they can rather than taking care of the animals. So it's so important that there's a balancing act that goes on there. But with that, to your point, Mr. Romero, is that there will be a revenue stream that comes from that. The idea is keeping that revenue stream in Taos County, and that's why I was such a proponent of a fine system rather than using things in the civil penal system.
Well, we're getting on to
keep things out of the fine pool.
We're on to the next discussion, which we'll go into about licensing and penalties, and that's going to be an important part of that discussion. So, you know, the budget, the only place is roads, really, frankly, if you want to try to find money for other services that are not already budgeted, because we have squeezed everything we could every which way.
Is that legal, to take money like out of PILT?
Well, no, you couldn't take it out of PILT. I mean, there's budget adjustments that can be made if the commission makes that determination, but it's not a determination that we can make today. You know, we're getting important presentations on needs within the community, and at a future meeting, we're going to have to put on an agenda item and decide how we're going to go. And the only two possibilities that I see, if somebody thinks I'm missing something, let me know, but you either take away from roads or you increase taxes.
Mr. Chairman.
Those are the only ones.
Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, how would we take money away from roads? I mean, could you explain how that would work?
Why did I say that to begin with?
I don't know.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I guess if the discussion was not to maintain any of our county roads anymore, then we could put some of that money back into general fund. We do have state and federal obligations that are only dedicated to road projects. And so we would have to look at I think we have a small fund that we separate between the 5 commissioners of money that we use for roads that is money that commissioners can use on projects that haven't been dedicated through the state or federal level, and we could look at that as a possibility of doing that. It's a small pool of money that's available, and if the commission decides to do that, but that would mean that we're not maintaining roads. So, I mean, we have to cut services somewhere if we're going to continue this, or we have to pass a tax. That's the bottom line.
And we do have this additional $500,000 contract later in the agenda, so we're going to have to keep working on it, and certainly appreciate everything you've done, Harvey.
Well, and I appreciate you all. And I know this is a huge burden, and I hate to be here standing here asking for it. And I don't want to ever make light of it, because what you guys do is almost impossible, trying to balance all this. But we need some help, and that's where I'll leave it with you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one last, we probably can't do it, but could the county take over their payroll in an effort to save money? Through an insurance pool or whatever.
Take over the
payroll from the shelter.
The short answer is no. The county could run its own shelter, take over the entire thing, or some joint venture between the town and the county. The statute is literally a one-sentence statute that, I'll just read it to you. Each municipality and each county shall make provision by ordinance for the seizure and disposition of dogs and cats running at large and not kept or claimed by any person on the person's premises, provided, however, that the ordinance does not conflict with the provisions of Chapter 27, Article 1B, which is a separate statute about shelters. So, yeah, a government entity can run a shelter, but you can't just take over part of it and pay salaries.
Good idea. Lodger's tax. Give us some lodger's tax, and we'll go out and we'll promote Taos.
Signs on the dogs.
Signs on the dogs.
Thank you. Thank you, Harvey.
Well, actually, you are promoting Taos by sending dogs elsewhere.
But then you'd have to spend that money on advertising, and we wouldn't get anywhere, so. All right.
Billboard on the vehicle that delivers these dogs.
Yeah, I've seen it happen. Geico ads, or no, those are geckos. So next on the agenda is the beginning of the work-study session, and we have time for this before lunch. This is item 9A, and it is a discussion regarding the Taos County Animal Control Ordinance. Our Assistant County Attorney, Quayla Robinson. Good morning, Quayla.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission.
Back from her trip, nice and rested.
Yes.
We're just glad you came back.
I promised Steve and Bob. I know you have a very packed agenda, so I will be brief. I wanted to start out letting you all know that the draft ordinance before you, Chairman Blankenhorn could fill you in on the multi-year history, I'm relatively new here, is the result of 3 working groups, a lot of input, and it's actually a hybrid of 4 ordinances. Our current 2011 ordinance that's in place, 1 volunteer ordinance supplied by, generously by Trish Hernandez, another ordinance supplied generously by Doug Ellerath, and the Albuquerque ordinance for its structure, its ease of use, its readability to the average pet owner. So going forward, I want to thank Trish Hernandez, Penny Wardlow, Doug Ellerath, Jim Vaughn, Harvey Yoakum, Sheriff Hograff, our animal control officers, Sanchez and Fernandez, and the staff who worked hard to make this possible. These were very contentious issues. People in Taos are very passionate about animals. We didn't always agree, but I can tell you that the draft before you reflects input from every single one of those individuals, and I want to thank them for their service. A couple of housekeeping notes. Outside, well, New Mexico law isn't similar to California in the sense that we have a lot of holes in our laws. There's a lot of areas of laws where we just don't have a lot, and animal law is one of those areas in New Mexico. Outside of cruelty, animal fighting, dangerous dogs, vaccination, quarantine, and euthanasia, New Mexico law is largely silent and leaves these sort of decisions up to municipalities. So a lot of what you're going to be dealing with in terms of this ordinance isn't really legally based. It's more policy decisions. There's not a lot of guidance, but we have a lot of expertise in the room, and I think we can figure it out together. Another footnote is that this ordinance does not and cannot apply to the town of Taos, Pueblo, or other Native American lands or federal lands. It only applies to Taos County. That's the only jurisdiction we have. The town attorney, I'm sorry, the artist formerly known as Floyd Lopez, has been provided with copies of drafts. He knows our calendar, he knows our schedule, and we haven't received any input yet from the town. That's not to say we're not open to discussions in the future, but this is sort of what we're working with right now. So to highlight a few issues with the ordinance, this is a cleaner, more comprehensive, easier for the average pet owner to follow ordinance. It's more in line with state law regarding cruelty, dangerous dogs, and enforcement. And a couple main features. One thing that came out of all three working groups was that spay and neutering is something they're in favor of, something they would like to see promoted in Taos County. And to that end, the ordinance provides for all animals to be spayed or neutered unless you have a permit, either a breeder's permit or an intact animal permit. And in that area, with permits and licensing, some pretty steep fees, not out of range for what other municipalities are doing by and large, but part of the will of the working groups was to promote spay and neutering as opposed to intact animals, and breeding was something that they had vocalized a will for. Also, you'll see a 3 strikes rule that even if you have an animal who has an intact animal permit, the 3rd time it's impounded, it will be spayed or neutered before being released back to the owner or qualified adopter. Another huge piece was identification of animals. This ordinance provides for all pets to be microchipped. The will of the commission was to, the working group was to not do tattoos. I think everybody came down on the side of mandatory microchipping, and that all companion animals, being dogs and cats, must be licensed annually. And the 3rd piece is a leash law. One of the versions allowed for off-leash with vocal control. This current version does not. That would mean that animals on public property and unfenced private property would need to have leashes of some sort. And I think that's about it. I'll stand by for any questions you may have.
Mr. Chairman, at the very beginning, as far as the jurisdiction areas, it would be really great if we could collaborate with Taos Pueblo to allow this ordinance to take place within tribal lands. I believe Mr. Yoakum and everybody else involved in this would agree that a lot of those animals come from Taos Pueblo, Taos Pueblo lands. And so how would we be able to reach out to Taos Pueblo and Picudis Pueblo to get this enforced or have them follow it as well?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just for your information, Taos Pueblo has actually reached out to us. We provided them with a copy of the ordinance, and actually I've asked the sheriff if he could coordinate with Taos Pueblo to answer any of their questions. They're not sure they want to go through this process and go with this ordinance, but they are aware of it. They have a copy of that, and the sheriff is actually going to be the contact point with the animal control officers in answering their questions and trying to see what their governments are looking at as we move along this process.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, I actually had the first of a series of meetings that are going to take place yesterday regarding this. And as Mr. Malone can probably attest to, we have a recent ruling called the MOUs ruling on cross-commissioning of law enforcement with other agencies. And I think that's going to be a big hindrance in doing law enforcement work on tribal lands. That case is very specific to that. I've sent some email requests to New Mexico Association of Counties. I've copied Mr. Malone just this morning while I was sitting over there playing on my phone. That's actually what I was doing, was working. Trying to get clarification, I realized that it is going to prohibit us from commissioning or cross-commissioning law enforcement. The way it reads to me, it's probably going to include animal control as well. So I've met with Anthony Trujillo, their risk management person, yesterday. We had at length discussion. I've obtained a copy of the 1991 Taos Pueblo Ordinance on animal control. I've reviewed that. Within their DPS organization, there's questions and resistance to wanting to enforce animal issues there, and a whole big conglomeration of things that are going to have to be worked through. At this time, I can tell you that, I mean, what I've offered to them, if they have an emergency need or assistance to confine a dangerous animal, we will certainly go and assist their DPS officers. No question about that. We will go assist their DPS officers. And we would do that with people as well. And we would expect the same in return from them if we needed something here. So the coordination and the efforts of working together are certainly there, but we're a long, long ways from being able to enact anything that would give us enforcement on the federal lands through Bureau of Justice and all of that requirements and red tape. So there's a brief update on where we stand on that.
Thank you.
Quayla, I've had some constituents and non-constituents with concerns about the leash law in rural sections. Is there some way we can carve out an exception to the leash law that would be based on population density? So at Top of the World Ranch, they don't have to, you know, when they're got their work dogs out there, they don't have to keep them on a leash.
Chairman, Commissioners, the current ordinance states that if the land is securely enclosed by a fence, that there is no need for a leash. So I think in terms of population density, I'm not sure how that would work in terms of having, say, one family in a double wide. You know, one thing that is an adjustment that could be made relatively easy is a one-line sentence exempting animals used for ranches, search and rescue, or the ski valley. I mean, that's, you know, 50 words, and those issues would be addressed. But currently, the ordinance provides that as long as an animal's within a secure fence, that it's not to be considered at large.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and also correct me if I'm wrong, Quayla, but also we have no jurisdiction, and this ordinance would have no jurisdiction on BLM property, Forest Service property, and private property, correct? If we have like a 100-acre ranch or 50-acre ranch?
Correct.
Concerning the leash laws.
No, go ahead. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I had the same concerns. Talked to Rick Hauser from Top of the World, and you know, he has some very well-trained dogs that are functional working dogs. And for him to leash them is the exact opposite of what they're there for. And that would go, I know, I read the provision about the guard dogs. Maybe, I don't know, there's some way that we can incorporate that. But I think there's got to be a density issue that either Mr. Pereira or Mr. Vigil could come up with us that would address those concerns that Rick brought to me. If we can just go into some other issues, leash law, I think that kind of covers that. But the mandatory spay and neuter, I've researched this with help of Doug when we talked about this, I think in January, February, and in March. And I have yet to find that a mandatory spay neuter law has reduced intakes into a shelter. mandatory spay neuters, actually what they do is it makes the people not want to be fined for being non-conforming, and they neglect taking their pets in for the for the recommended health services, their vaccinations. If their dog is sick, they're not going to take it in. They're going to go dump it, like Harvey said earlier and stuff. But I do agree that any pet, any animal that comes from the shelter, they're spayed and neutered before they're released. I like that. My gypsy was taken care of that way. We're fine with that. We knew that when we got her. So I'm not sure what we can do about the spay and neuter, other than I think that's an education thing, that if we promoted a voluntary spay and neuter and explain to people what the benefits, and then we kept them, the cost maybe through the shelter low enough to where limited income people and of the sort can go in there and get that done and not be in fear of their animal being taken away or euthanized or something like that, then, you know, we could offer some kind of program like that. There's some issues on the number of animals. Again, talking to Rick Saturday, you know, he has more than 6 dogs. There hasn't been an issue. So the limiting factor, I don't know that that's our job to limit what people do on certain things like that. I mean, and some people can manage them, some people can't. So it kind of unfairly targets somebody. We hear the stories of people that have 50 cats in their house and they get overrun and things like that. I guess that's the intent of what you put in here, Quayla, and I get that, but I think that the limits, if we set that, we really need to be careful, and so I'd like to revisit that as well. The biggest thing I had, I guess, was the leash law and the mandatory spay and neuter, and also whenever we're requiring something, I think we have to keep it affordable. I know that Jim Vaughn and his people up in Cuesta, their microchipping program is very successful. It's very affordable, and he's had a lot of success with that. So in keeping it affordable and explaining to people what the benefits are from it and everything, the education process, once again, it's going to make that a lot more acceptable. I've got some other stuff here, but...
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to follow up on what Commissioner Fambro said. In being contacted by the National Animal Interest Alliance, who was contacted by New Mexico groups, they state in their letter, and I'm totally against these high fees for intact females, and I would like you to just drop it down to $30. The ordinances proposed, and I'm reading from their letter, Ms. Robinson, the ordinances proposed license fees further aggravate the dilemma of, then that would be exclusive permits, and government overreach forces people underground and cripples proper animal care. Pet owners would be paying $200 for an intact female and $100 for an intact male. These would be the highest fees in the nation, where license fees generally do not exceed much more than $30. Such, and this is their quote, such excessive licensing rates demonstrate just how out of touch this ordinance is with its target population. So my request is that you do drop those fees. I think they're very penalizing. And regarding the leash law, I don't know if there's any ranchers here who want to speak on. I just want to make sure that ranchers are protected, because I did get a call from a rancher, and I've got 5 or 6 emails that are just telling me to vote no. They don't like how this ordinance has been written. It's too, you know, it's just too many rules. But it does say that this group thinks this ordinance requires serious revision regarding the leash law that would dogs would be on a leash all the time. It's impractical, given that rescue, hunting, and herding dogs, you know, can't be on leashes. So I, too, would like a revision of the leash law. I would like those license fees dropped. And I also agree with Commissioner Fambro that the 6-animal limit is not right. I know a lot of people, if you combine 3 cats, 3 dogs, I know a lot of people that have more. I don't think we need to license people. I think we need different language, but I would like you to strike an animal limit or at least raise it. But the 6-animal limit will not work for me. And unless there's other, I mean, I could just read all the emails I've gotten from people about this ordinance.
That won't be necessary.
Okay.
Chairman, Commission, if I could address some of these issues. Let's take them one by one.
We've got several. She might address several of the things that are brought up, or do you want to weigh in first? Commissioner Gallegos.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as this group has worked diligently to try and get this draft to us, I think that it's only fair that, as we've heard Mr. Yoakum's plea for what is needed and assistance that's there, you know, some of these fees, I feel if you want to have these kind of animals, they're going to make you a more responsible person. And if you don't, well, those fees can help pay for the needs that are going to be done at the shelter. So, you know, before we start trying to bend over too much for some of the constituencies that want 13 dogs, or that, you know, want to do, you know, they want to do licensing and have these animals to make money out of them. You know, there's a fee, there's a cost for doing this kind of business. And unfortunately, you know, I feel, and I think that there are some language that needs to be added in there for ranchers and for farmers and those.
Farm dog definition.
Yeah, there maybe has to be some kind of definition for that. But, you know, we have many animals out there, and as long as we continue to lean towards trying to help the constituency out, we need some strong teeth in here and a good bite so that we can get more public communication with these people and have that educational process come to the table. Because right now, we have a very limited few people here that are really caring about what goes on at Street Hearts. If we got more people to understand what we're planning on doing with this ordinance, we might have more people participating, and then we can have that opportunity to educate them more about what's the process and what it costs to do business. And, you know, if we kind of leave it pretty loose, we don't have the public participation that we need to when we come to catching some of these budgetary issues. So, you know, I appreciate the work that you guys have done, and I think that some of these things still have some tweaking, but there's good range to work on. So I just want to give that comment out.
In general, I agree with all of those comments. I like the good bite on the animal ordinance. That's a good,
you know, sometimes, you know, you got to get hit there. Sometimes people wake up a little bit sometimes.
Mr. Chairman, but
Quayla's got the leash law and the mandatory spay-neuter, several things that I think that were brought up that she would like to address in regards to the actual language of the ordinance.
I just knew I had a little window, so I had to get it in before I got overrun by the other end of it.
Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioners, it is a 50-page document, and it's easy to get lost in details, and so I do want to make sure your concerns are addressed, but I'm not able to do that for more than 5 at a time. I am human. So going back to the leash law, as I said, that's a 50-word fix for working dogs, farm dogs, search and rescue. And to credit to Sheriff, I don't think our animal officers, it was ever the intention of this ordinance that they're going to be chasing ranchers and search and rescue. That's sort of a doomsday scenario, and it's something that can be rapidly addressed. You know, these are issues that I've brought to the commission for your decision. This is not my dissertation. I'm the scrivener, so I'm looking for your guidance. In terms of the mandatory spay and neuter, that was the will of the working groups. If the commission feels differently, please let me know, and that can be adjusted.
But it's not even a mandatory spay-neuter. I mean, it's not a mandatory spay-neuter. It is a rule whereby if you choose to keep an intact animal, then you're supposed to get a permit for that. If you don't do either of those things and your animal is caught on the loose and brought in, then we say, well, it'd be nice to get it spayed and neutered, but we still don't make them do it. And then a second time, if we catch them and they're loose and they obviously haven't been cared for and kept confined, then it's a 2-strike rule, right?
It's a 3-strike rule.
So even the second
it's a third
time,
impound.
even the second time we pick up a loose dog, we don't we don't say you have to do it. We wait for the third time before we say you have to do it. So it's not at all a mandatory spay neuter. I think it's a nice balance myself. On the limitations.
Chairman, if there's one more point I could make on the spay and neuter. In terms of the intact animal fee, I did read the concerns of the Oregon organization, Commissioner O'Donnell, and they're based in Oregon. I'm not sure where they got their data from, but in terms of intact animal fees in New Mexico, Rio Rancho charges $175. Albuquerque charges $150. Santa Fe currently charges $50 and is proposed moving that to $100. Bernalillo County charges $50.
Right.
So let's drop it down to not the 200, 100. It's still high. I'm sorry for a rural area.
Chairman, Commissioner, whatever number you all decide, I'm happy to plug in.
Right. You know, the idea was to make it expensive enough to where it would be a better financial decision to get spay neutered. That was how the discussions went.
And I want some clarification. If people get fined, does it go to Stray Hearts? Do these fees get transferred?
That was my next thing. I would like to see if we can legally, all fines, but all the fines collected could be.
And Chairman, Commissioners, the financial scheme is outside the scope of this ordinance. That would be something to be dealt with the contract with Stray Hearts, whatever's going on with the relationship of the county.
Calling it Stray Hearts, but whoever is in charge of that humane society at the time, or, you know, not naming them specifically, yeah.
Currently, the fees will go to the county. Outside, as I've said, this is not the scope of this ordinance, the financial structure. This is for the average pet owner. But that's, you know, a separate series of discussions we'd be glad to have. It would have to do with the financial relationship between the county and Stray Hearts and how the commission wants to design that. But the purpose of this ordinance is for the average pet owner to get licenses, get fees, and speaking to the sheriff and the animal control officers, they have currently issued permits and licenses through the county clerk's office, and that would continue.
And the Stray Hearts could also issue permits and licenses, and assuming that administration and the board agreed, then they could keep those fees. I mean, that's, again, it's outside the scope of the ordinance, but it's definitely something that we can arrange for. I would certainly be in favor of that. One of the things that we're trying to do is get compliance, you know, so we want people to bring their animals in and get them chipped. It's good for them because they can find their lost animals. It's good for us for identification, and get them spay neutered. And so one of the things I worry about is this annual permitting thing. If you've got a dog and you bring him in or her in and you get chipped and fixed, why would we want to make them come back after that? It just seems to me that that would be a deterrent. If somebody knew they were going to have to keep doing this every single year, why would they do it? We want to make it attractive for them to come in and get chipped and get spay neutered. So I'd like to see some work done on those annual permits. And I know Harvey had actually suggested in an email that maybe it could be tied into rabies vaccinations every 3 years, something along those lines would be more palatable to people so that we'd have a better shot of getting them to bring them in.
And Chairman, Commissioners, that is a policy decision you all can make. There's two schemes here. There's the animal license, which every owner of a companion animal has annually. That can be up whatever you all would like it to be. And then for the permits, the way the scheme is right now, that they're good for a year. If the commission wishes to change that, that's also easily changed. As to the multiple animal permits, the limit is 6, but if you'd like more than 6, there is a permit here to have more than 6.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that there are people, I know, you know, Doug's one of them. There's a bunch of people in the community who are very responsible pet owners, and they're caring for them and they're not allowing them to go off their properties. So 6 does seem like it could be liberalized. And then I'm not even sure, again, on the permitting there, you have to get a permit if you want more than 6?
Yes, that's multiple companion animal permit. It's $25 per site. So it's $25 a year for no matter how many animals you have.
Oh, yeah. In fact, there's not really a firm, hard limit. So if you want to have a dozen dogs, you can do it.
No,
That's not correct. I stand corrected. I sit corrected.
Plus the license fee for each animal, and now
Right.
you're looking at $250 and up.
Well, that's a different question. We're making it too expensive for these people, but we're not
They're
eliminating
stacked.
it.
Yeah.
And then if you want to keep them intact, it's even more. So somebody like Doug, who might have 6 or 7 animals that he keeps intact because he believes it's better for them and they're happy and they're not doing any harm to anybody, he's got to get a permit for more than the limit. He's got to register them and all, and he's got to have an intact permit, and he's got to do it all every year. It's going to cost him like $700 a year or something.
$750.
So that's, I think that that's something, I think that that's something that we have to look at too. But overall, this is a so much better ordinance than what we have now. Gives us a real opportunity to get some control of the population. It's going to take time for it to take hold. And it gives the sheriff a much better opportunity to enforce what's out there.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Ms. Robertson, could you go over the cost of permits, licensing? You're saying if I have a dog, I have to get a license for him every year? Is that standard?
The way that the ordinance is currently drafted, yes. I'm happy to run those.
How much is that license?
It is $10 per animal. So if you allow me to, Commissioner, I can break those down for you.
Yes, please.
We first start with a companion animal license fee. It's $10 per animal per year. It's waived for senior citizens, low-income persons. Low-income person is defined as somebody who's eligible for either SNAP, I believe Medicaid, or I'm sorry, I'm thinking of another public program. But they can present evidence of that and have that fee waived.
So the companion fee is in addition to the license fee?
No, Commissioner, it's $10, companion animal, dog or a cat. So that's $10 per animal.
And that's different than a license fee? Or that
is the license.
That is the license
That is the
fee.
animal license. That's what you have to have a registered animal in Taos County.
And what's the state requirement?
The state has no requirement.
Okay, it's just punitive. You're never going to get me in every year, like registering my dog and cat. I'm sorry. I'll be in violation of this ordinance, so what will you fine me?
Well,
Commissioner, if I could go back, I can tell you what the state says, if you'll allow me to. The state authority on animals, as Mr. Malone had stated earlier, a municipality may, 1, prohibit cruelty to animals, 2, regulate, restrain, and prohibit the running at large of any animal within the boundary of the municipality, and 3, provide by ordinance for the impounding and disposition of animals found running at large. Dogs will be further regulated as provided into sections 4712, that's your Dangerous Dog Act. And then C, a municipality may by ordinance provide for the animal control services enumerated in this section to be performed by a contractor and may enter into a contract for those services. So I do want to reiterate that the draft that you have before you is a result of 3 working groups. These were not, I didn't sit in a tower and draft these. This was a collaborative process. Doug was involved, Trish was involved, the sheriff was involved.
How many ranchers were involved in those?
I was not the one that selected the working group, so if we are happy to take your input at this point. Oh, Jim Bonus, I'm sorry.
Could he give his input now, Mr. Chairman, if he's here? I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Well, let's just finish this discussion here first, see where we stand on this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vaughn, I didn't know you were a rancher.
Yeah, there was input from Jim Vaughn was a great addition, and Doug was also talking about some of those issues. And again, that leash law, I think we're all in agreement that we need an exception to that lease law. We need to carve that out, and so we'll do that. Really the purpose of this discussion today is just to sort of find out amongst the board where we stand on some of these issues and let staff know, so that we can take the next step. There'll be at least 2 full-blown public hearings before we pass anything. So we'll after today, figure out when we're going to schedule the next one. Yes, Commissioner Fambro.
Well, going back to my comments about the mandatory spay and neuter, whether it's there or not, the public's perception of this ordinance is that it's in there. So we've done something to give everyone. Does anybody here have an email from somebody that does not address mandatory spay and neuter? 15 I have, they all talk about it. So we've done something in there. You know, you've done a great job, the committee and everything like that. And so I'm not knocking that. I'm just bringing up what is being brought to us. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the fire suppression system. Is that required or is that a wish list?
Chairman,
Know
Commission.
how fire codes work.
I will speak, if I could defer to Harvey on that. That's a piece that I haven't been as involved in.
Know how expensive that's going to be, and I have some ideas how we can maybe work that a little better, hopefully.
I will tell you my worst nightmare. I go to fire up the shelter. Nobody was there.
Agree.
So it's a huge deal, and the suppression system is a water system.
Right.
Simple overhead sprinkler system, and I think we have it in there. It's 10 years, right, Caitlin?
That's what I'm trying to, trying to find. Sorry, it's a long document, doing what we can.
There's a 10-year grace period to get it done after the ordinance is put in effect. So, you know, it gives us 10 years to do that. I would like to do it tomorrow, but again.
Well, I would just suggest you do it under residential standards, and if you deal with Eric Oysenbricke, the fire marshal, he will give you the more affordable plan on that than the hard pipe and stuff, what we're familiar with here. I don't believe that's necessary, so that's why I asked that question. I have some other stuff, and what I'll do, Quayla, is just sit down and talk with you on the notes that I've made. Thank you guys for all your time.
I think we have gotten some consensus, though, on wanting to liberalize the leash law some and to liberalize the annual permits.
The animal numbers.
Well, the animal numbers is more a question of fees. Again, it's not.
Limit of 6. I don't like that one. I want it raised or eliminated.
Okay.
Chairman, Commissioners, the alternative to 6 is a multiple companion animal permit.
Right.
And how much does that one cost?
I believe we have $25 a site in here.
So let's just clarify again. You're not limited to 6, okay? So
Well,
you
then
don't.
let's strike out 6 then. I don't want the
No.
limit of 6 in there.
The limit of the 6 is the cutoff line for getting a permit, for getting an additional permit. So we're not going to be able to necessarily agree on that. We know where Commissioner O'Donnell stands on it, but as written, there's no 6 animal limit. There is just a permit if you have more than 6. So, yes.
Could he
No,
come up?
Doug, if you're going to, you'll have to come up.
Farm dog definition, if there is.
$1 site fee. Is there an additional multiple companion animal fee, which is $125? So there's a site fee plus a secondary fee, I believe.
I believe that's correct.
So it's
that's something that the commission.
It's well over
Exactly.
$150 to have. more than
Exactly. So I think there's also pretty clearly a consensus that we have to lower those fees because you start adding all of them up and it really gets very expensive. But, you know, we haven't talked about the breeder's fee. The feeling in the committees were if breeders are actually making money selling dogs, Commissioner Gallegos made reference to that it's okay to charge them a fee. And so that was why that one was in there. And Doug?
If I can add a little bit of data here. Quayla referred to the cost of intact. So first question is, why do people think of this as a mandatory spay-neuter? And that's because on a national level, if the difference between an intact permit or intact license and a conventional license is sufficiently high, it basically compels you, like I would have to pay over $1,000 a year in intact animal, companion animal, even though I've got mine behind a 6-foot fence with a hot wire. They're never going to breed. And so that was why you were getting the emails about mandatory spay-neuter, even though you can buy your way out of it. The second thing is, she referred to several communities and what their intact animal license cost. And they were cities, Albuquerque, Rio Rancho, Santa Fe. Just from an informational standpoint, Santa Fe County for intact animals is $10, Espanola $30, Alamosa $12, Pueblo, Colorado, I'm just kind of running up the river, $25, Colorado Springs $30, Fort Collins $35. And if you look in the West at communities that have municipally operated no-kill shelters, meaning that their animals are under control, generally. Austin, Texas, 0. Boulder, Colorado, 30. Harrodsburg, California, 30. Ivins, Utah, 10. Merriam, Kansas, 30. Rockwell, Texas, 20, et cetera, et cetera. And so the real question is, as was brought up, how do we get everyone to license their animals? And if your intact animal is running free, now you should be fined a whole lot of money. So penalize the animals that are misbehaving. Don't penalize the owner just because he wants to have an intact animal because he believes it's better for their health.
Okay, yeah.
So I just wanted to provide some data.
Where are the fines in here?
Hold on. Hold on a second. So that's a good point, Doug. The intact fees may well be too large. So kind of what Commissioner O'Donnell is about to ask is, what if we pick up, somebody has come in, they bought the permit, and they've paid like the extra $20 that Doug would have them pay to keep them intact, and we find them at large. Then what can we do at that point? We can't get them to spay neuter because we got a 3-strike rule. So, you know, this is exactly what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to prevent intact animals at large. And so maybe Doug's right that it's not, the way to do it is not by cranking up the permit fee, but we have to make sure that there's enough teeth in it, thank you, Commissioner Gallegos, to allow us to prevent what we're trying to prevent. So what would the fine be, Quayla?
Those would be the impound fees. If your animal's picked up and impounded, then you pay the fee for impound. I don't know what it currently is, Sheriff, if you could. We'd have to ask Animal Control what they charge, but that's, I'm sorry? $20 a day.
$20 a day.
So my question is, how do we implement collecting that?
I have a recommendation, which is something different from that, if I may, sir. I have a recommendation. So these communities that have the low intact fees, almost without exception, if your intact animal is caught running loose, you pay a $100 fine. Second time it's picked up, you pay a $200 fine.
Okay, Quayla, what do you think of that structure?
Penalize people for bad behavior, not simply because they own an intact dog.
Right, understood.
I don't have any opinion on the structure. I'm just here to draft. I'm going to defer to the commission on that.
But I know you're the Scribner, but the only reason I asked was because, you know, we went from like fines to misdemeanors, and this seems to be trying to cross back over, and how does that work?
Well, I think that the problem in our current ordinance is that you cannot offer somebody a penalty assessment. You can't tell somebody constitutionally in the state of New Mexico, outside of the Traffic Control Act or parts of the IRS code or the tax code, that if you pay $50 at a fine, we won't take you to court. Can't do that. So the options that municipalities have are to have an all fines system, by which if you don't pay your fines, you can take them, you know, through the court process civilly, or to charge them as petty misdemeanors.
Which we could do. So,
which is what this ordinance provides for. And actually the only indication we did receive from the town is that this is the enforcement scheme that they prefer as well.
And so you couldn't do the civil penalties, but you could take them into magistrate court.
Yes, all of these would go into magistrate court, and what generally happens at arraignment is that, even before this, the animal control officer has discretion. They can give somebody a week, 2 weeks to comply with whatever requirement they've asked them to do. They can come to court and say, if you pay the court costs and fines, build your fence, do whatever you need to with your dog, we'll dismiss the case. I mean, that's the nature, as we've seen and the commission's more familiar with this than I am. If you just hit people with fines, they're just not going to pay them. And generally when people are in front of a judge, it gets their attention and they do the right thing. One issue with the $100 impound fee is that you may get pushback from the public, particularly in an area where I see dogs in this parking lot almost every day, that the county's charging me $100 because my dog got out while I was at work. So that's the other consideration that I would put on the table.
Yeah, I think that the system that we have is good insofar as if we find an intact dog at large, then we can prosecute to the magistrate court level. And that should be sufficient to get a dog owner to be willing to spay neuter or to change the way they keep their dogs going forward. So I'm comfortable with that. I also think that the intact permit fees are too high. I'm sorry, Commissioner Romero.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yoakum, as far as impound fees, whenever a dog does come into the shelter, does the owner actually come in and reclaim that dog, or do they leave him there?
Well, in many cases, people won't admit ownership of the animal, especially if they know there's going to be an impound fee or they're going to have to pay something to get the animal out. We have a lot of them that come in with medical injuries and things like that. They're required to pay those fees as well. Any expense that's incurred with the animal. So we have a lot of people that don't want to claim ownership. Now, we've proved ownership in a lot of cases, but that's where microchip becomes so important, because microchip is your animal. Whatever you do, it's a fine, whether it's anything goes on, we know it's your animal, and it gives us the ability to track. So that becomes really important. Now, one of the things that we try to do at the shelters, if your animal's microchipped and it comes into the shelter and we scan it and we call you, come get the animal, you'll get charged the $20. That's an incentive we've given people now to get their animals microchipped. But if it stays overnight, the charges are there. Now that's our charges. The impound charges and the things that may be in the ordinance, the fine structure, if you will, for breaching the ordinance, that's a different animal. What we do at the shelters, we're recovering the fees necessary to recover costs for the dog. But our return to owner ratio is about 22%. So most of our animals come in as strays and abandoned. But the microchipping will allow us to identify ownership. That's.
Chairman, Commissioners, that's one thing I can say was universally proposed by the working group was mandatory microchipping for all companion animals.
Well, Commissioners, it's lunchtime. I think we've made some progress on the ordinance. Oh, I'm sorry, Trish. You may. Well, please step up to the podium. We're going to have a brief discussion about what our next step is here before we break for lunch, but you can go ahead and approach.
I want to kind of give the other side, excuse me.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Don't want to bang you out. I just want to give the other side of the coin. Now, I know that as commissioners, you receive these emails. You got 5, you got 15, everybody's gotten some. Do you have any idea of how many phone calls I get a year? Penny Wardlow gets a year? Do you know how many times people just start bringing in pets and can't take care of them? Trish, can I have some dog food? Trish, we need shots, where can we go? Goes constantly. When I had the pet pantry out of St. James Episcopal Church, I had it for 3 years. At the end, I was feeding anywhere from 300 to 350 cats and dogs a month. That's because these people would come in. We had an income level, you know, and they could not afford to get and feed their animals, but yet they keep accumulating more. I have a next door neighbor who's giving me, my hair's gonna be totally white in a month, because already I've managed to fix through 4 corners. Penny should be here too, by the way. She couldn't, she had a family thing, but, and then they get another one. Where do we get the shots? Trish, do you have any food? This goes on constantly. You get 5 emails, I get 20 calls a month. Trish, this dog's in my yard again. Trish, animal control isn't coming out. Trish, my dog is sick. My dog was just run over. My neighbor has 12 dogs and they're running all over the damn place. I mean, I'm just trying to give you another version of why the whole purpose. I worked on the 2011 town ordinance, county ordinance and the town ordinance. We passed those in 2011. And the whole purpose of my coming before the board about 2 years ago now as chair of the advisory commissioner, the animal advisory board, was to form it again so that we could write a new and updated county ordinance, animal ordinance, because the 2011 ordinance wasn't working so well. It was too loose, too lenient. I think that some of the things said today I can compromise with. I mean, too high fees, that kind of thing. We can work with that. The leash law can certainly be worked with. But I just want to make a statement saying, you're hearing one side of the story here. Talk to rescue groups in your community. Then you're going to get the whole thing going, because I probably take care, and Penny, I mean, we spend our time out there taking care of people with animals. That's all we do. Well, Penny has a real estate license, I don't, but Leanne Mitchell, Taos Feral Feline Friends, talk to her. See how many cats she takes in or has to take care of. You know, it's not just the particular person that has, 18 dogs and they all mind out there on the mesa or out there on top of the world. I mean, I get that. I know there are people who are very responsible, but the majority are not. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. And maybe I'm like the cop that's been doing the work too long. Every time you see a family, you look and want to know who's the criminal in that bunch. Anyway, there's more to it. We need a tighter ordinance. I know we're in Taos, and I know we're dealing with people that have. It's not even a cultural group or an ethnic group. It's everywhere here. We're out on the mesa, 3 peaks, 2 peaks. Do a lot of Pueblo work also individually. So just wanted to say that dogs are running loose all over town, and nobody has any accountability for it. They need to be accountable for their animals. They need to be able to feed their animals and get their animals medical treatment. I bet if you did a survey and asked how many people, not your friends, or maybe not mine, but if you did a whole survey and asked, what's going to happen if your dog gets sick? What are you going to do? Because I don't have any money. Where are you going to go? Is that dog going to just suffer with parvo? Or distemper, or because he has a broken leg? Yes. You know how many times they've had broken legs that they've never fixed them? Happens all the time. So anyway, I just wanted to give you another point of view, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Tricia. This ordinance will not cure all of the ills that you've described, but it is a big improvement over what we have now. I think you agree, having been part of it. Stephen, did you?
I just wanted to thank Trish. We've worked on several animal cases together, and unfortunately we've worked on some horrendous hoarding issues within Taos County. And that's why Stray Hearts has a $600,000 plus budget. That's why Taos County has a $264,000 budget. If that could all go away and people would take care of their animals, that'd be great. But they're not. And for that reason, that's just why this ordinance was written sort of in this level, to try to get some attention out there and make sure that these animals are being taken care of. And thank you, Trish and Penny, for all you guys do every day. And also Jim Vaughn in the back from our neighbors up north, because Jim does a great a great thing up there in Cuesta. Thank you.
Want to get some really good documentation and information about the state of New Mexico and the animal issues. Animal Protection of New Mexico, apnm.org. They're a very highly respected group, work with all the legislatures. I'm on I was on the board, but now I'm on the advisory board. We get bills through the legislature every year, 90-day sessions. But that's your go-to place. That they work with everything. Go on their website, apnm.org, and see all the core programs they have. It'll give you all the sheltering, all the places in New Mexico that are shelters and animal rescues. They have it all. They work with them all. Okay.
Thank you. Quayla?
Chairman, Commissioners, if I might, there are several policy points that were important to the sheriff and his animal control officers, and I do want to give them an opportunity to speak as the paid professionals in the room as to anything of importance to them.
Of course. So we've got the sheriff. I'm not sure if the gentleman in the back, the rancher, would like to say something after also, and Mr. Storch too. But Sheriff, thank you.
Thanks, Chairman, Commission. I think the bells going off in round one should be over. I'm not going to address any of the issues. I think the fees and fines, can be distributed. I do want to say that when it comes to that point, I need that back in my budget so I can have additional animal control officers. I was born a farmer and a rancher. I'm not going after you, sir. Not one bit. Absolutely the furthest thing from my mind and what I want accomplished. But I need the communities within Taos County where we have highways running through and roadways where we have to pick up dead animals all the time because of irresponsible pet owners. I want that fixed. I want mandatory chipping so that we can find ownership of those and I can go back to them on extreme cruelty to animals for allowing that dog to be killed. I want teeth, and this ordinance is a start in bringing us that. I want responsible pet ownership. I don't care that a rancher on their own private property, even if they have to cross over a county road to maintain their herds and stuff, that's not the focus of what we're going for here, not whatsoever. But I am sick and tired of seeing dead animals on these highways and roadways, and this is a good start in fixing that. The fees, the breeder's permits, do with that what you desire. I have no dog in that fight. So to speak. I do think there needs to be penalties, and I'll leave it at that. I'm a dog owner, I'm a pet owner, I have 3, so I don't meet the 6. If I did have 7, I would gladly buy the additional permit at a reasonable fee. Perhaps the $100 for intact and $200 for female intact is too high. We had great discussion at these, Chairman, you were there. There was a recommendation of 500, as you recall. We thought that was unreasonable. Again, that's going after not going after, but it's to address the breeders that are making high dollar profits and to bring some of that revenue back so we would have enforcement and be able to pay for that. I understand stray hearts, they need a cut of that pie as well, perhaps, but when it comes to that, no, I'll be back at the podium to fight for my part of it as well. Thanks.
Look forward to it, Sheriff. Thank you for that perspective. I agree with it entirely. Mr. Vaughn.
I agree wholeheartedly with the Sheriff. We really need to get some people that are responsible owners. The breeders, the breeder fees and stuff may seem quite high to a lot of people, but a lot of the animals we pick up or that are brought to us on a daily basis are animals that come from breeders. It may be an animal that's maybe doesn't look as good, doesn't have quite the conformation that they want, may not be the right color, so that animal is dumped. It's brought to our place. We get animals that are shot in the belly because they, it's not a dog that I want, so I'll just shoot it in the belly and get rid of it. That animal doesn't necessarily die right away. The mayor's been an instance where we've had some animals that were running loose that attacked other dogs, and I've spent about $9,000 on that dog. And you know, the fees and stuff, I'm sorry, Mr. Donald, I don't think that asking people to pay for additional dogs or to pay breeder fees, I don't think that's out of line. I really don't. If you've got a responsible owner, that's not going to be a problem for them because those animals won't be running loose. They're not going to be the ones that we go out at 11, 12 o'clock at night and pick up and try and find a vet that'll take them. The ones we get are animals that come in from people that, you know, I get calls every day. You know, can you give me free shots? Can you give me a free spay-neuter? These are people that, you know, the people, the low-income people that come to and ask for help, we help those people because they'll find a way. It might take a year or 2 or 3 years, but they'll pay back the $10 or $20, whatever they need. It's the people that can afford it but don't are the ones that we really have a problem with. And I think we need to tighten it up. The fines, I agree with it. You know, you dogs running loose. If it gets out one time, you know, that could happen to anybody. But we repeatedly pick up the same dogs from the same people. And the microchipping. Without the microchipping, it's you know, some kid gets bit. We had a kid bit the other day. You know, it's not my dog. You know, if we have that microchip, we can prove whose dog it is, and we can make those people responsible and start. You know, if they have to pay a few fines, that's great. And I think each fine they pay should be higher. I agree with Trish. I mean, you know, we see the other side of it, and it's. I understand what people are saying in the emails that you get, but you know, I get emails, I get phone calls, I got people come banging on my door, and you know, I had a guy last week that threatened my wife, and I just don't want to tolerate that. I think that we need to get. I think this is a good start. I think there's a lot of things we can do to tweak it, but you know, not doing anything doesn't help. So I think we really need to get moving on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim, and thanks for all the incredible work you do with animals up in Cuesta. Mr. Storch, no more? You're set? Okay, thank you. Thank you all. So I guess the next step would be, now that you've got some direction of where commissioners are, and commissioners can continue the communications, of course, with staff, but none of us can direct staff to put something specific in or take something specific out. All we can do is ask questions and let them know where we're at, and then they have to formulate a draft that they can bring back to us. And at that point, I guess it would be with a resolution for publication. And if the draft comes to the commission along with a resolution for decision on publication, we can still make tweaks to the draft at that point. Is that correct, Mr. Malone?
You could still make tweaks to the draft. It may delay the publication if those changes have to then be made.
Right, but that would be the next step, so we'll hopefully do that sooner than later. Put this back on the agenda for a decision item on a resolution that's attached to another draft that is going to be tweaked as a result of this meeting, and then that will be published in the newspaper, and there'll be 30 days notice for a full-blown public hearing for potential passage of the ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, could you clarify we can't direct staff to change things? I mean, we've told her what we wanted. You know, I'd like that 6-animal limit changed. Then how do we, you know, make our recommendations in this case? And I'm just wondering for the other groups if we should have an additional work study. I really do think we need an additional work study. Just so we're clear on what we're telling Ms. Robinson to do, rather than, I'm confused with you saying we can't direct her. I'd really like another work study with the public, to announce it to the public, to the different groups that have contacted us, and to give one more final input here.
There's 2 more final inputs, and so I'm hoping that the 2 requirements under the law would be sufficient and that we wouldn't need an additional work study. we will set aside sufficient time when we put it back on the agenda, along with the resolution, to hear from whoever shows up.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
then the final-
I'd like to know if the other commissioners would like a work study, because I'm seeing nods in the back that there should be an additional work study. And I don't think you should make that decision, or I, and I would like to poll the commission if they feel an additional work study is in order.
Well, Mr. Chairman, have him come to the...
I'm sorry, could you step up, please, and state your name for the record?
Rick Hallison, and correct Jim real quick, I'm not top of the world, I'm Ute Mountain Farms, which is right next to him.
Area, sorry.
Anyway, I had several neighbors that weren't able to make it. One guy's got a broken sprinkler, another guy's working calves, another guy's planting a field, and I got a phone call, and I had to jump out of a corral, hop in a pickup, grab a sandwich on the way to make it down here in time, and all I've heard are financials. Get more money to stray hearts. Before I walked in, there was something other than this ordinance going on about getting them more money. This whole ordinance discussion has been about getting them more money. It has. It's been all about fines, fees, permits, and whatnot, and no concerns as to what is actually in the ordinance. So I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell, is that I think we need to have a work study that includes a multicultural group that would include ranchers, because I'm hearing work groups. I never knew about a work group. The only reason why I heard about this meeting today was through the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. They sent me an email. I had no idea. And neither did any of my neighbors.
Well,
Yet you're going to pass a law on us.
Yeah. Well, there's
and the animal verbiage that you have in this ordinance, that includes cattle. No. It does include cattle. Cruelty to animals.
If I can address your definition of animals is not.
That's not how it reads, though, so maybe we need to, I wasn't able to pick up my notes.
Right, no, I assure you,
But the way it reads...
And as a municipality, we are not able to take over or alter state law in any way.
Okay.
The livestock code is in place. This is not about cattle.
Right.
This governs companion animals, which are just as dogs and cats.
Right, and you mentioned maybe there needs to be something different that has to do with farmers and ranchers,
yes,
because it's not unusual for me to pay $5,000 for a cattle dog.
Right.
And I'm not going to leash them on the side of a truck.
Right, and I understand that. And that's actually the one point that seemed to be universal with today's meeting. I want to see an exception for working dogs. Not only
You didn't hear when I addressed your concern that you brought to me Saturday?
The what?
I brought that. That was the first comment I brought up.
Oh, it was about the leashes.
Was your comment to me.
Right.
That's the first one I brought up.
I heard that.
When you talked to me on Saturday and
I
said
heard
you would
that.
be here.
I heard that. What I'm saying is 90% of this discussion has been about finances. Granted, you brought up the leash.
Well,
but that's only been about 10% of the discussion, Jim. It hasn't been, it's all been about fines and fees and permits and microchipping.
It's been
you want me to microchip all my dogs?
It's been a pretty broad-ranging discussion, but the question we have before us now is whether or not the two required agenda items under law are going to suffice for this discussion. I think they will, but Commissioner O'Donnell wants an additional work study, so let's weigh in a little bit so staff knows where to go.
Mr. Chairman, I think the more meetings that we have, the better informed a public we have, and less complaints once it is enforced. I I think we should have at least another work study in addition to the other two meetings that are already scheduled.
Either of you commissioners like to weigh in on this? Commissioner Fambro or Gallegos, either or both?
No, I had 50 concerns that I came up with, and I pretty much summarized them, and I've expressed everything here today, and I'm confident that staff heard and on.
There's 35,000 residents in the county, and not all of them are here today.
Do you have any feelings on this one?
The more we talk about it, the better we make it. Finished product is all I want.
Yep.
I want a good finished product.
Well, hold on a second, Neil.
I get, and I'm okay with another work study session. The thing is that we've had, there's groups that have worked hard on trying to satisfy the needs for the whole county. And what always ends up happening is a lot of times you bring another work study, you bring another group in, you bring another group in. Well, you know what? There's been plenty of time for people to have their input. And when it's time to make that input, sometimes it's at the 11th hour, Rick, and I respect that you didn't get a chance to see this. But as Commissioner Fambro has said, we are looking at trying to make sure that ranchers and farmers have that leniency to handle what they do and their business out there. You're out there with the cattle and horses. We're not thinking that you're going to disrespect your dogs because, that's what you're out there to take care of your animals. But as the majority have seen today, that there are very, very many people out there that are not willing to take that responsibility, and those are the ones that make Stray Hearts in the negative, make the county, make the town of Taos have to keep putting more money into that. So we need to figure out how to get those people up to the table. They're not going to come over here and argue why they want to leave their dog out on the road and get run over or not take care of their dog. Those are the people we're looking for.
And I bet that those are all in municipalities. You're not going to see them out in my area.
Maybe not in your area, but unfortunately, those people, as Doug is, that take care of their animals are victim to the people that don't. And that's the same thing that people that pay trash every month, they're victims to the people that don't. People that pay the utility bills are victims to the ones that don't. Everything. So, unfortunately, everybody's going to pay because of some things, of the neglection that there is for the communities out there that don't want to take care of it. So, I'm fine with another work study session, but at some point, as we talked, there's got to be some solid foundation here to make things work for everybody.
I see your point, Mark, about the 11th hour, but this was the first we heard of it. All my neighbors up there, it's the first we've heard of it. The work study groups consist of people that know one another and they're buddies.
That's not true. I'm going to ask that we cut this discussion short at this point. We're past lunch. Staff.
Mr. Chairman, I know Mr. Thielke wants to say something, but we've had Chairman Mario Varela from El Valle Los Ranchos, the Water and Sanitation District, here all morning. I was hoping we could hear his discussion and hopefully vote on that today before lunch. And I don't know if there's others. Mr. Bellis, I'm not sure if you're here for a decision from the commission, but not. Okay, so at least Mr. Varela, if we can cover that.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, are we clarifying we will have another work study? That's what I want.
Sure, as long as it's not repetitive over the things that Quayla's already answered.
Okay.
Chairman, if I may, because
Right.
Altering the leash law, dogs, search and rescue, ski dogs, taking a blind stab at the fees and presenting those again. And then in terms of the multiple companion animal permit,
I think it was just a matter of fees.
I want to take away the 6-animal limit.
There is no 6-animal limit, for heaven's sakes. It's just
But it
you have a
implies you
permit
have
if
to
you want
pay
more than
more,
6
pay
animals.
money
Right.
for
so,
more animals. So I want that, that's what I want taken out.
Okay, so that would be, you would want the fee for another license to occur at what number of animals?
12.
Okay, so there's an opinion. There's going to be several opinions on that, and staff will have to make a draft recognizing that there'll be future debate at apparently 3. Yeah. Okay. that sounds good. That's a good.
3 changes that will be made. I can make those.
That's a good legal decision, and Commissioner O'Donnell, just to answer the clarification question, it's always the case that that commissioners. I spend a lot of time with department heads myself, and all of us need to do that to educate ourselves. But it's always questions. It's never direction. None of us individually outside of the purview of this meeting can give department heads direction. We can give our county manager a direction, and then it's up to him to decide whether or not he can take that from one commissioner or bring it on the agenda. And so that's just the way county government's supposed to work, and we'll proceed along those lines. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We have Mr. Thielke for a final comment on this one, and then we will accommodate Mr. Varela from once we get the motion to amend the agenda.
Mr. Chairman.
Come on up, Neil. I'm sorry, Bob.
Just a quick interjection. We have 2 resolutions from 2 sanitation districts. It's the same annual re-upping of their mill levy. We should
do those.
Take those 2 together.
Well, we'll look for a motion to that effect once Mr. Thielke is finished with his comment. Please come up, even though your voice is plenty loud, I know, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You could have 100 more meetings. You say we have 2 more meetings before you're going to do a resolution?
By law, you have to have, we are required for 2 more open meetings to consider this before we can enact it.
I would think that would be sufficient, as long as you're advertised to the public. You can't twist people's arms and make them show up. It'll be the same group of us that shows up. So, you know how to be compliant with the law. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Neil. Commissioners, do we have a motion to amend the agenda to accommodate the...
Let's amend the motion to amend the agenda for today, items, so that we can hear items 11C and D before we break for lunch.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
And call for the vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. Under 11C, this is a discussion regarding the approval of Resolution 2015-27, imposing an ad valorem tax for the benefit of the El Valle de los Ranchos Water and Sanitation District. Mr. Varela, thank you for being patient with us this morning.
I'd like to say thank you for allowing me to come up at this time. Chairman Blankenhorn, Ms. O'Donnell, members of the Commission, Mr. Malone, and Mr. Archuleta. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Mario Varela, and I am representing El Valle de los Ranchos. And I'm here for your consideration for the approval of Resolution 2015-27. It's a resolution imposing an ad valorem tax for the benefit of El Valle de los Ranchos Water and Sanitation District.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Varela, how much money is El Valle hoping to raise by doing this ad valorem, by passing this ad valorem tax?
We're hoping that by passage of this resolution, El Valle will be able to continue on its aggressive program of building wastewater lines. Exactly how much, I am not sure, Mr. Romero.
Okay, and maybe if you could talk a little bit, Mr. Varela, about some of the progress that's been made and some of the ongoing projects and very near future projects?
We've been very fortunate that we've been able to maintain a works-on project for quite some time. We have at this time just completed on Highway 68, from the Ranchos Post Office all the way to the Italian restaurant. That project has been completed. We will be able to provide wastewater services to approximately, once we're finished, to approximately 40 residents. We are in the process now of planning for another project that's going to go up Valerio Road and Bajo la Loma Road. And that project, when completed, should accommodate something like 70 homes. At the present time, we have approximately 700 residents that are now using the wastewater, which means that we now have 700 fewer septic tanks that used to, at one time, contaminate our groundwater.
Thank you, Mr. Varela.
It's a great service that the district provides. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick weighing in.
Okay.
We are required by statute to pass this resolution. It's not a discretionary matter with us.
So you don't want us to vote?
No, you can vote, but I'm just saying the state statute says that we will direct the treasurer and the assessor once they adopt their resolution.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm going to vote yes anyway, but.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Malone, I ask this every time. Am I allowed to vote? I'm on the board of El Valle.
You have no financial conflict of interest.
Motion to approve Resolution 2015-27.
I'll go ahead and second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Varela.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Malone, you're saying we cannot vote no on the next item? That we have to vote yes? Is
All
what
I
you're
can
saying.
tell you is that what the statute says is that, and it's 732118, that we're required to levy the mill levy adopted by the water district and to instruct the assessor and the treasurer accordingly. We don't have any discretion.
It already went out to a vote, right, to the public?
Well, this is an annual renewal.
Oh, yeah, at some point. Okay. Well then, we still have this on the agenda, and it is a discussion regarding Resolution 2015-28, imposing an ad valorem tax for the benefit of our other sanitation, water and sanitation district, El Prado. Is there somebody here from El Prado? And since we can't vote no anyway, we should break for lunch.
Good morning, Commission. Christine from El Prado Water, they said they weren't going to be coming for the presentation, but if I could represent them.
That'd be fine. Thank you, Randy. Commissioners, do we want to go through the formal process of a motion and a...
So, Mr. Chairman, what is the amount that they are going to impose?
Instead of, last year was a 6.9 and this year is an even 7, based on the increase of properties within the district.
Okay. Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Motion to break for lunch.
So move.
Second. Yes.
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 Yes. This is part of the work-study session, and this is regarding the land use regulations. Good afternoon, Edward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just a brief introduction for you here. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this afternoon on a work study for a preliminary discussion so that the Planning Department and the Legal Department can get an idea of where the Board of County Commissioners stand on various amendments to ordinance, or various proposed amendments to Ordinance 2014-1, the Taos County Land Use Regulations. As you are all aware, Ordinance 2014-1 went into effect in July of 2014. Planning staff has had the opportunity to implement Ordinance 2014-1 for nearly 1 year. During this time, planning staff has identified areas in the land use regulations that are both of substantive and non-substantive nature that we believe will improve the ability of planning staff to implement the land use regulations better. Planning staff has also accepted input from members of the Board of County Commissioners and all planning department staff. You have all been provided with a copy of the proposed amendments. For the record and in fairness to Mr. Malone, the county attorney, the amendments identified within the land use regulations have not been reviewed and endorsed by Mr. Malone. Planning staff did its best to complete the proposed amendments in a timely manner in order to allow Mr. Malone the opportunity to review the amendments, but unfortunately, the inclusion of some substantive amendments took longer than anticipated. Planning staff was hopeful that Mr. Malone would have had the opportunity to review the amendments and meet with planning staff to go over the amendments prior to today's meeting. Planning staff is willing to meet with Mr. Malone to review the amendments in their entirety, specifically the substantive changes, and I'm sure that Mr. Malone is also willing to meet with the planning department staff. I'm not sure how the commission would like to proceed, but I'd like to present to the commission in no particular order the substantive amendments to Ordinance 2014-1, and again, these are proposed. Obviously, Nathan and I are both available to address questions that you may have along the way. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Chairman, permission to proceed.
Please do. Thank you, Edward.
Mr. Chairman, we have identified approximately 16 substantive proposed amendments that we believe need to be brought to your attention. Number one, moratorium. Appendix 2.C hydrologic report, and this is located in the appendices. Policy of having a moratorium on major development permits during times of moderate and long-term drought. The county may exercise its authority to impose a moratorium on any major development application that may harm the public welfare of the county. And we also created a new definition for moratorium. This is an entirely new section. And once again, as previously stated, Mr. Malone has now had the opportunity to review this section.
Could I ask a quick question?
Mr. Chairman, let me just chime in. I have had a chance to review it since it was given to me a week ago, but not time to meet with the planning staff and go over it in nuts and bolts details. So I do have some observations that I'll share with the commission on various items, but not final recommendations for exact language.
Well, my question is, I mean, don't we have moratorium authority? Is it statutory?
I don't know the answer to that.
I think there is a statutory authority, and I guess just jump right into this. The definition of moratorium, I think, is the correct legal definition that you've got in there, and it requires there to be an imminent threat to public health, safety, or welfare. I don't think that imposing a moratorium which stops all development, everything stops with a moratorium. Nobody can do anything. That moderate drought would never rise to the level of an imminent threat. Most all projects are done by the aquifer, and we have the state engineers testing and all kinds of protections to make sure that there's sufficient water in the aquifer to handle the development. And the existence of a moderate drought, even if you defined moderate drought, would never be an imminent threat to public health safety. And so I really, I can't support the language that says that we could call a stop to all development in Taos County based on a moderate drought. I don't think it meets the legal definition, and I don't think it's wise policy. So I got that one out there early on since you brought it up. So,
Mr. Chairman, that was one of my amendments, and it does not stop all development. It's listed in a category for major development. This is to give us a tool in the event things get really bad and we need to take action to protect the existing water of people surrounding possible major developments. So I would ask Mr. Malone to look at the language in that section that just implies major development, does not imply any other type of development.
That was my understanding in having reviewed it, that it applied only to major developments. I would have some suggestions separate and apart from whether it's a good policy or not, but just organizationally where it should fall in the code to clarify some things. But those are nuts and bolts details that I'd have to sit down with the planning department and work on.
Commissioner Fambro?
And also, Bob, in working many years unsuccessfully of getting a fireworks ordinance statewide, the question always comes up, and we had to define the drought indice system that we were using, because EMNRD uses theirs, Forest Service uses theirs, the governor's office uses hers. I mean, so we can't even decide on a drought indice standard for the state. So I don't know how we would enforce it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there is a standard that was enacted during Senate Bill 112, and it is the USDA Drought Monitor Watch, which is the recognized drought monitor watch for the nation. It is part of NOAA, part of USDA, and several other groups that put this out. And this is just to consider a long-range planning in the event climate change happens.
Commissioner O'Donnell, what I mean is it has to be referenced in the code.
Oh, okay. Well.
Mr. Chairman, let me just chime in on that. That was one of my notes, was that if the commission should ultimately decide to adopt something along these lines, a moratorium, it would be very important to have some objective standard by which it would be invoked.
I see. Thank you.
Permission to proceed, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Under number 2, visual impacts, we have created a new section in section 4.14.2, policy for development proposed to be located on steep slopes of more than 20%. This is also a new section.
Where did this language come from?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I believe that Mr. Sanchez, the Chief Planner, took the lead in drafting this language.
Nathan, can you give us some idea of the source?
Back when we were working on the previous land use regs, different items were reviewed and brought forth by different members of the steering committee at that time. So they had brought us some kind of language on view sheds. So I just have a lot of data that was presented back in those days, so I was utilizing that language at this time. And this language does need work, but I just wanted to put some in there that we could have in there just to review and get an idea of what direction we might want to go.
Is this part of the steep slope portion?
Yeah, that was my intent, to find a place for it. Okay. I believe in that when someone's doing a steep slope development and developing, whenever they disturb a steep slope of 20% or more, they have to go through either administrative review or a special use review. And part of that process, they have to comply with the performance standards that are required in a special use also, which covers a lot of the issues that are covered in the view shed. One of them is compatibility. If they're building within one of the requirements is that they have to meet the compatibility standards. And this would clarify more of how they would be compatible, and when they're disturbing that slope, it would give them direction how to be compatible in that direction as far as view shed. That's the intent there.
Because I thought excuse me, Mr. Chairman, view impacts, the definition, I thought was really broad. Was that intentional?
Excuse me?
The definition is really broad. Was that intentional to leave it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or we could tighten it up also when we work on it further.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, Mr. Sanchez, thank you. And again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a new section. I concur with Mr. Sanchez that this section, I believe, needs to be adjusted. If you find it acceptable and you would like to have this included as a proposed amendment, as presented to you, we as staff believe it needs some work, some tweaking. Number 3, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, unsafe structures. Section 11.1.5, policy on addressing unsafe structures. This is also a new section. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I initially began the writing or the wording of this section, and it was concluded by Rachel Romero, one of our building officials in the office. And let me just add that presently right now within the Taos County Planning Department, there is no clear direction as to how we address unsafe structures. There is language within the International Building Code book that addresses the ability of the building official to look at the possibility of condemning a structure. This, I believe, would allow the planning department more enforcement capability on unsafe structures.
Mr. Chairman. So that is defined. I had a question on that, is where are we getting the definition of, and how do we actually rule that it's an unsafe, but it's part of the new code structure, so.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fambro, the determination is made by the building official. And that's obviously, and I'm very pleased to say that all 3 building officials in the planning department are certified building officials.
Certification, perfect, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, does this apply like to old barns and old farming structures that are still in use?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, it would effectively apply to all structures where we receive a complaint or where a building official deems it that the structure creates a health safety impact. We're not going to go onto a property or make a determination if it's not creating a health safety impact to the general public, only when a determination or a complaint is made and we make an investigation.
Seems like a good extra tool to have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a very quick observation on this. As Edward advised the Commission, the International Building Code allows for enforcement in the case of unsafe structures, but doesn't provide any procedure. And the folks in the planning department felt like they would be more comfortable if there was a procedure. There is a state statute that this language appears to be modeled on. I met briefly with Edward and Rachel yesterday, and the language looks very similar to the state statute. The state statute is more narrow. This is broader in the sense that the state statute talks about abandoned or dilapidated buildings, not unsafe buildings. So you could have a building that was not abandoned or dilapidated that was still unsafe. Think in terms of some gas line, for example, that had some feature to it that exposed the risk of explosion. That would not be dilapidated or abandoned, and so the state statute couldn't be used, whereas this, by extending to unsafe, is somewhat broader than the state statute. It adopts a procedural scheme very similar to the state statute.
Have we ever used the state statute procedures for dilapidated structures?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have not. Any other questions on that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 4. Setback from a water source, stream, wetlands, springs, etc. This is section 4.3.1, letter J, and 4.8.1.cc of the limits table. Requirement is 85 feet for properties less than 2 acres in size and 150 feet for properties 2 acres or larger. The proposal is to amend the limits table to reflect 85 feet for commercial properties less than 2 acres in size and 150 feet for commercial properties more than 2 acres in size, and reduce the residential setback for properties both less than and more than 2 acres in size to a 20-foot setback. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as you're aware, within the with the land use regulations, we established a Board of Adjustment whose basically their basic duty is to hear bulk variances. Since the enactment of the land use regulations, and more so since the first of this year, the Board of Adjustment has heard 2 variances related to this particular section already. We believe that requiring a residential unit to be set back 85 feet away from a stream is too cumbersome on the applicant, and we therefore respectfully request that this get reduced to 20 feet.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, do you remember Kaylee Creech and her beaver pond issue and how she was objecting to this language? How far back is her property to a river?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, I don't know the exact distance. I believe that the Rio Costilla does traverse through her property, and you are correct that there was a beaver dam there that alleged flooding to an adjacent property owner last spring. I'm going to dare to say that away from her property, that her stream was probably, the river was about 60 feet away from her property, because she did have contentious, she felt contentious in this item and that it was too stringent when we presented this to you for approval.
And yet this is what Amigos Bravos recommends. I did receive a call from someone, several calls about this issue, one in Taos Canyon. Are you familiar with the gentleman who's building and he's complaining about having to go through a variance? I'm just wondering how far back from the river is his?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, I am. The individual's name is Mr. Pipa. I believe his property is less than 2 acres in size. David Martinez, one of the building officials, went out and performed a site inspection, and his property or the proposed building envelope is located approximately 60 feet away from the stream, triggering the need for the variance.
And also another complaint in Llano, gentleman Neil Williams.
Correct.
And could you tell me he has more than 2 acres, and what was his?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, I've briefly informed on Mr. Williams' issue. I'm not too clear on it, but it is a similar issue to Mr. Pipa.
Does he have more than 2 acres? Or?
I believe that it is a property that is more than 2 acres, but I'm not clear on that. But we've established in the planning department that this is basically going to be an issue that will be coming up frequently, and it's going to be something that I believe needs, or we believe needs to be addressed, or else we're going to be having quite a bit of variance requests before the Board of Adjustment. And rather than having all these variance requests, we believe that it is appropriate to go ahead and amend the regulation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, on this final note, I think 20 feet is too close, but I would be willing for a 40-foot setback or some compromise between the 85 and 20. I just think 20 feet building close to a river, I just don't think it's a good idea. So, I mean, I'm just giving you my feedback is I'd be willing for a 40-foot setback in both those cases. I don't know how the commission feels.
Mr. Chairman, I feel the same way. I don't know if you noticed a couple of weeks ago that house and ranchos across from the Vargas Tile Company, when the river rose, it was within probably 15 feet of it. And I think it had been approved at 20 feet. Septic tank, I would venture to say that it was probably covered with water at one point or another last week. And so I feel the same way. Can agree to lower that standard a little bit, but not by much.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner
I went back
Fambro.
through my notes for the meeting when you guys adopted, and I wrote right next to it for some reason 30 feet. Celia made her presentation, I think I wrote that they were requesting it to be 30, but I would go with whatever you guys think on the 40.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, obviously we will yield to you for your determination, but this was our recommendation. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Romero, point very well taken with the structure out in ranchos, but there's also, again, nothing that prohibits an individual from building within a flood zone. If it is determined that that is within a flood zone, the individual merely needs to apply for what is known as a base flood elevation to allow them to build within that flood zone. But your point is well taken.
Can you tell us some of the other regulations in the ordinance that protect the river regardless of the setback?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any other ones within the land use regulations at this moment. Other than the floodplain ordinance.
Well, it's a big reduction, 150 to 20, 85 to 20, and 50 to 20. It's certainly appropriate to reduce those for residential, and so we'll have to see what number we end up at. I think Mr. Tarleton has always felt strongly about this one, and if you want to weigh in briefly on it, since we're on that topic, please do. Another side of this one.
Michael Tarleton, Tarleton Ranch, LLC. I'd just like you to made you aware that the Osaki associations all have their bylaws and everything, and where they do have problems with these type of situations where they need more easement or whatever, they put it into their bylaws so they cover it. So instead of making this blanket 50 feet or 20 feet or whatever, I think that the lesser would be fine, and if the Osakias need more room, they'll cover it in their bylaws or in their particular instance where they need the additional coverage. That's all.
Thank you, Michael. That's the way it reads for Osakias. We defer to the Osakia bylaws.
Right.
But this, I think the discussion now is rivers. Rivers and streams.
Well, it's covering the Osakias too, I think.
It is, but
Yeah.
like I said, the Osakias, we defer to the bylaws, but the Osakia bylaws would not
Cover rivers, no.
or streams. So.
Right. And I think the Corps of Engineers covers rivers, and the New Mexico streams and rivers, so the state engineer covers that. So they may have additional protections in their regulations for the rivers.
Might want to check the Army Corps of Engineers. I know that they regulate any crossings, but I'm not sure they regulate a setback, but it'd be worth a look.
Yeah, I think they do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Tarleton, and thank you for pointing that out, because I did want to clarify that what we're proposing in terms of the amendment is strictly to the limits table that addresses water sources, streams, wetlands, and springs. It's not addressing the Osakias, for there already is language in the limits table that addresses the Osakias. We've gone ahead and under the footnote, under the tables here, to indicate more or less if established in the Osakia bylaws. So we are trying to address that in that section as well, that if the bylaws allow you to be set back less than 20 feet, that we will honor the bylaws basically. If the bylaws allow you to be less than 20 feet, we will honor the bylaws.
It says more or less.
Correct. That's what we're proposing.
Either way, we'll just defer.
And so again, that's for number 4. We're proposing 20, and we want to be clear that it's only for residential development. For commercial, these setbacks remain the same. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 5. Under the area of notice for special use permits, which is section 7.1.5 B as in boy, requirement for a special use permit application shall require notice to property owners within 500 feet and all other notice pursuant to section 7.1.4. The proposal is to amend the special use permit area of notice to 1,000 feet rather than 500 feet. Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 6. Under section 4.10.1, wireless communication facility. Policy on prohibiting a wireless communication facility from being located within 1,000 feet of an occupied residential home. Distance shall be measured from the tower to the structure of the occupied residential home, and this is a new section. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, planning staff is opposed to this particular recommendation or suggestion. There's well intentions in this particular section, but on the flip side, let's take into account that there's a tower in place already, that a tower got constructed, and an adjacent property owner or a person who owns property next to that tower wants to build a home. This is their only piece of property. And unfortunately, they recognize that they're less than 1,000 feet away from that tower. Does this mean we would prohibit them from building a home or occupying a structure on there on the flip side?
Good point. If as a matter of policy, the board wanted to make this limitation apply only to the tower, construction of the tower itself, though, it seems like we could craft that language so that, you know, once the tower's in place, this would not prevent a property owner from building within that 1,000 feet if they chose.
Correct.
But if a tower was proposed, then it would be automatically rejected if it was within 1,000 feet of an already existing. So maybe that's good policy. It seems to me to be good policy on the face of it. And if we would just make that adjustment to the language so that it eliminated the example you gave.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have a similar situation in Pilat, Edward.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, I would strongly recommend that we not discuss that item because it's probably going to come before you on an appeal.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 7, Section 3.3.2, legal non-conforming use. Policy creating new section, which is 3.3.2.c, single-family home to read A and B above shall not apply to a single-family home. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may, Mr. Sanchez, can I yield this portion to you to address this portion?
Page 45.
3.3.2, legal non-conforming use. Creating a new section, 3.3.2c. Correct, page 45. That's it. That's it, Nathan. You scroll through.
Yeah, the non-conforming section, or this section, adding the 25% and more was mostly, we're considering that for commercial operations, where they could be allowed to not have to go through such a stringent review just to expand their business less than 25%. But we never put any language to deal with the residential non-conforming uses. So this section is just trying to address it when a residential home comes in, they want to expand their home, that they do need to, they are required to obtain a zoning clearance approval. So basically this is just for clarification on dealing with residential homes when they want to add on. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 8, accessory structure or building definition, section 2.1.2, amended to read, a structure or building located on the same lot or parcel as the principal structure, the use of which is incidental, subordinate, secondary to, and under common ownership with the principal structure or building. We're recommending deleting and detached from, and accessory structures are less than 50% of the square footage of the principal structure. Accessory structures used exclusively as agricultural structures are not subject to a square footage limitation. We're requesting to have that deleted from the definition of an accessory structure or building and putting no, removing the 50% limitation and putting no limitation on that. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we believe that by the lot parcel coverage, that would govern or control a lot of the size of the building that would be allowed to put on a piece of property. Further, our concern is that if you take a large piece of property and the person builds a primary residence on a large piece of property, and it's not unheard of that a person has 5 acres or larger and they build a primary home, that we're going to restrict the building to 50% of the primary residence. So we respectfully propose that we amend that as presented to you this afternoon.
And this comes up more often than not in situations where you have a small home and somebody wants a large garage or a large workshop. Is that how that comes up or has come up?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. In fact, a good portion or this particular section was created to address an issue that the planning department faced several years ago.
Right, Mr. Randall's structure by his home, referred to as the outlaw garage, was bigger than his home, but the main issue in that case was whether or not it was a commercial use. Although I imagine the neighbors would also have complained about the size, the main issue was whether or not it was commercial, and so it doesn't apply to the definition of accessory structure. So I guess for the board, it's important for us to think about and decide, you know, do we want to allow somebody with a small house to build a big garage? I think it's something that we should allow. But is there any feeling on the board that there should be some limitation to that? Or is that something we want to leave to the lot coverage, as Edward suggests? And also keeping in mind that neighborhoods with their overlays can also have lot restriction coverages that protect against what this is originally designed to protect against. We can move on to the next.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, and if I may, a good portion or a portion of this, as you're aware, if it's going to be a commercial operation, it'll come in front of the Planning Commission for a special use permit and a public hearing, where now, based on the recommendation, individuals within 1,000 feet will be notified, and they'll come up and be able to participate in the public hearing. Secondly, within the home occupation section, there is language in here within the home occupation section that says that a home occupation shall not exceed the lesser of 1,000 square feet or 50% of the floor area of the primary residential structure. So if somebody was proposing a cottage industry or home occupation, it's also covered in that respective section. So this is more to allow a person to use for their personal use, so they're not restricted or limited.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 9, guest house. Definition, section 2.1.2, deleted definition of guest house in its entirety. And we believe, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that it is appropriate to go ahead and delete guest house, because we believe that there's enough language within the definition of accessory structure building to cover a guest house as well. And further, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just the definition of guest house also alludes to a restriction on the size of the square footage that the guest house could be. And it also would say, which is not greater than 50% of the square footage. That's the existing prohibition right now. We're requesting to have that definition removed in its entirety.
Edward, as you move through these, could you yell out the page number? I have a hard copy version that I have some notes on that might be helpful to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Malone. I'll be more than happy to do so. Not a problem. I was just going to say, some of us may have different documents that we're working under.
I've remedied that situation.
Okay.
I've got the same document you have now.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if nothing further under guest house, we're prepared to move forward. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 10, under single family attached, section 2.1.2, the definition, we would like to have this particular section deleted in its entirety, and this is found on page 38. And while we're on this particular page as well, Mr. Chairman, under number 11, we also recommend to have single family detached the definition deleted it as well. So single-family attached and single-family detached, we recommend deleting both of those definitions.
And what's the thinking behind those deletions?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, could I yield to Mr. Sanchez on that particular one?
Under the code, we're identifying everything as residential development. We really don't identify with them. I know in the previous overlay zones, they had structured for residential, single-family detached and attached, but we never tied anything really together, so we felt it's better just to remove those definitions and just stick with single-family residential as we have it identified.
Because there's no other references in the ordinance that regulates those definitions?
No, and even in our overlay zone, we've removed all reference to these types of.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, and Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your patience. We only got 4 more substantive changes that we're proposing, 4 or 5 more, and so I'll kind of try and move along on these. Under number 12, section 3.3.2A.1, letter A, one-time expansion of less than 25%, deleted approval, and all elements of the enlargement or expansion shall conform to all special use permit performance standards in addition to all building code requirements applicable to the project. To now, we deleted that section to now read, amended to now read, any expansion or expansions of a legal non-conforming use of less than an aggregate of 25% of its original size or footprint established at the time that the use became a non-conforming use shall require an administrative permit. It's the same performance standards as a special use permit, but we're saying rather than taking you through a special use permit, if we deem you as a legal non-conforming use, we hold you to the same standards, but we consider you under an administrative permit. And that is found on page 44. I apologize.
So let's see. We were already on this page for one of these, right?
We were on the subsequent page, or on page 45, if you will.
Oh, okay. So this is just for commercial.
Correct.
And, all right, I do remember when this came up. Okay. So expansions of less than 25% can be administratively permitted.
Correct.
And,
we would hold you to the same performance standards of a special use permit, but we would approve you or consider you administratively rather than taking you to a public hearing for a special use permit before the Planning Commission.
And a greater expansion could be special use or major. How would you figure out whether it would be administrative or special use? I know how the major would work out, but how would you determine whether an expansion of more than 25% was administrative versus special use?
The determination, I think, is just strictly on the square footage, Mr. Chairman. We'd factor in the existing square footage of the structure, and then we would determine the 25% if it was less than 25% in terms of an addition or improvement, and that's how we would make the determination.
Yeah, I get that point, but it says that if it's more than 25%, and I know how you'll figure the 25%, then it's either administrative or special use. Whereas if it's less than 25%, it's administrative, period. But if it's a little bit larger, then it might be a special use. And would that determine on the overlays or what?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I believe that it does determine that on the overlays as well. I believe that you're citing letter B. Yeah. I believe is what you're making reference to.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is language that was already adopted within the land use regulations, and at this particular juncture, it's safe for me to say that we haven't experienced that and how to apply it at this particular point. It's probably something that we would have to confer with the legal department as to the applicability of this particular section. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, moving on to number 13. Under section 4.3.1 zoning clearance performance standards, inserted the following: in the case of a zoning clearance review, the planning director shall have the discretion to determine the applicability of the following performance standards based upon the nature of a particular project and its impact on the surrounding area.
What page?
And that particular one, Mr. Chairman, 51. And so all we've done here pretty much in this particular section, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is we've taken language from the administrative and special use permit section that also gives the planning director, and in this case, the planning director could be his designee, because obviously the planning director is not going to work on every application. It could also be there as a designee, and if this designee determines that applicable performance standards do not apply to specific to the project, those particular requirements could be waived. I would use an example, but it's coming to you on Tuesday, so I won't use that example.
Well, there's so many different potential projects that would come under zoning clearance. I think it's a good idea for the planning department to have some discretion to not impose every single restriction on a very modest project. And in the event that you do something that aggrieves anyone with standing or a neighborhood association, they would have the ability to appeal your decision.
Correct. Correct. Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, under letter, I believe 14, number 14, section 4.3.1R and section 4.8.1N, acequias.
Page?
52.
This is on page
Okay, thank you.
52 and 53, and this would identify section 4.3.1R, and then section 4.8.1 would be located on page it's the performance standards for an administrative permit and a special use permit. And I don't have that respective page available at this moment, but here's the point. Deleted unless specific plans have been approved in writing by the person or entity legally responsible for the operation and maintenance of the acequia. It shall be the responsibility of the applicant to obtain all such approvals before submittal of any application. We deleted that particular section, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, because there was an example in the planning department earlier, approximately 2 months ago, where an individual was proposing to construct a single-family residence in the Valdez foothills that happened to cross the existing San Antonio acequia. The applicant attempted to contact the acequia Mardomo or the acequia commission to get a determination, and was unsuccessful in getting any type of feedback from the acequia association. So in a sense, they held the applicant hostage, and the applicant withdrew their application, and they chose not to submit or pursue a building permit. Our thought and our concern, or our thought, is that under R1, for example, the acequias will still have the opportunity to review a project and give feedback on the project. If the acequia fails to do so within 30 days, the applicant should not be held hostage, and it would be a deemed approved, or basically allow the applicant to move forward. That's our rationale or reasoning behind that particular one, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's not disrespecting the acequia, but by the same token, it's also forcing the acequia to provide a response, albeit whether it's favorable or negative, but it forces the acequia to provide a response.
Right. We used to have that trouble with fire departments sometimes, and so if another agency doesn't respond, then the landowner has no recourse, and so it seems like a really important change to me.
Correct. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 15 is similar to number 14, and all we're saying here is that amend the section to read, failure of the acequia commission to respond within 30 calendar days shall deem the application approved. Number 16, section 4.4.3, temporary use performance standards, letter D.
Forget the fences, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had a question on the fence,
The
right there on
fences.
same page
On the
53
fences?
on S. Why did you delete the 10-foot prohibitive? And I'm sure the sheriff would have something to say about that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, presently within the Taos County land use regulations, the height restriction is 27 feet. If anybody chooses to build a fence up to that height, all they need is a building permit. I know that's a grandiose thought, but here's the rationale behind this. We basically indicated in this particular section that fences in excess of 6 feet as is presently written now, but not greater than 10 feet shall require a variance. We didn't believe that it was appropriate for an individual to have to go seek a variance if you want to build a fence that was 10 feet in height. We believe that if a person wanted to go build a fence that was 10 feet in height, that all you would need to do is pull a building permit.
Too hard to get a variance? You have to show that there's something that's not in your control, basically. That
Absolutely.
And so you can always say, well, all you had to do was build a shorter fence, and you're not, you can't be granted a variance. So basically, before this change, you couldn't build any fence higher than 6 feet.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you are absolutely correct. Whenever an individual submits for a variance application, it is very difficult for the individual to get approval on a variance. They have to meet 5 criteria. All 5 criteria need to be met. If they only meet 3, 2, 3, 4 of them, the recommendation is to not deny the variance. They need to meet all 5 items, so we felt it appropriate to go ahead and remove that language.
So what is that criteria?
The criteria for a variance, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero?
Because there was a case in Llano Quemado a few years ago where up against someone's backyard, the house. It created a lot of shade.
Mm-hmm.
Prevented the residents from getting.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, prior to the land use regulations that we have, is our working land use regulations, there was no requirement that the individuals pursue a variance for fences in excess of 10 feet or 6 feet. All the requirement is we follow what is in the International Building Code book that says that if your fence is 6 feet or taller, it triggers the need for a building permit. In terms of a yard wall, a top yard, which is really common here in northern New Mexico, if your yard wall is 4 feet or taller, it triggers a building permit for a yard wall. But there is no requirement or prohibition on the size of a fence, the height of a fence. But to address your question a little bit more clearly as to what would be the 5 criteria needed to grant a variance, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioner Romero, the criteria that an individual needs to go through in applying for a variance is, number 1, well, let me just read you the whole section here and bear with me, and I appreciate your patience. Under a bulk variance refers to a request for relief from a dimensional requirement of the land use regulations such as setback or other performance requirement. These are generally minor in nature and only affect the immediate adjacent property owners. When granting a bulk variance, the Board of Adjustment or Planning Commission should seek, if possible, as a condition of approval, an offsetting correction from the applicant, such as eliminating other nonconforming conditions on the property. The applicant shall have the burden of proving that the facts regarding the application must meet the following criteria, without which a variance shall not be granted. These are the 5 criteria. Number 1, does not constitute, or I should say, granting a variance does not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with limitations on other properties in the area of notice. Number 2, upholds the intent of these regulations, is consistent with the county comprehensive plan and will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, or be materially injurious to properties or improvements in the area of notice. Number 3 is justified because the existing size or shape of the site, lot, or existing structures thereon, or topographic or physical conditions on the site or in the area required notice make compliance not literally or economically feasible or advisable, and such conditions are neither the fault of nor reasonably remediable by the applicant, and that exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions applicable to the site do not apply generally to other properties in the vicinity. Number 4, strict or literal interpretation and enforcement of the specified performance standard or regulation would result in unnecessary hardship inconsistent with the purpose of these regulations. And lastly, number 5, that the hardship the applicant is asking to be relieved from was not self-imposed or self-created. Those are the 5 areas or the 5 criteria that the applicant needs to demonstrate and the Board of Adjustment or the Planning Commission needs to find in granting a variance.
Maybe we should do some kind of a variance or setback if you're building a fence that is within a certain distance of a neighbor's house to take care of the
Sunrights.
Take care of the sunrise, the problem that Commissioner Romero brought up. That would be a drag if you had your house that close to a boundary and somebody built a 10-foot fence. So I wonder if we could carve that out, just so that if you wanted to build a 6-foot fence that's closer than some number to your neighbor's house, that you would then need a variance. What do you think of that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, while it sounds like a reasonable idea, at what point do you draw the line? What if it's a single-family residence that's going to obscure the solar rights from the very same person?
Well, we have setback requirements for that. So,
Sure.
But a fence line is generally on the property line, so.
Correct. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll be more than happy to explore that and look at coming up with some language for you for your consideration, maybe at a subsequent work study if you'd like.
I think we need to do that, Mr. Chairman, because that same situation, I'm referring to the Baca family in Llano Camado. It started off with the fence and then it went on to wasn't a 2-story structure.
I'm familiar with the project.
You know them all, Edward, I know.
Mr. Chairman,
Been around, Edward.
I just wish this would stay in.
Well, I agree. I absolutely agree that this should stay in. It's crazy not to be able to build a 75-inch fence without a variance. But we could carve out an exception, Bob.
That last line is what I want left in.
You know, Mr. Chairman, a lot of what we have on West Romero Road were a lot of those subdivisions that were created, like on Coyote Circle and all those areas. There's no radius to any of those street corners, and you have these high fences, and they create a major nuisance when they cast a shadow during the winter. The snow doesn't melt. Fire department can't get in there.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, those are points very well taken. I would like to say that the clear site section of the land use regulations actually addresses those particular concerns that you just raised. But Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fambro, if you would like for us to consider or to look at including language on the very last sentence, we could maybe look at maybe keeping that language in there for you and you bring it back for your consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, do we have language anywhere for solar rights of property owners? Is that anywhere in any of our ordinances?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, we do not have anything in our land use, in any of the ordinances. I believe in order to adjust or to speak to solar rights, you need to get them recorded down at the county clerk's office. I believe you got to go make reference or record them. I don't know enough about it to stand here in front of you and explain the process or what is required.
I think the setbacks and the height restrictions mostly take care of it. It's a big issue in Manhattan, I know, but they got way higher buildings.
Yeah, we're just like Manhattan.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so under number 16, and then we just got a couple more. Number 16, section 4.4.3, temporary use performance standards, letter D.3, and this is found on page 55. We amended this section to include the trash receptacles should include recycling bins to dispose of the number 1 and number 2 plastics.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner O'Donnell?
This was something I brought, and if I may, I'd like to propose a different language because we had a meeting and I couldn't formulate, but where it says trash receptacle, to add, and recycling bins for plastics number 1 and 2, aluminum and glass, period. Then where it says of refuse, to add and recyclables. So that, I mean, I could read the sentence.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, we'll be more than happy to accept your recommendations, and we could get together with you after the meeting if you like, and you could give Nathan and I your suggestions.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one suggestion that might actually make this more flexible. Right now in Taos, we're limited to number 1 and 2 because of what the town recycling can accept, but that may change, and we would hate to have this ordinance be limited.
Acceptable plastics is.
So you might want to broaden that when you work with the language with.
Acceptable plastics is the proper terminology, I think.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, we'll work with you in getting that language that you'd like in there. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes.
Mr. Chairman, before we leave that page, I'm sorry, Edward. I know you rehearsed this as a solo, but going down to 444A1, maximum height of the wind generators. I'd like for you to look at that, and I found it someplace, but the model of efficiency on that, I believe, is 50 and up. You may, or 40, 42 and up, something like that. I'll find it and bring it to your office so we can discuss that. But I believe the 27 is not, it's an efficiency thing. That wouldn't cut it to be efficient. So I think it has to be taller than that because of the structures. But I'll bring that data that I found on that issue to your office, and you guys can consider it at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Fambro. And that would be similar to the cell towers because unless we put specific language in terms of a height, that would trigger the need for a variance. So it's similar to cell towers right now. There's no requirement for a cell tower to pursue a height variance. So I suspect that's what you're trying to get here in this particular section as well.
Right, and that's a non-flammable structure, and the 27 feet is usually triggered because that's what a 35-foot ground ladder will efficiently allow fire access to, but this is a non-combustible structure, and this is an efficiency issue that needs to be higher than the tallest building around in order to get the actual wind, make it function properly. So that I'll bring you that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fambro. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the last one that I have before I yield to Mr. Sanchez is in section 7.1.2. This is the notification section, which is on page 122. Section 7.1.2, notice by publication requires at least 15 working days prior to the date of the public hearing, and this would be for the legal advertisement. Section 7.1.3, notice by posting requires at least 15 calendar days. This is the posting. So there's a direct contradiction between the notice of publication requiring calendar days and the posting, working days, and the notice by posting requiring calendar days, and the section of 7.1.4, which is the notice by first-class mail, alludes back to 15 working days. We, as staff, have experienced with some applications, and here's an example. In April of this year, planning staff issued a stop order on a project, and this project is scheduled to be heard by the Board of Appeals on Thursday, June the 4th. But we issued the stop order on April. It triggered the need for a variance, and based on the 15 working day requirement, notification requirement, we couldn't put this individual on the agenda for the for the May meeting, and the individual needed to wait over a month to get scheduled in front of the Board of Adjustment. So we believe that 15 working days is a little too stiff or too long of a period to bring an application to public hearing either before the Board of Adjustment, Planning Commission or you, the Board of County Commissioners, and we would like to relax that particular requirement, and rather than it reading working days, that we reduce it to calendar days.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, while you're on page 122, and I know this is something you can't do now, but the posting of the notice, these postings are so small you can't read them. And I think the one that we're talking about, I think those have been taken down again, that were down in the wind, and then Mr. Pereira put them back up, and I'd have to make sure and let you know, but I think they're down again. And I'm just wondering, I know we can't really afford it, but a larger posting that is clearly readable, I think would be really nice. I know that would add more expense, but it's just something maybe to think about in the future. And for instance, this object 40 inches above the ground, well, these are just staked into the ground. So, you know, it's just, this is not working, I find. They either get torn down, you can't read them, and if there's any way you could think about how we could get larger postings that you could actually read.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, point very well taken, but we are restricted or limited on the size of posting that we could put up because the county only has a laminating machine that accommodates 11 by 17s. We do pass the burden or the onus onto the property owner to do the posting, but if the property owner did the posting, they would merely put an 11 by 17 paper that's probably unlaminated on the property, and that paper would probably only last a couple hours at the most or something along those lines. It is a point well taken. I'll visit with Mr. Perea a little bit more because I do know that the town of Taos has larger postings that they use that are more colorful. I believe they're yellow, or they have been yellow in years past. And maybe we could visit with Mr. Perea and get an idea of what type of postings they use over at the town of Taos, and we could follow suit.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that concludes what I have, and I would yield to Mr. Sanchez for a few minutes to speak to you about Article 5 and Article 6.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask on page 50, you just explain that to me? I read that over and over, and I still don't understand what you are trying to accomplish. So if you could just explain that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, if you're referring to page 50, section 4.2.3, that indicates with the exception of residential.
No. The 4.2.4. I don't understand that paragraph.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, that was a recommendation that was made by planning staff in one of our planning meetings that we had, where we all sat together and we looked at proposing amendments to the land use regulations. This is one item or one section that Mr. Malone was able to give feedback to planning staff, and we respectfully request that you disregard that section and we leave it as is. The key here is that Mr. Malone made it very clear that even for residential development, which would trigger the need for a zoning clearance, there needs to be a due process in place.
Okay, so you're striking this excluding residential development?
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
We're striking that,
okay,
and we're going to leave it in place as it is.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, I'll yield to Mr. Sanchez for just a few more minutes of your time.
Edward. Chairman, County Commissioners, if you could go to page, I believe, 116.
160?
116, 116. In section 5 and 6, we're just trying to clarify the process a little better for when we start working with the overlay zones. Part of the changes that are in the book is just for clarification. Let's see, it was page 115. Actually, section 6.1.1A, and it's the last sentence that we're trying to clarify within Article 5, and it states, the procedure set out in section 5.1.1B, C, D, and E, and section 5.2 for county overlays shall apply for applications for neighborhood zone overlays. So we're just trying to identify in Article 6 or Article 5, we just add a lot of the language where we include, it was only stating county zone overlays. So we just wanted to, so we could clarify that it also covers neighborhood zone overlays. So those additions, we added zone overlays wherever county zone overlay was stated, we just added that that neighborhood zone overlays are included in that review as part of that review process. We also, there's a, if you go to section, page 116 now, we just want to clarify when the neighborhood zone overlays that whatever is reviewed, it is also reviewed as part of the sections in section 3, which are the zoning clearance sections and the administrative, that they can be reviewed per those sections. So that's basically referring that any, when it's described the permit process in the overlay zones, this section identifies that they will be reviewed through those sections of the land use regulations, such as zoning clearance, will be reviewed through section 4. Article 4, and also if they fall under administrative process, they get reviewed under that process.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is this in the context, remember we had done a list of what's allowed in no neighborhood zone overlays?
Yes.
And we struck adult entertainment.
Yes.
That it was strictly prohibited. Now, does this language bring back where you could still apply for a variance for adult? Because I thought in the language we had agreed on, adult entertainment was prohibited, but does this language then still give a way to allow it to happen or not? Or does that even apply?
I don't see how is it, and it's...
I don't have that chart in front of me, and then Mr. Chairman Blankenhorn had done some other language in that form that, you know, it just made sense that it was something like things not listed in this chart are strictly prohibited. And the one we agreed was adult entertainment. And so I'm just...
I believe that's within the application itself.
It is. That's within the format for the neighborhood associations. And that language you're referring to... Not matrix. Actually, Upper Colonias came up with that language, and...
It's actually within the app. When I did the presentation last month, or... Right. Present the application, that language is included, but we could see that we tie that language.
Okay, so what I'm saying here in this language on D, this isn't a loophole to allow anything to happen in neighborhoods. I just, maybe, you know, I don't know, maybe I don't have it right, but.
How is it, when we create the neighborhood overlay zones, they're gonna identify all the uses within, they're gonna be listed within their own overlay. And within that, they're gonna have the different zones. And then they're gonna describe what type of review is gonna be permitted in that zone. So basically if it's residential, it could be, most residentials could be zoning clearance. So it'll be reviewed through the zoning clearance process if it's zoning. Non-residential, that's where it gets, they're going to have a choice of either administrative review or special use, but if it fits the criteria of a major development, it'll go through a major development review. So the neighborhoods are going to describe within their overlay in what zone they want a specific use to either be either a administrative use or a special use. And through that, and if it's not listed within those uses, it will be prohibited if it's not identified within that overlay zone list of uses. More questions?
This just makes 5 and 6 work better together since they're both.
So, is a bar, Mr. Chairman, or a liquor establishment?
Yeah, they're identified in the uses.
Entertainment?
Yes.
Come on. Hey. Down on that end of the table.
That's it.
And if it's blank, I forgot to explain, if in a zone, and if it's blank, it's a prohibited use.
No letter in there. And Nathan, in addition to all of this work that you guys have done, you also added definitions to the definition section, which are the definitions that you added are uses that are now being proposed as part of the matrix that the neighborhoods are going to use when they do their overlays.
Yes.
And you got them all? Because we haven't got the double check yet.
And once they're listed, if there's any that people want to propose or change, we're open to it.
So the neighborhoods, they got to decide, and then it ends up being our decision at the end, but the neighborhoods have to decide whether each one of these uses is appropriate where or not. And so we had to add definitions for each one of those uses so it was clear what was what. Right, Bob?
That's correct.
Is that all you wanted to say?
No, I wanted to just ask a question. In listening to I think I've got 17 written down that Edward went through, there were 2 of them that seemed to have some disagreement among the commission. The rest of them seemed to meet generally with the commission's approval. And the 2 that had some level of disagreement, I think it would be helpful to both the legal department and the planning department to know whether the commission is interested in going forward with those changes. The one was the issue of the fences. Commissioner Fambro thought that a 10-foot limit ought to stay in there. And nobody else really chimed in on that. So it really comes down to a question of, do you want a 27-foot limit or a 10-foot limit? And it would be nice to have some guidance on that one. And then on the suggestion for a moratorium, Mr. Chairman, you expressed dislike for that provision. Commissioner O'Donnell obviously thinks that's a good idea. And that's going to require a fair amount of drafting, and pulling it out of the ordinance later on would be difficult. So it would be useful to get some sense for whether what the commission feels about those 2.
Good point. Thank you, Bob. I'll start with the fence. I think I'm with Commissioner Fambro on that. I don't see why a 10-foot fence would be anything more than that would be useful, and it'd be detrimental to have it. So I'm with Jim on that. I also like Commissioner Romero's suggestion that we do a setback for anything so that any fence over 6 feet would be either restricted or require a variance if it's closer than, say, 10 feet to your neighbor's house or 20 feet. I'm not sure. You guys were going to research that and come up with some language along those lines. So that's me on the fences. If we want to stick with fences for now and then do moratorium.
Mr. Chairman, also, on the safety aspect, picture what the winds that we've had lately on a taller fence, what it did to that crane in Albuquerque. It was only at 40 feet. That's almost the same height that we're talking about here. I think this is a no-brainer. I'd like the rest of your support.
I agree.
I feel the same.
I agree.
Okay, I bought you French fries. You can at least get one day.
So we're clear on that. The moratorium is a little stickier an issue. I think that we have a moratorium, statutory ability to impose a moratorium without it being in the ordinance. you know, if obviously the board wants to keep it, I would still really strongly suggest that we take out the under moderate drought conditions. There's, it just, I don't even think it would stand up in court to try and impose a moratorium which requires imminent danger in a moderate drought to an aquifer that is not going to be affected by a moderate drought. That's my position on moratorium. Personally, I'd prefer to see it all stricken pending Bob's research, but as I recall, I believe we have authority to issue moratoriums if there's some serious situation outside the ordinance.
So based on the findings that Mr. Malone has, then we can make that determination so that some of the
that one out, yeah.
Legal staff take care of that for now.
Richard, you want to weigh in on moratoriums? Sure thing.
My support.
My good neighbors. Chairman, Commissioners, I just had a quick question on the fences, on fence heights. Do we have any kind of restriction where fences butt the highway, county road, where they have to be cut back down to 30 inches for visibility or pulled back or anything like that?
On corners there's a line of sight, clear sight triangle that's in, it's in one of the appendixes.
That's a big one. Boy, there's so many places where you can't see. You got to get out into the road. So that's a good addition.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Let me, I haven't read that section recently, but my memory is that the clear sight triangle applies to driveways and not intersecting roads.
Oh.
And so we get situations where we have not driveways, not people's personal driveways, but private roads that intersect, for example, a county road. And I don't think the sight triangle provision applies to that. If it doesn't, it might be an appropriate change for us to work on.
Because the drawing is a intersection that's shown there. It's not a driveway. So,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Malone, the section is Appendix 5, and it's schematics for a site triangle area height of building. Letter A, obstruction of view, page 154. Number 1, a site triangle area defined as that portion of a corner lot line within a triangle area formed by a measuring back along the property lines adjacent to the intersecting streets and driveways to a point on each property line 20 feet from the intersection of said property lines, and then connecting the 2 points, thus establishing a third line. It basically, but I would agree with you, Bob, that I don't know that this clearly addresses that. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I was just raising that subject as something that the planners and I could work on in case it is a problem.
Yeah,
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to read number 2 within this particular section about maintenance in site triangle area, it shall be unlawful for the owner, occupant, or person in control of any corner lot to erect, maintain, or permit to grow any obstruction to the view of drivers of motor vehicles over a height of 3 feet, and all trees shall be trimmed so that no foliage hangs down closer than 7 feet to the ground within the site triangle area of the lot.
So, in relation to that, Mr. Chairman, the that blind curve on Cajon, where there's that fence, is there any way that we have authority to ask areas where there's a clear danger because of the way the fence is to make these people lower their fence line? Is there anything that we could do, like for Cajon, where that turn is and you really can't see? You have to slow down and hope nobody's coming. So do we have any authority? Is there any way we could? No?
We could by amending the ordinance, but the ordinance applies to the intersections, and you're describing a situation that's just along the road, not an intersection. Yeah, but it's not an intersection. So we would have to modify things to address those kinds of circumstances.
Could you modify it to include that?
Well, again, we can work on that and bring some proposed language back to the commission. We've got to deal with issues like grandfather clauses. Are we going to go over? I mean, those kinds of conditions exist all over the county, where there are fences that were built long before any of this came into existence, are we going to go back and force people to tear down existing fences that were built before there was any regulation? There are serious complications of trying to do that.
But if it affects people's health and safety, that's what I'm asking. Would we have any authority? Is there any way we could?
Again, by modifying our ordinance, we could. We can't just do it because it affects health and safety without having some ordinance that tells us we can.
Well, I would like to see some kind of language that allows us to do that.
Sure. What would be the process? Would you have to do a condemnation or something along those lines?
I'd have to research that, Mr. Chairman. The idea of taking down existing fences in that context is not one that I've addressed before, and I just have to look into it.
Yeah. I've often thought that myself because there's some dangerous places. I hate that curve in Callejon. I'm always texting when I get there, and I joke. You should never text. I'm just kidding.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to thank the planning staff for doing all this work, and I appreciate you adding those different areas. I know it was a stretch for you, but I do thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have clear guidance on the fences now, but we still need to finish addressing the moratorium issue. I'm not sure where we...
I thought, we were taking the advice of Commissioner Gallegos for you to research
whether there's a state statute
whether we have authority.
Okay.
Right. Whether we have separate authority for a moratorium, and then
without the language. Okay.
Yeah.
Clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Commissioner O'Donnell, thank you for the kind words, but I also want to say that a lot of input into the rewrite or the proposed amendments to you were from all planning staff. Everybody was involved in input in this document.
Really good work from planning staff, as usual. Commissioners, do we need a work-study session, or are we going to be able to accomplish this in the 2 more agenda items that are required by law? And can we take a vote on something like this? Should we take a vote, or instead of trying to poll it like
there's nothing on the agenda that would allow a formal vote, but just getting everybody's input, I would comment that on the moratorium point, it seems like it does require further work study, because I have to know whether to include it in the ordinance that is the subject of a publication resolution.
Right.
And so that's a little bit tough to do without having another session.
Well, maybe we can wrap it up in one more agenda item that's fairly short. So we'll just look forward to that as soon as you're ready, and we expect that'll be sooner than later.
We'll try to combine both of those, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We should try to have staff ready for both the animals and the land use.
Mr. Chairman, I was hoping for the work study for the animals, we might be able to do it in the evening.
Okay, well, we'll get to the calendar section. Let's work on that. But hopefully we could knock out both same time. All right. Thank you very much again. And we'll move on to another item, the next item, which is 10A, and this is under contracts, agreements, et cetera. And it's a discussion regarding a contract with Honeywell for maintenance. Richard Sanchez, construction manager. Maintenance of the Judicial Complex.
Chairman, Commissioners, what you have in your packet is a new contract agreement with Honeywell Building Solutions for maintenance and repairs of the different systems throughout the new complex. It's increased from approximately $70,000 a year to $140,000 a year. This includes includes about $10,000 in training, the actual contract for 2 people at 2 different locations. The actual contract is for the work is $124,478 a year. This encompasses our fire and smoke alarms, building management system, air handlers. This contract includes additional maintenance and repair items. It's basically one of those insurance policy contracts. There is a list of items that Honeywell will replace at their cost, no cost to the county. That includes motors, damper actuators, sensors in all our building management system. It's not 100% coverage. We still have to get some smaller contracts that hopefully some of our local vendors will be able to take care of. It's a large sum of money. I think we need to bring the facility for at least 2 years into good state of repair, and then I believe with the training that we should be able to reduce it. But right now, I think it's money well spent.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fambro.
Richard, is it in the budget?
Yes, it is. We've budgeted for this coming year.
Motion to approve.
I'll go ahead and second, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion. Steve, do you have any words on this one? It's a big issue.
Big ticket item, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, but it's something that I think we truly need to have in place and to move forward. Keep the complex in good working order.
Mr. Chairman, why did the amount double?
There's quite a few additional services. Our previous contract was strictly maintenance. Replacement parts were for Honeywell. For Honeywell parts, there were a list of sensors, our software, our firmware for our smoke detectors and fire suppression and whatnot. This particular contract also covers moving parts, the compressors on the chillers. We have 9 data rooms throughout the facility that have various air conditioners that run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because we have security equipment, building management equipment, telephone equipment, and so that also covers repair and maintenance to those, which filters, fan belts, that kind of stuff. But it does not cover absolutely everything. You still have to be on site and check your temperatures, do daily walks of the facility to make sure that you don't have a leak on your chillers. Exhaust fans aren't included. Domestic water boilers aren't included. The ice melt in the detention facility for the secure exterior corridor and the recreational areas so that they can use them in the wintertime. It doesn't include the water softener. It does include water treatment for our boiler system and for our chillers, but not our water softening system. So there's quite a bit more added to it, but we've been doing bits and pieces with it in the past.
Thank you.
Well, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further questions or discussion, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Now on to item B, which is decision regarding approval of agreement TCC 2015-50 between Taos County and North Central Solid Waste Authority. And all right, thanks, Bob.
Basically, this is an agreement between the Taos County through our solid waste and the North Central Solid Waste Authority to allow them to keep containers at 2 of our transfer stations that are very close to the Rio Arriba County border. We have done this over many years. We get $2,500 a quarter for allowing them to do it, and Edward thinks it's a good thing. It avoids duplication in less densely populated areas of both Taos County and Rio Arriba County.
For approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second with a comment. Going to have Edward here, but if you guys notice, the recycle bins that are throughout the complex, and at the end of the meeting, these go in there. They don't go in this trash can.
They go in?
But they aren't number ones or number twos.
Yes, they are.
They are. Where does
Trust
it?
me.
Our recycling bins right
Trust
here.
me.
We have a recycling bin.
No, you don't.
Where does it say number 1 or number 2?
Trust me, it is.
I don't think these are. We got to make sure we get number 1s and 2s. Because this is trash, I think.
Will we please buy water bottles that are number 1 or 2s or whatever they?
Right, we will. Call for the question.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Item C, discussion regarding approval of the contract with WH Pacific for on-call engineering. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the contract in front of you is for WH Pacific, contract on on-call engineer, consulting engineering, architectural service, and individual projects based on the request by the Taos County. And I'll stand for any questions, reference the contract.
So move for approval.
Who owns WH Pacific?
WH Pacific is a Alaskan-based company that's owned out of there. They do have a substation in Albuquerque, New Mexico, but it's actually a Native American corporation out of Alaska.
Met with them one
Yes,
time?
sir. Yes, and we also have a separate contract with them on the assistance for the Chevron mining.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
one of the first projects I'd like to see is with this company is the a simple engineering for an arroyo, the arroyo that goes into Fadas Road. We do have approval from Picoris Pueblo to go on the property, their property, and do whatever we need. And he suggested, the governor of the Pueblo, Gabions? Am I saying that right? Gabions, that gabions be constructed to hold back the water, and it's simple straw and rock. So I don't know if we would even need an engineer, but it is something that I'd like to move forward on, so we can deal with Roybal Road and the flooding and the freezing of the bridge. So I don't know if that would be appropriate for this engineering company, or if Richard could design gabions. Is that what? Gabions. If
Gabion baskets.
can you? Are those easy to design? I mean, maybe we don't need an engineer for that. Anyway. Okay, so I'm bringing you a first request, Mr. Archuleta, to use their new engineer, if that's possible, to come out to the land and walk it and see where we could put it, and then we would need to work with Picoris for an agreement, but they have agreed to allow us to do that.
So noted, Commissioner.
There goes our 50 grand.
So on the contract, oh, here we go. This is,
D?
we've already approved WH Pacific, now we're on to
Did we
Stray
vote?
Hearts. Did we vote?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Bit confusing.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I actually asked Harvey if he wanted to leave because I know he has a lot of work to do also. He was going to be here in support of the contract. As was mentioned during the work study, the contract is for a 6-month extension in order for us to figure out what the commission wants to do moving forward. We need to have this contract in place by July 1st in order to continue the services over at Stray Hearts, and I recommend approval of this contract.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Not after that, nope.
Okay, then.
Yes.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move for a 5-minute break before we take on this next item.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second? I'll second.
Okay.
Call for the vote.
No.
Yes. I'll say no this time.
Yes.
Ooh, this is my only swing vote. All right, 5 minutes. I'll go for it.
I'm glad to see everybody. Can we get it on or what?
Let's get it on.
Where's Fancy?
Motion to come back into session, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Item E is a discussion regarding the approval of an award for RFP 2015-04, and this is the Comprehensive Inmate Medical Services for Taos County, Elsa Vigil.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commission. Before you in the packet is the actual response, the only response we received for RFP 2015-04 from Correctional Health Partners. After extensive review and also legal asked me to make sure I do a point-to-point, it was deemed responsive. We had it evaluated by a team, and they felt that this company would do very well here. And I am asking approval of this award to Correctional Health Partners contingent upon direction given to our county attorney for negotiations of price and an agreeable contract.
How long a term, Mr. Chairman?
I think this one is up for 3 years.
That negotiable
3 to 4 years.
as well?
It includes what?
That negotiable as well?
Yes, that would be at this point, if the commission were to give that direction to our county attorney, yes.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I guess my question would be, what's the purpose of lowering the time frame? We have a clause for termination of the contract if we felt moving down that way. My fear would be that if we did anything less than a 3-year renewal, there's a lot of infrastructure, or not infrastructure, but a lot of things that they have to come in to get ready and prepare. They have to get pharmacy licenses and refrigeration and everything in there ready. And so if we did it from year to year, I think that they would may be reluctant not to move forward with this. So,
Like someone had, Commissioner Blankenhorn, I think, had suggested negotiating a contract with the hospital.
it's something that we could definitely look at, Commissioner, but again, it's, we're sort of at the 11th hour at this point. We have to have something in place before July 1st, and we do have a termination clause in the contract that would give us that ability moving forward if the services weren't being provided or rendered appropriately.
So what is your recommendation, Mr. Archuleta?
My recommendation is that we move forward with this contract and approve it, but I know that there's going to be some discussion on it.
Move for approval then, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, just to be sure that Ms. Vigil's comment about subject to negotiating an agreeable contract and an agreeable price.
Amend my motion to include that it is subject to something that Mr. Malone is able to write and is feeling comfortable with.
On both contract terms and price?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't we have an issue with price here? Don't we have a budgeted amount for like 280 and this is 500?
Money bags.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, we did not budget for the full amount that they had proposed to us. That's part of why we're asking for some negotiation in price. Also, we understood going into it that we would probably have to find a little bit of money above and beyond the current amount. We had the ability this year at the end of this year, we were anticipating some savings and not having to transfer everything from the general fund that we had budgeted. Now it looks like we're probably going to have to transfer everything that we had budgeted to the detention center to give them a healthy enough beginning cash balance to meet the terms of this contract without blowing our budget that we just turned in yesterday out of the water. So, that it's going to be a challenge. I'm also getting back, circling back around with legal and our indigent coordinator to see if it's any way possible for me to put a little bit of budgeted money from the indigent fund to cover some of this, and then we'll work out the details as to how we would properly account for the indigent claims. We're not trying to do anything out of pocket, out of sort, but if we could at least budget that money as a transfer in to help us cover that this year, it'll help give us some more room. And then going forward, we are going to have to figure out the long-term fix on this. I'm going to have to figure out what we're going to do for the next year and the year after that to meet this reoccurring cost, because it is a lot more than we've encountered in the past. There's a lot of things that they're addressing that we aren't currently addressing, so there's some positives in it. I don't want to just blame cost for the reason why this wouldn't be something that we would do. You know what I mean? We don't always need to go with the cheapest, or we don't always need to cut corners and things that are important, because there's a lot of things that we may not be covering ourselves on now. You know, I don't want to be exposed to a liability when we could have paid something up front that saved us a lot more on the back end. So we'll make it happen, but it is certainly a budget constraint. This is not going to be an easy fix, and it's going to take a little bit more long-term planning to get this absorbed for the next year and the year after that.
My concern is we only got one response, and we're looking at a 30% increase. So isn't there any way we can extend what we have and shop around a little more?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I've looked at this proposal bid response front to back, and they are a great company. And I called their references, and they are happy with this company. And the difference between what we have now and what they will do is night and day. And if it saves one suicide, if it saves lawsuits, they will be here. And I have concerns that will we have the staff to meet with them like for a number of months, over weeks, because they are on it. I mean, this company, we will have on-site nursing, we will have mental health on-site. It is worth the money. I hate to say that, and I'm sure Mr. Malone will help to bring that down. But we need this company. This will save us money. If it stops one suicide in our jail, or these people will work with the detention staff, they'll cut grievances down. It's really what we need to move forward to make this jail facility a safe place and not subject us to liability in the future. So I have some more to say later, but
they are, Mr. Chairman, they're not the current provider. Oh, okay, so Commissioner or Chairman Blankenhorn brought up the fact that why can't we continue the same contract? Are we not happy with the current provider?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there have been some issues that we have discussed with the current provider. The current provider feels that they are not a good fit for Taos County, and that's part of the issue. I think that the commission was privileged to some of that communication in this meeting. I've had several meetings with them and the detention administrator and the healthcare partners to try to iron out some of those issues. At this point, Healthcare Partners is just willing to continue or to finish out their contract, and they did not submit for this RFP or to be considered as part of an organization.
So I will continue my motion then.
We have a motion and a second on the table. Are there any further questions or discussions? Not, then we'll call for the vote.
We're not within budget. No.
Yes.
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 Mr. Chairman, if I could make a few additional comments for Mr. Malone. There was one area of weakness that sometimes they spread out the HSA, Mr. Malone, a little too thin, and I would like some kind of contract stipulation that the HSA is exclusive to Taos County. And also, I would hope you would negotiate in talking to one of the jails that they do service, and they're very happy with them. They had a contract of around $300,000+, excluding mental health, and they had twice the number of prisoners. So I do believe you would be able to negotiate a lower contract.
Which jail is that?
That's Bangor, Maine.
And it's in there, they provided letters of reference and references
Yes, and
to,
called,
it's one of those?
Yes,
okay.
I called the jail administrator and talked to him at great length, and he was very helpful in, if there were weaknesses, it would be making sure that the HSA person would be exclusive to Taos.
Commissioner, let me ask a question because I welcome your help and input on this. In the chart on page 41 of their proposal where they show staffing,
yes,
they show the HSA as on-site 8 hours a day, 5 days a week.
That's correct.
So I don't quite understand the point about them not being here. The proposal shows the HSA being here for the regular work week.
Apparently in this case, in Maine, they were expanding in Maine and were asked by the company if they could use the HSA as they expanded. And anyway, I just want to make sure it's exclusive. Okay. And then what I'm happy about is they will provide on-site counseling. They will provide the LPNs. I think one of the points of negotiation would be if they cannot find LPNs, which I'm thinking they're going to have a real hard time finding 2 LPNs to staff this facility, and if they have to downgrade to EMTs or paramedics, that would be a negotiating point that I think we should wait and, you know, it's like, will they really be able to get the LPNs? And so if they have to downgrade to a lower level of medical care, that, you know, we might be able to negotiate a lower contract. It's just something to keep in mind. But as far as having LPNs on site 7 days a week for 80 hours, I mean, this contract gives at least 50% more of what the current provider has done. And my only other comment would be, they do some telemedicine, not much, but I would really like Mr. Malone to ask them to increase the size of that screen in the detention facility. Right now you have a screen about the size of an iPad in there. So if those would be just a couple issues that I'd like to see addressed. And also if they would subcontract with Tri-County for mental health, because they are saying they'll have mental health counseling 12 hours a week. So I'm just curious if they would be willing to subcontract if Tri-County is capable and willing.
So we've already approved the contract. It's, I guess, giving you authority. It's not contingent upon, it's just giving you authority. So
correct.
You'll just let us know and when it's completed what the results of the negotiations were.
Exactly.
I did have one question. Who's going to be the contact person here for all this? Because they're going to be meeting constantly with us as they do their startup. And like I saw in one of their reports, they were meeting twice a week for 7 months with the other counties. So I guess my other concern is, do we have the capacity to give that much time? Because that's what's going to take to get the medical facility up to standards again.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, absolutely. That's one of the responsibilities outlined in the detention administrator's job description, and then administration will also take an active role in that.
Thank you. We are now at 11. Item 11, resolutions and ordinances, and A is a discussion regarding the CDBG. a resolution on the adoption of CDBG policies. Anita Padilla.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. You have before you resolution number 215-25. These are elements of the CDBG requirements that have to be passed, one, when we apply for it, and two, when we are implementing the project. So this is something that comes to you more than, once, twice, every other year. So if you would like, the citizen participation plan just states that we will encourage citizen participation. This is why I have at least 5 public meetings throughout the county when we start discussing not only the ICIP, but possible applications for CDBG. Fair housing resolution just says that we are committed to the efforts of fair housing. Residential anti-displacement and relocation, that is if our project happens to be in a residential area, we have the responsibility to replace and relocate any peoples that might be affected. The Section 3 plan encourages small businesses, which we usually do get a local contractor who hires local people. And of course, the procurement code, and it says the county will comply with New Mexico state procurement. I stand for questions.
We have a motion or questions or both?
So move. I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you,
Thank
Anita.
you.
Item 11B is discussion and decision regarding approval of a resolution 2015-26 on alcohol taxes. Julie Martinez and Chris Weathers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us. We have a short presentation for you all.
So we represent Taos Alive Coalition. We're federally funded to affect substance abuse prevention within Taos County. And more recently, we've joined in efforts with a statewide coalition called Alcohol Taxes Save Lives and Money. We know that in New Mexico, we have a problem with alcohol abuse. As you can see on the slide, we are rated the top state in the nation for alcohol-related deaths per capita. 16.4% of all deaths in New Mexico are alcohol-related. We also look at age of onset with our youth. People that drank alcohol, started drinking before age 13, we see a significantly higher figure in Taos County than our state average. So bringing it home just a little bit closer, Taos County has a problem with alcohol abuse. We also know that when people start to drink at a young age, that age of onset significantly increases the chances of alcohol addiction and problems with substance abuse later on in life. So go ahead.
Actually, I just wanted to add something to that. So you'll see that Chris mentioned that Taos County is higher than the New Mexico rate, but New Mexico is also higher than the U.S. rate, and I think we are one of the top states. And then looking at that graph as well, it does look at the Taos County rate versus the state rate in ever drank alcohol, first drink before age 13, current drinking, binge drinking, extreme binge drinking, and drank on school property in Taos County is higher in all those areas than the state.
So we look at the cost and the related harms with alcohol abuse in our state, and we can see an economic hit for New Mexico of $1.8 billion a year. That's an average of a $2.36 cost per drink in the state that's being absorbed because of related harm. This was from state costs of excessive alcohol consumption. It was American Journal of Preventive Medicine in 2013. So cost per person right now that we're paying in our tax dollars for the related harm around alcohol abuse in economic costs, loss of work, increased insurance cost, DUIs, rehab, incarceration, the list goes on, looks at about $960 a person. So we're just trying to paint a picture for you of the current state of affairs in our state, what's happening with alcohol abuse. This is the economic impact. And then we look at what we can do about it. Like I said, we're federally funded to affect substance abuse prevention, and we look at changing policy. We look at changing things that affect a large number of people. So we went to this, with this statewide coalition, the Center for Disease Control, CDC's top recommendations to change this to affect the related harms and alcohol abuse are to raise a tax. We saw it with the cigarette taxes that along the lines of when taxes went up, use went down. There's a correlation that happened across time every time. It's a proven measure. We're coming to you with something that's evidence-based. CDC conducted studies, and we found in 10 studies there's fewer motor vehicle crashes, fewer fatalities, less impaired driving, less mortality from liver cirrhosis, an overall cause of mortality. So they've demonstrated over time and with consistency that when we raise a tax, that we decrease consumption. And go ahead, that one comes in. So the alcohol taxes saves lives and money. We're looking to save lives in New Mexico, prevent underage drinking, reduce alcohol dependence, reduce incidents of violence, and create jobs. The proposed increase in tax, which we'll look at a little bit further, is can potentially generate significant income in New Mexico. And it's good policy. We look at the prevention, intervention, and treatment aspects of it. The money generated from the tax, we're looking at within the statewide coalition, earmarking about 50 to 52% of that to help the state cover its expanding Medicare costs and our match, which we're already projecting a downfall by 2017 in that with our state Medicaid. And then we're looking at allocating funds to our counties with certain percentages earmarked for prevention, intervention, and treatment, and the rest given to the county's general funds. So we're looking at reducing alcohol costs to cities and counties and helping the continued healthcare expansion. Alcohol tax is basically by volume. So the volume, the size of a container hasn't changed over time, but the price of alcohol has. And what this graph represents is the percentage of the state's general revenue that is gained from alcohol tax. So we look at over the last 2 decades, we've dropped from less than 1% to right around 0.5% of the state's general revenue from that alcohol tax. The alcohol companies are able, because the tax doesn't increase, to increase their prices, and that is all a profit margin. The tax doesn't go up. It doesn't follow the rules of inflation and cost of living increases. So that's why we see that downfall. Even though the tax stays at the same rate, prices and cost of living and inflation goes up. We look at the number of people in New Mexico that fall into different categories of drinking, because when we talk about increasing the tax per drink, one of the proponents to that is people say, well, why should I pay for something that I'm not doing? We look at 49% of New Mexicans report not drinking at all, and 32.1% fall into categories where they say that they do drink, but non-excessively. So the 18.9% of excessive drinkers is where we see the harm. That's defined by, for men, 15 or more drinks per week. For women, 8 or more drinks per week. The definitions are there about binge drinking. It's a very small percentage of our state's population that are in that category. A big percentage of us are not. So the 49% of New Mexicans who don't drink won't pay anything additionally. The 32% of New Mexicans who don't drink excessively, the estimation of the increase in tax will cost those people about $10 more a year. And then we look at that excessive drinkers category, and that looks at about $51 more per year. And it's interesting, we didn't include it in here for time, but the percentage of excessive drinkers actually fall into a higher income bracket. We're not looking at imposing a tax on people that are in middle, lower income situations, but actually that excessive drinking People in lower income are reported that they drink more in one setting in that excessive drinking, but in the higher income brackets, they drink more consistently, so they account for more of the tax. A lot of the information that we're giving you came from a study with Bernalillo County's Health and Social Services, which the Bernalillo County Commission will release the report. We've gotten information from it. We've put our presentation together, but don't really want to steal Bernalillo County's thunder when they release that. So that's coming out, but that's where a lot of these projected numbers are coming from as far as what we're going to affect in the state. So, you know, just a reminder, we looked at our cost per person right now with the harm around alcohol at $960 a person. And the proposed tax will cost the average person that drinks about $9 a year. So we're looking at about 100% change there. And, you know, so bottom line, the tax we're looking, according to Bernalillo County's survey, their study rather, saving 52 lives a year, preventing about 300 violent acts, and more importantly, preventing about 12,000 cases of alcohol dependence or abuse in New Mexico. And when we can prevent something, when we can move that money and those efforts further upstream, then we don't have to deal with the problems on the other end of it that we see in the newspapers daily, that we see on the evening news. And I'm sure that every one of us in here can think of an incident where we've been affected close to our homes by harms related to alcohol abuse. The state revenue that we're looking at projecting, if we get a 25-cent per drink increase, is about $154 million annually for New Mexico. So like I said, that looking at about 52% of that to be earmarked to help cover Medicare expansion, our match in New Mexico, and then the rest of it going to the 33 counties of New Mexico. One of the things that I heard across the board this morning from other presentations was the need for funds and the need for money. So, you know, that's one of the added benefits of this. We're looking to reduce the harm related to alcohol, but if we get the funds earmarked, we're looking to put money back into our county. And then,
can I mention something
sure.
about that, Chris? So I just want to say, when we first started looking at this, there was as Chris mentioned, there was twofold to the two parts to this. One is reducing the alcohol consumption and use and abuse, but also increasing the money to this community to address these issues. We know that it's tight in this community. We don't have much as far as treatment in this community, especially facilities that actually serve local people. The money in prevention is going down. So we really wanted the money to come back to this community. But so it's a twofold in creating an alcohol tax. So you kind of mentioned that. I just wanted to reiterate it, I guess.
So we're, again, going back to what we do with Taos Alive is we target Taos County's youth, and that's the population that we're looking at. And we see statistically that among our youth in New Mexico, this tax could decrease that by about 13%, the early age of onset in drinking. So it's about 7,000 lives that we can touch with one measure, where young people don't get to the point where they're needing those substance abuse and mental health services later on in life. And the annual cost of underage drinking, again, economic impact, would see a reduction of about 20,000, I'm sorry, go out at the end, that's 20 million. So another effect of the reduction in use is the increase in productivity. One of the places that we see an economic impact is from loss of productivity, days called in sick, and they've projected that we could, the 25-cent per drink increase would actually decrease consumption by 10%, which would then impact economic productivity by about $128 million in our state. One of the arguments against raising an alcohol tax is that people will cross borders. So they looked at border towns and came up with this cool little chart that shows us some of the places that are close to the border and the populations and how long and far you'd have to drive to save a quarter. So, you know, Hobbs is 30 minutes away from Seminole, Texas, and, you know, would you really drive the half hour to save a quarter is sort of the question there. So it's a minimal impact as far as saying that people would leave and go somewhere else to buy alcohol. You know, that was the presentation in a nutshell. We tried to condense a 40-minute slideshow that the state coalition came up with to about 10 minutes for you guys today. And basically what we're asking for is your support in this matter. Before you have the resolution 2015-26, which was... Do you have it? Or, I'm sorry.
Coming up now.
Can I give it to you? I thought we had... Oh, it is. Okay, I'm sorry. I was a little faster than the mouse.
Chris.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Here's the resolution.
This is drinks and liquor establishment, or is this package sales as well?
So what this affects is at the distribution level, and it's we say a cost per drink, which is estimated a 12-ounce 12-ounce container of beer. It's 1.5 ounces of whiskey, and it changes across volume. But the tax would hit at the distribution level, so it would hit across the state. It wouldn't be at liquor establishments.
Which is actually the way that the tobacco industry did it, because then it would also include tribal communities. They wouldn't be excluded from that tax.
So
because it's
an
at the distribution.
Extra $1.50 on my 6-pack of Bud Light.
$7 on your 30-pack.
Mr.
So
Chair.
one of the things to look at when we look at that cost is that as a community, we're already paying for the consequences of alcohol and alcohol abuse at $2.60, I think it was $2.69 a drink. We're already paying that. And so this would be an offset for those who actually are consuming more, would be paying the tax.
Mr. Chairman, when would it be implemented if the commission passes?
So what we're looking to do is statewide, coalitions are going to their local stakeholders seeking support. We're looking to introduce this to state legislation in 2017. So what we want is constituent support, local political support, so that we can approach state representatives at that point in time.
Because, Mr. Chairman, sorry, this is a support resolution. This isn't us passing the tax.
Exactly.
Right. We initially looked at when we started doing this work at a local tax, at a countywide tax, to bring the revenue to this community and also decrease use and abuse. But what we found out is that the way the New Mexico state law works is that we would have to go to the state legislature and ask for their permission, basically, to come back to the county to pass our own ordinance. And so it was just easier to go statewide. But in doing that and supporting the statewide coalition, we asked that that a percentage of the revenue generated would be earmarked and brought back to the county. And so that was one of the really important things that we decided we would like. I mean, if it goes to the state, we can't say that that is going to happen, but we're going to push for that.
And basically what that breaks down to is the 48 to 50% of that $154 million projected income being divided among 33 counties. Whether or not that's cut up evenly or per capita, we don't know. These are things that we want to propose in legislation. One of the ways to look at that extra few dollars on a 6-pack is that right now we have two big alcohol companies, Anheuser-Busch and Miller, that control the market, basically. And so they're able to raise prices and, like I mentioned earlier, put that money in their pocket. If we implement a tax, it does force a little bit of control on that market. Not anything big, because big alcohol companies are powerful. So that's the nature of the beast. But what we're looking at doing is taking some of the money that's not being generated in that tax to, number one, reduce harm. If the tax passes and we don't see anything earmarked in the county, we've still reduced the harm and we've still reduced some of the related costs that we tried to show here. But what we're shooting for is more than that. We want to say that this money needs to come back to the county so that we win twice. We reduce the money that we're already spending on the harm, and we gain some money from, from the sales of alcohol that's not really being fairly taxed right now. And so, like one of the commissioners pointed out, this resolution is a support resolution that we're, looking to gain support locally from local stakeholders, from yourselves, so that we can come with some sort of push to state legislation.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be the first one in support. Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good time. Commissioners, I think there's a couple of agenda adjustments. There's a call to move 12F up to FA, to get Mr. Martinez on his way, whatever way that is. And there was a suggestion to table 16A, the legal matters executive session. So I'll make a motion for those amendments to the agenda.
For those what? Amendments?
Yes.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Dominic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone. How are you today? You have in front of you, or should have in front of you, a letter that I put together with the help of Bob Malone from legal and Mr. Leandro Cordova in reference to a budget or data conversion expenditure that we're looking to do for our data conversion for our Spillman software that we're getting for our CAD system that we're going that's been purchased already and that's being installed. It's pretty self-explanatory in the letter, if you need me to read that, or unless you guys have already had a chance to look at that. And basically are here to answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fambro.
I was told is this the corrected letter? There was an error in the one presented to the town of Taos.
There's a section that's missing at the very bottom. I didn't realize that the margins were a little bit cut out, but I think it was fixed on yours.
Motion to approve.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out a couple of items. Just for the purposes of discussion, Taos County has worked diligently since we took over the 911 Central Communications and have brought it over here. Of course, we added $1.6 million of infrastructure to that program. But since then, we've also been able to add $24,000 back to the fund for the director's salary. We have also looked at a lot of the different benefits that are out there and have a substantial savings on that to the 911 system. Taos County is absorbing the transportation expense or fuel expense for the director at this point to the tune of about $720,000. That's when he has to come in during emergencies, during floods, during whatever issues are happening at the 911 center. Maintenance of the building and structure are also items that Taos County is saving the 911 system on. Office supplies, furniture, safety equipment, the list goes on and on. But what I want to just highlight is that the total savings that we were able to do for the JPA on behalf of Taos County is about $44,082.32, which is very significant and should put us closer to that 112th reserve and also what we need to have in the fund at the end of the year. So I just want to congratulate Dominic, also Leandro, and staff also want to, or administration also wants to recognize Dominic. We were able to bring down our overtime expense from, and I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, Dominic, you know better than I do.
Since we've taken over or since I've taken over as director, the high number was right about $7,000 in overtime per pay period. I've brought that down to about $1,700 now. That was our lowest one, which is our last pay period of time, which I'm also proud to say we've just got fully staffed. We have 2 new dispatchers on staff who are getting trained as we speak. We're sending off one of our older, newer ones now, and she's going to be going and getting certified in July. So retention is a little better now here. They're happy up there. They don't feel like the stepchild of Taos County anymore since they came over from the town of Taos. So things are progressing pretty well over there, and we're working really hard at keeping everybody happy, and it's working good right now.
Thank you, Dominic. Yes.
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 It's going to cost $1.3 million.
Yes. Thank you, Dominic. Good work.
Thank you. Have a
Good
good
luck
day.
with the town.
Sure it's not costing you $1.3 million a year? I thought that's what a former
I'm sorry?
administrator somewhere north of us said it was 1.3.
I don't think so.
All right, I just thought I'd check.
So far, so good.
Yeah,
Good
I
point,
gotta go to the
Commissioner.
other places now.
All right, back out in the field. All right, we're back on the regular agenda, 12A. This is discussion for approval of job descriptions, reclassifications for the Human Resources Department. Renee Weber, Human Resources Director. Good afternoon, Renee.
I'm here today to present the
No, we
reclassification
voted.
plan for Human Resources.
I think you were out on.
The first tab there would be the risk manager position for the Human Resources Department. This is a new position. However, the funding source for this position is coming from the Adult Detention Center. This is a non-exempt position with a pay grade of 25. So the starting point for this is 2240 up to the midpoint, which is 2711. A risk manager is something that this department and the county at large definitely needs, and it is something that our Association of Counties highly encourage us to proceed with. The next job description on this list would be the Human Resources Supervisor. This is currently a position that is filled by Ms. Renee Valdez. She is referenced as a Human Resources Coordinator. Her Human Resources Coordinator pay grade would change from a 21 to a 22, and the position will become exempt under FLSA classifications, which means she will no longer be eligible for overtime. Some of the changes to the job description include she will actually assist in some of the disciplinary matters and some of the other higher matters that we have to take care of. The next position on the list is going to be the Human Resources Generalist 2. This is an existing position and an existing job description for the Human Resources Department. The only change to this is the pay grade, which has decreased to a pay grade 16. And the intention there is to move Ms. Karen Martinez from her HR Generalist 1 position to the Generalist 2 position. And the last job description on the list is the Human Resources Generalist 1, which is an existing job description. And it is a new position for Human Resources. The funding source for this position has been graciously gifted to us by the County Clerk's Office. The next slide will show you Human Resources responsibilities. I took and crunched all of the things that Human Resources does into 4 categories: hiring, compensation, employee relations and performance, and compliance. There are some highlighted tasks there that you will see we are going to be inheriting and taking over from our finance department. These are things that Human Resources should have actually been responsible for, but because we didn't have the staff to take care of it, we weren't doing it. The next slide would be the Human Resources current workflow, and you can see the comparison there for the proposed Human Resources work processes, both of which include, or the newer one includes, the tasks from finance that we stand to absorb. Then we have a current organizational chart and a proposed organizational chart. Questions?
Commissioners, we have any questions? Like a good plan? Thanks to the county clerk and everybody involved.
Yes.
What are we up to now, total employees for Taos County?
Total employees, I can't tell you off the top of my head. I don't have that number. But we're close to 300. And that includes grant funded, that includes union eligible, supervisors, directors, commissioners.
Right. The whole.
Everybody. So the ratio for HR is obviously 1 to 100 at this point currently. And that would be if I was actively participating in benefits administration portion, which I am not. That is all falling on Karen and Renee at this point.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fambro.
Motion to approve the job descriptions and reclassifications that were presented here today.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
12B is a discussion and decision regarding the reclassification of senior delinquent account specialist, Renee Weber, and Susan Trujillo, our county treasurer. It's her department.
We currently have an individual in our treasurer's office, Ms. Juanita Cordova, who is classified as a delinquent account specialist, and she's currently at a pay grade 15. With Ms. Juanita's experience, tenure, the amount of delinquent accounts that she's been able to notify and collect, we feel that it is adequate for some changes to be made to her pay grade. She would be increased to a pay grade 21.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Yes.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. On to item C, and this is a discussion and approval of a new position, and it's a reclassification of purchasing officer for the finance department.
That is
Renee
correct.
Alejandro.
The current position that we have is a purchasing officer position, and that is a position held currently by Ms. Elsa Vigil. State Statute 13-195-2 does cite to and require government entities to move towards a chief procurement officer that is certified to handle the transactions on behalf of the county. Ms. Vigil did take, and she passed all the certifications required for this. The changes to the job description include the addition of making her the fixed assets manager, giving her those duties. She will move to a pay grade 20, and she will become exempt. Therefore, she is not eligible for overtime anymore. This position that she recently held was a union eligible position. The position she's moving to is not a union eligible position. The second position on this list is the purchasing assets agent. This is a completely new position, something that the county has never had before. This is a bargaining eligible position. The pay grade for this is a pay grade 12. It's entry level. Minimum starting point is $13.55. Midpoint is $16.50. This individual will report directly to Ms. Vigil if this is approved, and they will also assist her in her purchasing endeavors as well as fixed assets.
Commissioners?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any questions or discussions on this one? If not, we'll call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Renee. Next is a decision regarding the CDBG appointment of a labor standards officer, Anita Padilla. Hello again.
Members of the Commission, You have before you Exhibit 4N, which is appointing a labor standards officer for the CDBG project. This just makes me responsible for going out. I have to do interviews with all employees that are working on that project to ensure that they are making state and federal wage rates.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you, Anita. Next is D, and this is a discussion decision regarding approval of NMLA 13L1789, and this is for the plan to furnish the Amalia Community Center.
It's finally here, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. You have before you a legislative appropriation agreement for the Amalia Community Center. The contracted amount will be $148,500 because there is $1,500 that is that stays in the account for us to purchase arts and public places. The reversion date on this is June 30th, 2017.
Great. We have a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
Sorry.
It is Commissioner.
I thought I was sleeping
No,
or
you got to
something.
stay
I don't know
awake.
what's
It's your
going on here.
district. Right? Call for the vote?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Estás durmiendo.
I wasn't. I
Fighting.
just thought, you know, let me get a little bit of a grandstand there.
Give him
but
a
no.
nudge once in a while,
I
make sure he's
know.
awake.
I've been awake.
On to Section 13, Budget Matters. A is a discussion and decision regarding approval of DFA resolution, and this is for a transfer, temporary cash from the general fund to the New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Services. And it's to cover the increase of hours being provided by the Senior Companion and Foster Grandparent Program. Leandro.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Amanda Rael, our accountant for this, did provide a memo to you to kind of give you a little further explanation about all of this. You may have gotten some calls from senior companions, foster grandparents, because we were unable to make their stipend payments at this time because of a cash flow issue. This approval of this would allow us to do another temporary loan. It should be noted that originally in this budget, we did have a temporary loan that the county gave, and it was paid back. In retrospect, this being the first year of the program, we probably should have waited to pay back the loan to make sure we had the cash flow needed to get to the end of the year. But we paid back the loan. We're at this point now, we have a few months left. We have went ahead and utilized all federal funds that we had outstanding, and now we're relying on the state. And anytime you rely on the state, you do have to give a little more time for reimbursement. So another thing we're doing is increasing our frequency of reimbursements. We're going to be, through the end of the year, reimbursing weekly if needed, and then continuously after that bi-weekly instead of on the monthly basis that we've been doing. So we do recommend approval of this, and I stand for any questions.
So move, Mr.
Second.
Chair.
Any questions or discussion?
Nope. Second, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Item B is regarding the approval of a budget adjustment on the Fire Discretionary Fund, the Tier Fire Department.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, this is basically, this is a small fund that Latier Volunteer Fire Department has had over the last few years. There's not a lot of money left in there, and we're basically trying to expend the balance of it. We needed to increase FICA Medicare for some of the payments that are allocated to this, and it's a $56 budget adjustment. I do recommend approval, and this will help clear out something, and we can move this on.
Sounds controversial.
I'd like to make a motion.
Really?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
I make a motion to approve this.
That was Commissioner Gallegos, in case you're not familiar with the voice there.
We do have a motion from Commissioner Gallegos, albeit a rare one, but we do have a motion. And do we have a second?
Can I get a second, please?
I'll second it.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
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 Good to
Item
see
C, this is
smiles.
another budget adjustment, and it's for the CDBG road project.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically, we are trying to move some money out of professional services and put it back into other contractual services. The only two line items associated with this grant, we just put a little more money into professional services than was needed. We've already done all our professional services, and the rest is going to be moved to the actual project fund. And I recommend approval.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
And it was 548, something like that, if I remember, 538, so now we have enough for the entire project.
Yes.
Awesome.
And yes, including our match, everything, yes,
Awesome.
we are covered.
Mr. Chairman, Commissions, and just so you're all aware, we're going to start laying pavement down on Monday.
Right on schedule.
The drag strip will now be open.
Call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Item D is resolution requesting transfer expenditures to properly account for temporary wages, and this is for the DWI grant-funded program.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically, there was an error made in allocation of salary benefits. There's some few funds associated with DWI, and we inadvertently put it into our 1224 fund when it should have been in the 1223. It requires a DFA resolution to fix this error, and that's why it's in front of you today. I stand for any questions, and I ask for approval.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. Item E, this is regarding the approval of a budget adjustment for the Public Works Department.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there's a couple items on here. First, we're trying to increase the line item for our lease payments on our road graders. We needed to increase that by $4,700, primarily due to property tax bills that aren't originally factored into the PO for the lease payment. It's about $800 per machine. We have 5 machines, so it came out just over $400. And also, we did increase hours and the use for one grader for the rest of the lease term. The other thing we're asking to do today is move $17,000 into maintenance of vehicles. We're going to use that $17,000 to begin replacing tires on the Caterpillar graders that we likely will have to return. The lease on those graders is up in September. Whether we stick with Cat or we go with another brand, either way, we're going to have to return these graders with at least 50% tread wear on these tires. So instead of spending all the money at the last minute, there's some savings in their budget. We'd like to get the new tires on the worst of the graders so that as we use them through the summer, we get a little bit of benefit out of these. It's about $6,000 per, no, I'm sorry, $3,000 per tire. It's very expensive per tire. It's like $1,200 to $1,500 per tire. And so there was a lot of savings this year in the Public Works budget under transportation expense. We saved almost $100,000 in fuel so far to date in Public Works. Wow. And so that's where we're able to get this money. That's why we're requesting this today, kind of get a jump on the expense and not have to burden them next budget year with this big expense.
Good job, Earl.
We need to get those tires replaced even sooner so we get our 50%.
Yes, and get a little use out of them. If we're going to spend that much money, you might as well get them on the road and busy this summer and using them as much as possible since we're paying that much money.
Yes, let's use them up in District 4 as much as possible.
No.
Commissioners?
I'm not taking them from
Move for
1 to
approval,
4.
Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Yes.
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 Mr. Chairman, may I ask a few quick questions about the road department budget? We have $37,000 left for bridges and culverts. Is that correct? And we still have like $60,000 for roads, maintenance, grounds, roadways. $60,000 is left. So does that mean we can put more culverts in and do more road work, or is this just how does that work?
It means that, yes, there's going to be some savings in this budget year. Unfortunately, we've come to the point in the year where they don't have the time to do any new projects in this budget. So, you know, we've already cut off POs. We cut off POs on May 15th. Doesn't mean that we don't look at needs on a case-by-case basis. An example is they had a truck down last week. We had to get a PO to get that truck back up because that's their operational needs. The concern is doing a project that's not going to get completed by June 30th, and therefore we'll have to push it into the new budget year anyway.
This money just carries over then.
And because the road fund is its own fund, that will create fund balance. So they will keep that money in their fund balance, and they'll have a higher fund balance going into the new budget year. So yes, there's some savings, there's some vacancy savings in there, just savings from not spending, but it will go back into their fund and they'll have it available to them next year.
On to item F. This is a budget adjustment for the Solid Waste Department.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the Solid Waste Department has overexpended its overtime budget slightly. They have a $30 over expenditure at this time. We went ahead and asked for a $500 increase coming out of full-time positions just in case. However, looking at their cash flow situation, I have advised the Solid Waste Department to really tighten their belts the last month of this year. We are really getting tight, and we're lucky if we will get through this year on a cash basis. So once again, getting to the end of a billing cycle pushes us to the limit, and we're really excited to get those new rates coming through the door in terms of collecting that new rate, and it's going to be very important too.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Yes.
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 Yes. Do you have anything further on solid waste?
We're tight. I mean, I'm just reiterating that one more time, and they've done everything they can, but we've gotten to this point now where we were hoping to be able to put that temp loan back this year, and it doesn't look like the general fund's going to get the money we lent them back this year. We budgeted for that temp loan to come back next year, but it's not something we're going to go ahead and rush to do. We're going to have to see how our cash situation's going before we can hope to put that money back in the general fund. So I just wanted to alert the commission on that.
Crying wolf, were we?
No, we were not.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I also want to say that, you know, we're keeping a tight look at this. I know that a lot of times we get community requests to do a lot of Saturday stuff out and cleaning up communities, to doing road cleanup projects, those kind of things. But it does have a budgetary impact. It does increase our tipping fees, and it does increase our overtime. And a lot of these things are commissioners' requests. We're trying to accommodate all of those requests as much as we can, but it does have an impact. And so we're keeping a really close eye on those as much as possible.
Does provide a good public service.
It does.
So.
It's excellent for the public, and it's nice to see our community clean. We're also doing a lot of different cleanup projects. I know that Mr. Martinez was out there last weekend with BLM and Forest Service doing cleanups for them and helping them with some of those cleanups. And so it's an excellent opportunity for us to shine within the community, but it has budget impacts. And so we're looking at that, and we're trying to figure out different ways through recycling and other areas to make sure we keep those things moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Penasco's having a Saturday cleanup June 6th, which is this next Saturday.
And on that, I have, like I said, Mr. Martinez is probably going to have to look at comp time and different options for his staff if they're going to go ahead and be assisting, because there really isn't going to be the resources available to compensate them properly with overtime. It's just not available to him. But he has looked at other options like compensation, comp time, which is an option that he has, and it's really the last resort.
Roll there, Tommy. Get us going there.
Okay, here we go then. G. G is a budget adjustment again, and this is for the county commission. So one of you guys, what's this about?
I think I jumped ahead. Mr. Chairman, we received our dues from Northern New Mexico Economic Development District. They're in a $5,000 bill. The dues have gone up somewhat, and we're just somewhat short in subscription and dues. So we're asking to move the money, $46.37, into that subscription and dues in order to cover the expense. There was excess money in central communication line item and in postage and mail service. So we do have it available. We didn't pay these dues in the past. It seemed like we went a long stretch where Northern New Mexico Economic Development District, our COG, wasn't receiving any payments from the county. So when we did start getting them, it was kind of a new expense. Essentially, it wasn't something we had seen in the history. Prior to me being here, I don't think we had paid it. So these are coming in now, and we're paying them.
Mr. Chairman, what do they go towards?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is the money that Tim Armour and it's basically for the board meetings, and I know that they sometimes serve lunches and those kind of things, but those are all part of the dues that we pay towards being a part of that COG.
Why not start eating more?
Make sure to request your mileage reimbursements from Northern New Mexico Economic Development Districts. And also, they are a partner with us, with AAA being underneath them. They're a big partner with our senior programs. And so we do want to...
As well as Northern Pueblo's regional planning organization.
I do believe so. They're all underneath the umbrella of the Economic Development District.
Right.
We have a motion from Commissioner Fambro. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
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 Yes. Item H is a budget adjustment for facilities management.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, facilities management has gotten to the end of this fiscal year, and we've really squeezed that budget. We're really asking primarily on this budget adjustment to increase the maintenance of buildings and structures. I believe Ms. Richard Sanchez came before you earlier today with a request for Honeywell contract. This is to cover that primarily. We had a slight shortfall in temporary positions, and we needed to cover uniform and linen expense to the tune of $500, and then $1,500 in supplies. And I am requesting approval of this. This is going to get us through this year, and we hope that we'll start off the new year on a good note with these contracts in place.
We have a motion.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Item 14, County Manager's Report. This is regarding the June 16th regular meeting and other scheduling matters.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as most of you are aware, and most of you will be participating, the New Mexico Association of Counties meeting will take place on June 16th in Albuquerque, New Mexico. There are staff and commissioners that will be attending the New Mexico Edge classes and along with the conference. And so staff is requesting that we move the regular meeting from the third Tuesday to the fourth Tuesday, being June 23rd, 2015, here at Commission Chambers. I stand for questions.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
That'll be the 23rd. Okay. Call for the vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. Steve, you got any ideas on moving along our ordinances? So we've scheduled another work study on the animal ordinance, and we're going to need another agenda item, probably brief, but we're going to need one more on the land use regs too. So what do you think we can?
We'll start working on that tomorrow. I'll have Renell call the commissioners and look at their schedules. We may want to consider a Thursday meeting for some of the commissioners so that we can do that. I know there's been a suggestion also to have the meeting in the evening after 6 o'clock so that more people can attend the meeting. We're at your discretion, whatever the commission would like to move forward with that. We try to keep those on Tuesday meetings just so that it's easier for commissioners to mandate their schedules, but we may want to look at another date because we have the airport meeting coming up, which is about an 8 to 10 hour meeting, I believe, that we have set aside for that. And because of the NMAC conference and all of those things, the Tuesdays are filling up fairly quickly.
We might be able to fit it on the June 23rd schedule.
We could. We could.
We've packed in a lot today, and
sure. If that's the will of the commission, we could look at that.
Mm-hmm. Depending on what staff has for that, I don't see the animals taking much more than an hour or two, and the land use regs, it'll be just like a regular item, might be.
Just because it's the end of the fiscal year, I'm looking at Leandro just to make sure that we're good to go on as far as. Mr. Jaramillo, do you see any problems with that? And Mr. Malone?
No.
We will plan accordingly, Mr. Chairman, if that's the will of the commission.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you for the promotion, sir.
Oh, yeah. We can trade salaries. Okay. On to 15, and this is consideration of a Taos County float for the fiestas. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is put on the agenda to see if we want a float, and so I'd leave it up to the Commission to decide. In talking to Mr. Archuleta, this was the procedure we would need to do, and maybe he could explain how it would work if the Commission approves this.
Root beer float.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, a couple of years ago, Taos County Commission decided that we were going to do a float for the fiestas in order to promote Taos County, and the staff built a beautiful float with the remnants or the look-alike of our old county courthouse downtown. We also were able to copy all the frescoes and have those laminated and pushed there. I believe, and Leandro can speak a little bit to the finances, I believe it was about a $6,000 to $8,000 ticket in order to do that.
How much?
Chairman Baroni at the time donated his trailer, but unfortunately we had to take the float off the trailer in order to return the trailer back to the chairman. And so the float eventually got some water damage. We tried to keep it at the Ag Center underneath a portal in that area, but weren't able to keep it out of the elements. And so Mr. Cordova can talk a little bit about what the cost of that is.
Yeah, when this happened a few years ago, it was a kind of an unplanned thing, and I believe the budget started out under $1,000, and the ideas flowed, and some great ideas they were, but the final cost of just materials ended up being a little over $5,000, not including the time and of the facilities. And
it won first place, right?
It did. It did. It was nice. It was a beautiful float. It was a beautiful float. We put a lot of resources into it, and it did. It ended up becoming a very expensive one-time expense, essentially. Unfortunately, we can't reuse it, as the manager said, because the damage that occurred to it over the last couple of years. It's not accessible for us to reuse. So
Mr. Chairman, I like the idea of a float for fiestas. If someone can coordinate that, and we can all participate in the building of it.
I have an idea that maybe it would work to
It shows community.
to generate a little bit of money, that we have a active float with commissioners and manager on a float that they can throw water balloons at us or pies.
Water balloons or what?
Or pie?
Pies.
Pies, yeah, like cream pie or cherry pie or something.
Root beer float.
With your root beer float, yeah.
I threw candy from the float.
So shall we make a huge target and as we're going through and
a target with their face cut out for you?
Right, the face cut out and you throw pies.
Not that big.
Well, it would be nice. I worry about the cost, obviously, and the time for staff to fit it all in. I'd ask.
Good community involvement.
Yeah, it is that. It was fun throwing candy. I did that.
I thought that was illegal.
But keep it simple, yeah.
It was illegal, but I just kept doing it anyway.
Can we put a cap again, or can we try? I mean,
where are we going to
Could
find the money?
Attempt to solicit donations, perhaps, and attempt to bring in some kind of community group that may help us cover maybe the cost of preparing the float, and then maybe facilities management right now is stretched thin. They have a lot of vacancies, and I hate to commit them to anything that is going to stretch them even further. But I would like to see first if we can't maybe get some community funds, because that really is the proper way to do this. You know, using taxpayer dollars on a $5,000 float probably isn't going to go over very well.
Sounds a little too Bill Richardson.
I would. Is it possible for? I would be able to donate. I'd like to donate at least $150.
You shouldn't spend anything on your election, I think.
Okay, 150. I'll match your 150, and then we're only 4,700 short.
Right, we're 4,700 short.
It's a little late notice, too. I mean, we have to put this together by July. I hate to be a wet blanket on it.
And actually, that's a great point. Now, here's my concern in terms of the fiscal year. It's the very first week of July that the fiesta, or second week of we probably wouldn't be able to expend and invoice and pay out too much within our time constraints.
Lodgers tax
If we
monies.
didn't do a float but walked, we can hand out.
Yeah, it's
Each one of us could purchase our own Taos County T-shirt or polo or something and hand out.
We do have
candy
those
that
T-shirts. We do have those T-shirts available.
We could do that if we don't have the time now to do a float.
do that. Steve's got
I
candy in
could
his
like make
office.
my son do it for me.
A shoot me slide.
I'll make my son do it.
Get hot on.
Could
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Sanchez assist in designing and building a float rather than public
Would
facility?
have to ask them.
You know what the town of Taos did one time is they used the trolley, and they had the staff and council and the mayor ride in it. Maybe.
Back of Steve's truck, maybe?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if you'd like, I could bring this back to the executive team and the directors and see if they could come up
Get
with
some
some ideas for the commission and move forward, and then I can send an email out to the commissioners saying this is some ideas that we want to move forward with, reference that I...
Maybe showcasing some of our new fire apparatus or some of the newer
Oh, that'd
public
be a good
safety
idea.
equipment we've been purchasing through grants, and that
Yeah.
might be a good idea to
Yeah.
showcase those and get you guys up on the, if it's safe enough. I don't want to.
What's a
Safety
parade
first.
without a fire truck?
And I do believe we kept all the banners that we had, and so we have all those banners available that we can hang on the apparatus or on the machinery that we purchased. So that's a great idea. Maybe we'll go down that route and see what we can do.
I'd hate to take any money away from the animals.
Yeah, there is that. All right, well,
How that just ruined the whole spirit of the whole thing.
we've done it. We made it through a long agenda. Thank
Poor
you,
kitty cat.
commissioners.
And we're still talking and laughing.
We're still awake.
What's next?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Gotta go pick up my son.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good
Paul.
idea.